The bloodsuckers couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that some little human possessed such great power. However, the monsters were not afraid and continued to rush towards the mighty warrior of humanity. The ghouls decided that they had to change their strategy, since they had been unable to break through for an hour. The monsters understood that even attacking from behind did not give them much of an advantage in battle. The incredibly powerful man easily held back their swift attacks. The man skillfully used his defense as a formidable weapon, capable of crushing crowds of enemies. A man possessing great power showed no mercy at all to the creatures that were turning this world into chaos. The bloodsuckers cursed loudly. "Who the hell is he? What does this little man allow himself to do?" The man asked if they had never heard of the apostle of justice who fights evil. The little man declared that it was he, Lucas Truman, humanity's strongest master with 9 stars. The monsters screamed as if some human was going to confront them. Perfect beings. Lucas said that after his wish came true, people like him are driven to help the world. The strongest 9-star human master said that this was something like volunteering. The ghouls admitted that the mere thought that this weakling human could gain the upper hand made them laugh. The man realized that the best proof of his words would be magic that would destroy everyone at once. Lucas Truman stated that bloodsuckers were too far behind the times in a world where humans were no longer the weakest. The strongest 9-star human master unleashed a wave of devastating fire upon the earth. A moment later, the weakling human was the only one left to survive this battle with a horde of monsters. The man told the defeated monsters that humans were not the weaklings they had once been. The winner heard an unknown voice say that Lucas Truman was putting on airs. The man turned around and saw something incredible. The space in front of him seemed to open up. The 9-star master of humanity shouted, "What is this? Where does such power come from?" The unknown being stated that they are the law of this world, and those who oppose disorder in it. A being that appeared out of nowhere declared itself a demigod, and one that people revere and praise. Lucas Truman noted that he had never actually praised anyone and had no intention of doing so. The demigod declared that he would no longer tolerate this man violating the laws and order of the world. The man shouted how a world with established order could be similar to this piece of chaos. The demigod acknowledged that Lucas Truman's abilities were developed, but a man would always remain just a man. The one who defeated the horde of bloodsuckers felt that he was bound by the incredible power of a higher being. The strongest 9-star human master realized that his mana no longer obeyed him. The man realized that it was all over for him. He had made a fatal mistake. The demigod declared that man was not allowed to oppose a deity. It was a mortal sin. The creature said that Lucas should make friends with the impenetrable darkness, but he should not trust it. The demigod added that man must suspect her and doubt her in order to see himself. The keeper of order in this world said that he was sending the man into the void. This would be his punishment. 4,000 years later, the following events took place in one of the human cities. The thugs asked the guy if he really thought they were poor and why he carried pennies with him. The offenders noticed that the financial situation of the 3rd son of the noble Blake family was not very good. The Gopnik declared that this guy's noble birth doesn't change anything because, unlike his brothers, he's just trash. The leader of the gang of aspiring robbers added that this is precisely what he likes about such scum. The Gopnik said that the guy apparently enjoys receiving all the hate as the Blake family's main lack of talent. The guy added that the young man apparently didn't have enough courage to commit suicide. The leader of the thugs noted that if he were in this mediocrity's place, he would have kicked the bucket long ago. The growing bandit thought that there was something else in this talentless guy, something no less significant. The thugs stopped and looked closely at the boy they had beaten from the famous Blake family. The guy, who stood out for his massive build, saw defiance in the look of the beaten man. The leader of the young bandits said that the best thing about this young man is that he never gets tired of beating him. Gopnik added that this is simply an ideal feature, thanks to which he stands out from the crowd of scum. The guy dealt blow after blow, trying to smash the face of the poor guy from the Blake family into blood. However, the leader of the gang understood that he was not the only one enjoying such fun. The Gopnik pushed the young man onto his massive friend, as if allowing his henchmen to finish him off. The one who was thrown was immediately met with a welcoming kick. The others were no less cruel. The Gopnik's henchman kicked the third son of the noble Blake family as if he were a bag of trash. The young bandits were delighted when they heard the tearful pleas of the downtrodden youth to stop. Standing out against the backdrop of his outstanding brothers, young Blake begged for this beating to stop. The leader of the thugs stepped on the young man's head, pinning him to the ground. Any unnecessary shouting was pointless. The young bandit told the third son of the Blake family that there would be a magic class at the academy tomorrow. The guy added that there are already rumors that they will be paired up for these safe classes. Gopnik said that the loser from the Blake family shouldn't worry because he doesn't overdo it. However, the future bandit promised that he would try to make sure the young man remembered this day forever. The gang leader added that from tomorrow, the whiny guy will no longer be able to stand on his feet. The young bandits asked the beaten man not to hang around anywhere, as he needed to get some sleep. One of the thugs added that he really enjoyed beating up this loser, but tomorrow would be even more fun. The young man admitted that he wanted to gain incredible strength and no longer crawl underfoot. Meanwhile, somewhere beyond the usual space, the Apostle of Justice heard this desire. The man sent into the darkness by the demigod tried to look around, to see if he was alone here. However, the strong shackles of the Supreme Being did not allow Lucas Truman to see the one asking for incredible power. The hero of men who challenged God decided that he was being plagued by hallucinations. The strongest 9-star master of humanity understands that it is easy to go crazy in such a place. Lucas Truman wondered seriously how much time he had spent in this frightening void. The Apostle of Justice thought that just a little bit more and he would start to cry out to God. Was this really fear? The man trapped in the darkness once again heard someone's desire and decided that it was his consciousness speaking. Meanwhile, the third son of the noble Blake family asked his father if he had heard his words correctly. The head of the Blake family repeated that he told the guy to get out of his life immediately. The man added that he would not allow this worthless young man to continue to undermine the honor and dignity of the family. The head of the noble family cut him off coldly. Today's incident was the last straw for his patience. The crippled youth asked the man who had renounced him whether being weak was such a serious sin. The man stated that this was enough. Moreover, he had no right to answer this question. Family head Blake added that his family does not allow those who cannot become a strong warrior. Father turned to Frey one last time and said that he was not going to acknowledge his existence. The head of the great Blake family declared that from that moment on, the young man was no longer anyone to him. Frey realized that he had just lost the most valuable thing he had in this worthless life. The young man returned to his room and thought about suicide. He considered it the only possible way out. Expelled from his family, Frey, in despair, decided to end everything by swallowing a lethal dose of pills. However, the guy couldn't just take his own life. He admitted that death really scared him. The Apostle of Justice, imprisoned in darkness by the demigod, continued to hear other people's thoughts. The man remembered the words of the Supreme Being, who said that he should doubt and suspect himself. Lucas Truman suddenly realized that he was actually beginning to doubt his own existence. The strongest 9-star human master ordered the demigod from the memories to shut up. The Apostle of Justice cried out that this creature could not be a god who defended order and laws. The man said he understood why the world was so ugly and saw who made it that way. Lucas Truman was sure that even a demigod himself could not have experienced such a life. More like hell. The strongest 9-star human master shouted that this was precisely why he would not give up. The man noticed something bright in the dark void in front of him and wondered what it was. The former third son of a noble family, Blake begged for death because he saw no point in living any longer. The young man thought that it would be best to die without such hellish torment as he was experiencing now. The Apostle of Justice realized that someone had managed to break through the demigod barrier into his consciousness. Lucas Truman heard the thoughts of a dying man who decided that it was stupid to blame anyone for what happened. Exiled by his father, Frey thought that a bird without wings was doomed to die, as nature had ordained. The dying young man continued to reproach himself for the fact that it was he who was to blame for the lack of his own wings. The guy felt guilty that he would never be able to become stronger and bring his family back. Frey felt a weakness in his body. Could he really die and rid the world of the loser? The dying boy saw the faces of the West Road Academy students who had mocked him. They called him a stupid bastard who was not only a disgrace to his family, but also to the prestigious academy. The young man remembered the words of the thug who asked him why such scum even lived. The street bully then said that if he were in that brat's place, he would have kicked the bucket long ago. People always couldn't understand how such a person could have been born into such a prosperous family. The apostle of justice saw a child tumble out of the warm light in front of him. The strongest 9-star human master felt his shackles begin to weaken. The man asked himself what was happening now, why the demigod's magic had stopped binding him. Lucas felt like the moment this child entered his consciousness, a warm sun shone upon him. The strongest master of humanity could not understand who this guy was who freed him from the shackles. The man said that if he could be reborn, then he would push off the ground and fly at any cost. Lucas Truman added that he would climb so high that when he looked down, he would see the whole world. The man trapped in darkness declared that these were the largest wings he could give the boy. After some time, Frey's eyes opened. The young man's suicide attempt had failed. The man froze in shock, seeing young palms instead of his usual rough hands. Lucas couldn't believe what was happening. Could he really have been reborn in the body of a tortured guy? The strongest master of humanity thought that he had finally returned from the space of darkness and emptiness. The reincarnated man realized that 4,000 years had passed since his defeat in the battle with the demigod. The apostle of justice thought that Frey Blake was the weakest man in the entire world. The young man decided that now he, Lucas Truman, was the most powerful magician on the entire planet. The strongest master of humanity added that from now on he will become Frey, and the boy will be inside him. The reincarnated man thought that this young man had given him freedom, and in return, he would give him wings. The apostle of justice declared that he would give Frey what he had longed to receive his entire life. The strongest master of humanity of the past decided that now was the time to say what he dreamed of. The young man pointed his finger at the sky and addressed the demigod who called himself the god of this world. Lucas Truman declared that the supreme being did not have long to live, and that he would crush him in an instant. Having returned from captivity, he added that very soon he would pay a visit to the demigod who had defeated him. That night, Lucas Truman went into the backyard to test the limits of his young body. The apostle of justice realized that with Frey's current body, he would not be able to fully control the power. The man decided that he needed to replenish his energy and lay the foundation for mastering mana. Lucas Truman knew he had to regain his strength to fight the demigod. The strongest master of humanity realized that he must not only regain his strength, but also become even more powerful. The young man already understood that practically limitless possibilities were open to him. Lucas Truman decided that this young body could surpass his old one thanks to the knowledge of the past. The man decided that he shouldn't be greedy, since he got this chance after so much time. The strongest master of humanity thought that he should cast aside his recklessness and tame his anger. The reborn apostle of justice decided that he must now do everything possible. Having completed his mana training only in the morning, the man thought that he had reached the level of 5 stars. Lucas Truman decided that this was only a small part of his power, but a very big step for this body. The strongest master of humanity felt that he had reached a limit that he would have to surpass. The apostle of justice realized that toxins that had been accumulating in Freya for years were coming out of his body. The man decided that he had to get rid of the remaining infection immediately so that it wouldn't get in the way. Meanwhile, students were already approaching West Road Academy. The school day was about to begin. Jack the Bruiser greeted David and asked the gang leader why he had arrived so early. The leader of the Rising Bandits replied that he was looking forward to today's sparring matches. The big guy asked David to go easy on him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a great punching bag anymore. Jack added that he saw Frey in the infirmary the other day. The guy grabbed a bottle of some pills and ran away. The young gangsters made a bet with canteen coupons that the loser had decided to commit suicide. Meanwhile, the reborn man finished cleansing his new body of all toxins. The apostle of justice cursed. He hadn't expected that so much dirt had accumulated in Frey's body. The man was surprised that so many toxins came out of his new teenage body. The strongest master of humanity of the past realized that this guy had lived a truly fulfilling life. The reborn apostle of justice thought that he had suffered even more in his time. Sometime later, the following events took place in the cafeteria of West Road Academy. The students couldn't believe their eyes as some guy gobbled down one serving after another. The students whispered among themselves, not understanding what was wrong with Frey. whether he hadn't eaten for a whole week. Meanwhile, Lucas Truman was amazed at the taste of the simplest lunch dishes in the West Road cafeteria. The young man thought that after 4,000 years of imprisonment, any food would taste simply wonderful. The reborn asked himself why, at his advanced age, he had to deal with these runts. The Apostle of Justice thought that there was nothing that could be done about it, since Frey was still very young. The most powerful master of humanity decided to figure out how this modern world works. Lucas Truman saw the image of the demigod before his eyes and froze, involuntarily acknowledging his haste. The guy thought that he shouldn't rush. The higher being wouldn't go anywhere without him. The Apostle of Justice entered the classroom where his group of students were teaching. Classmates immediately noticed the useless third son from the rather famous Blake family. David immediately shouted that, of course, this blockhead could not commit suicide. The thug's huge henchman swore. He had lost a bet on coupons, betting on Frey's death. David noticed that he had already told Jack that he should have been more savvy in such matters. Lucas Truman saw the bully's leader try to trip him up and stopped. David greeted his friend, who was not afraid to come to West Road Academy today. The Apostle of Justice thought that the guy couldn't have such a bad friend. The most powerful magician sensed the nasty nature of the student who blocked his path a mile away. The huge thug demanded that Frey give him the food stamps he had lost because of him. Lucas Truman saw the boy's raised hand and thought he was trying to hit him on the head. Jack said that the young man would have to pay for his loss, since it was because of him that he lost 10 coupons. The Apostle of Justice thought that such freaks could be encountered in any era, and was surprised at his own trembling. Lucas Truman couldn't believe he was shaking because of such a fool. It must be something else. Jack shouted that he had just ordered Frey to give him all the food stamps in the academy cafeteria. The huge thug decided that he would have to teach this slow-witted idiot a lesson after all. Jack launched a punch, but the third son of the successful Blake family was behind him in an instant. David couldn't believe his eyes. Was the stupid Frey really not afraid to confront the huge guy? His classmates were surprised that the clueless young man had so deftly dodged Jack's attack. One of the girls realized that the guy had finally decided to show himself and fight back against the bullies. The huge thug turned around to look into the eyes of the young man, who easily avoided his blow. Lucas Truman realized that these were the very same bastards who forced Frey to commit suicide. Jack cursed. Was he really that relaxed that he couldn't hit such a piece of shit? The big guy decided to take revenge. But this time, he would hit with full force so as not to make a mistake twice. David's huge henchman brought his palm down on the young man standing meekly before him. The Apostle of Justice thought that since he was facing the offender of the weak Frey, he could teach him a lesson. The strongest master of humanity, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, dealt Jack a good blow. All the students witnessed their enormous classmate rush across the entire auditorium. The big guy didn't even understand what exactly had just happened, why he had flown into the opposite wall. The unconscious body of David's huge henchman slowly slid down the wall. The students in the audience saw that the feeble Frey knocked out Jack without even throwing a punch. His classmates couldn't understand how this huge man could fly so easily through the entire auditorium. Some people asked how the third son of the Blake family did it. He knocked out Jack without a hit. The Apostle of Justice realized that this was a very awkward situation because he had just hit a child. The Reborn decided to think of it as a special favor from humanity's most powerful mage. The strongest master of humanity decided to slowly leave so as not to stand near Jack's comrades. David was speechless. His most powerful henchman was taken out of the game with one blow. The leader of the rising bandits decided that this loser could not have done something like that. The red-haired girl couldn't take her eyes off the third son of the Blake family. The professor who entered the classroom asked why it was so noisy and what could have happened. The students saw Professor Dio and immediately reported to him that Jack had suddenly fallen. The big guy's comrades couldn't understand how this could have happened, but he didn't move at all. The professor who was teaching magic to Frey's group was surprised when he looked at Jack. The man immediately realized that a very unusual magical technique had been used on this guy. Dio clearly saw the magical traces left behind by someone's incredible mana. The man thought that none of the professors had the opportunity to use such a skill. The magic teacher decided that he would have to ask someone to replace him and stay with Jack. Kevin said that he would now lead this group. Jack was fine. There was no threat to his life. The substitute professor immediately turned his gaze to the attractive students in the front row. The new magic teacher examined each of the girls in the group he would be teaching today. Kevin thought the air in this classroom was really pleasant. And it was all because of the beautiful female cadets. The man thought Isabella was charming and decided that he needed to have some private lessons with her. The new teacher was lost in his thoughts and didn't even notice that the class had already started. Kevin noticed that the real shame of the famous Blake family was not afraid to come to today's classes. The man wondered if this guy really had any idea what kind of world he was living in. One of the girls whispered to her friend that she hated Professor Kevin. He was such a pig. The temporary teacher of the group approached the weakest student and asked what had happened. The professor noticed that even Cadet Frey came to today's classes. Something died in the forest. The man decided that he would have assessed the guy as a complete bookworm if he hadn't known who he was. Lucas Truman sighed when he realized that Kevin hadn't prepared a serious conversation for him. The reincarnated man apologized to the professor, as he was very busy at that moment. The students decided that the guy didn't show up for class only because this fat brute was annoying. Professor Kevin asked if Frey was saying he had more important things to do than teach magic. The Apostle of Justice agreed and noted that, after all, he was at the peak of his youth. The man couldn't believe that this worthless guy decided to answer him like that. Professor Kevin laughed and agreed with the young man, because he really was at the peak of his youth. However, the man noted that he did not consider his magic lesson to be completely useless. The boy's classmates realized that he had dug a hole for himself when he angered the temporary professor. The teachers said that since the young man had advanced in his academic knowledge, he would answer a couple of questions. The man noted that if it happens that the guy does not answer at least one question, he admits his provocative behavior. Professor Dio's assistant said he would like to hear from the student a little about the Age of Light. The teacher asked the incompetent Frey to list the 3 main weapons of the evil warrior king Frevicius. The young man asked Kevin to repeat the question, asking if he had really called Frevicius the evil warrior king. The Apostle of Justice could not believe his ears. Could it be that his old acquaintance had entered history? The strongest master of humanity remembered what happened more than 4,000 years ago. Frevicius trained tirelessly to achieve incredible heights in the magical arts. Lucas Truman remembered the devastating power of his comrades' techniques, which did not require weapons. The Apostle of Justice knew that Frevicius was an incredible magician, capable of crushing mountains. The reincarnated man understood why his comrade was nicknamed the Evil Warrior King. Surely ordinary people, unable to get close to it, were afraid of its crushing power. Then Lucas Truman asked Frevicius to calm down. Otherwise, nothing would remain of the mountains and forests. The man added that his friend does not want to leave the local animals to starve by destroying their homes. Frevicius then greeted his acquaintance and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. After some time, the old friends came to the home of the future evil warrior king. The Apostle of Justice then asked if Frevicius would continue training and not devote time to his friend. The warrior mage said that Lucas Truman could have some tea. Why was he just sitting on the steps? The master of humanity said that this ignorant bastard knows nothing but training. Then Lucas Truman added that because of this, his friend could not get married and find happiness. Frevicius declared that a woman's heart was as incomprehensible as Lucas Truman's, and he was outraged. The man added that love for women has a sinister purpose of destroying someone's self-control. Frevicius declared that passion makes even an indomitable man unable to stand firmly on his feet. Lucas Truman's comrade added that warriors should be as still as a rock in front of women. The man asked the Archmage of humanity if this wasn't the case with magicians. He had always thought otherwise. Frevicius said that if he were a girl, he would date a stone if it turned out to be beautiful enough. Vice Professor of Magic Dio didn't understand why Cadet Frey suddenly burst out laughing. The Apostle of Justice thought that an idiot who could only train had become a celebrity. Professor Kevin asked if student Frey couldn't answer this simple question. The untalented young man's classmates realized that the teacher was asking about things that weren't in the textbooks. Isabella decided that this pervert was simply using the guy to show off his knowledge. The girl stood up and asked Professor Kevin for forgiveness. She stated that it was wrong. Isabella added that such a question had nothing to do with their magic lesson. Her classmates couldn't understand why the girl suddenly decided to help the talentless Frey. Lucas Truman thought Isabella was pretty to look at, but she spoke in such a military tone. Professor Kevin snorted, wondering if Cadet Isabel really wanted to answer that question for Frey. The girl replied that Frevicius was a warrior who only used mana to aid in training. Isabella was completely certain that the evil warrior king could not be considered a full-fledged mage. Professor Dio's deputy admitted that the girl was right, Fervicius did not consider himself a magician. The man asked the student if she really wanted to insult those who follow the path of the magical warrior. Isabella replied that she believed that this was not the point of the conversation. The students realized with indignation that this piece of shit wanted to reprimand the girl. The strongest master of humanity asked if Professor Kevin considered this an insult. The reborn man knew that the real Fervicius would have killed anyone who called him a magician. The teacher with perverted tendencies realized that this was a good opportunity to advance. The man said that it would be a rather funny and interesting discussion that was worth continuing. Professor Kevin suggested that we continue discussing this issue in his office, alone. The girl slapped away the hand of a man who had gone too far and asked him why he was behaving like that. Professor Dio's temporary assistant said that Isabella seemed obedient to him at first. The man added that this girl had absolutely no manners to talk about this. Professor Kevin said he would forgive Isabel if she answered the question she had recently asked Frey. The young man answered the teacher that these were the king's gloves, the giant's belt, and the storm's necklace. The temporary deputy professor of magic, Dio, was surprised when he heard the correct answer from the incompetent. Lucas Truman stated that Fervicius used nothing but these 3 items. The young man said the thug didn't listen to him when he suggested his friend wear more fashionable clothes. The apostle of justice noticed the teacher's silence, so he asked if he had made a mistake. Professor Dio's temporary assistant responded with dissatisfaction that the young man had given him the correct answer. The reincarnated man shouted that of course he couldn't have answered that question wrong. Some students noticed that the academy's biggest idiot was acting very strangely today. However, the man noticed that Cadet Isabel had no idea how to behave in a classroom. Professor Kevin stated that the girl should immediately come to his office for a serious conversation. Blake, who stood up for her son, was scared. She knew perfectly well what kind of conversations these would be. The reborn apostle of justice decided that it was now his turn to rescue the cornered woman. Humanity's strongest master asked if Kevin knew that Fervicius liked to say something. The young man added that love for women has a sinister design that destroys a person's self-control. The reincarnated one said that a true warrior must be as still as a rock next to a woman. Lucas quoted a friend. Temptation prevents even the most indomitable person from standing firmly on his feet. The apostle of justice declared that one who fails in these aspects is no better than an animal. The professor asked what the brat was talking about, and he replied that he was quoting the reasoning of Fervicius. The youth noted that perhaps the evil warrior king was a little mistaken in these aspects. The most powerful magician added that Professor Kevin was standing on his feet just fine at that moment. The temporary substitute magic teacher in Frey's group realized what the feeble student was getting at. The boy's classmates realized that he had driven Professor Kevin crazy when he screamed his name at the top of his lungs. The man said that this ignoramus should not be arrogant, since he was able to answer one insignificant question. Isabella realized that Professor Kevin would now begin to torment Frey with the most vile questions. Dio's temporary deputy suggested seeing how far the boy's restless personality would take him. The teacher reminded that if the young man makes a mistake even once, he will admit his defiant behavior. The apostle of justice decided that if the questions were like the first, he would have no difficulty answering each one. By the end of the class, every student in the room was smiling as they watched Kevin's failure. However, his classmates could not understand how the useless Frey could know the answers to such questions. Even the leader of the aspiring bandits sat with his mouth open, as the young man managed to wipe the teacher's nose. Isabella realized that she had been trying in vain to protect the 3rd son of the Blake family. He turned out to be smart. The reincarnated man asked if this was the wrong answer. Why did the teacher fall silent again? Kevin thought that this was simply impossible. Even the professors of this academy did not know the history of the Age of Light. The man didn't understand how the worst student found out about all this, and he sang that it was time for lunch. The young man asked if the temporary magic teacher had any questions for him. The guy who answered all of Kevin's questions said that solving the problems was fun, but it was time for lunch. The professor thought that such a young boy shouldn't know history from 40 centuries ago. The apostle of justice smiled because he was answering the questions of his time. The man tried to think of a final question, but nothing came into his packed head. Deputy Dio realized that he would have to swallow his pride and acknowledge the brat's knowledge. Professor Kevin exhaled and said that was quite enough, and Lucas Truman rushed out of the classroom. The temporary substitute magic teacher realized that he had just been unwound by the worst student. Isabella decided that she had to befriend the 3rd son of the famous Blake family. The girl was only able to catch up with the young man on the street. He was eager to get to the academy cafeteria as quickly as possible. Isabella politely asked if Frey Blake was going to the dining room, but he remained silent but looked back. Lucas Truman noticed a girl from his group and realized that she clearly had a reason for catching up with him. Isabella wondered how she would begin a conversation with a guy who everyone considered dim-witted. However, humanity's strongest master turned away and continued on his way to the cafeteria of West Road Academy. The girl decided that she could not just let go of the young man who knew history perfectly well. The Apostle of Justice realized that the girl was going to pursue him until he responded. Lucas shouted at her to ask why she was following him, and Isabella replied that she was simply going the same way to the dining room. The guy asked why she spoke in an army manner, and the girl replied that it was a family custom. After some time, Lucas Truman and Isabella reached the cafeteria building. The Apostle of Justice's classmate was surprised that he had set a whole table for himself. The girl said that there was a lot of food here. Could he really cope with all this alone? The young man remarked that if she had starved for 4,000 years, he would have seen how much she would have eaten. Isabella asked the guy what he was talking about, and he replied that he didn't know anything and was just hungry. The guy's classmate asked to understand her correctly. All the other seats in the cafeteria were taken. The girl asked the guy how he knew the history of the Age of Light, and he asked again what the Age of Light was. Isabella said that the Age of Light began 40 centuries ago and was named after 4 of the greatest men. The Apostle of Justice decided that he should not interrupt the girl. He would have to listen to all of this. The reincarnated man noticed that over the past 4,000 years, magical development had only degraded. The man thought that there were definitely demigods involved in this, wanting to keep people weak. The girl noticed that the young man continued to listen to her. Did he really not know anything? Isabella continued her story. Frevicius was a warrior mage. Carl Goldman was a sage. The girl added that Iris Fisman was a black witch, and the 4th was the most powerful magician in humanity. Isabella stated that Lucas Truman was and remains the idol of all girls on the planet. The Apostle of Justice's classmate added that he was truly a great man. Isabella said that if he were still alive, any girl would dream of marrying him. The girl who followed the reincarnated man asked why he started laughing so loudly. The man said that Isabella was not yet ready to marry Lucas. A classmate said that Frey Blake is a real rude guy who will never find a girlfriend. The academy students couldn't believe that Isabella was dining at the same table with the worst guy. One of the guys said that he personally saw Isabel following Frey, but his friend didn't believe it. The young man asked if this was the same smug girl who had recently competed for first place at the academy. The guy noticed that even David was repeatedly rejected by Isabel. Why she chose Frey? The leader of the Rising Bandits overheard a conversation between students discussing him and Isabella. The boys tried to justify themselves by saying that this was not what they meant at all and tried to leave. David saw that the scum was happily chatting with the most beautiful girl in their academy. The leader of a group of young bandits declared that today this piece of shit will get what he deserves. Isabella said that Professor Kevin's last question was related to the great sage's research. The girl realized that Frey Blake was not listening to her at all, but she still decided to continue the dialogue. Isabel said Dio's temporary deputy asked him about the direction of Carl Goldman's research. The girl said that Frey answered the professor like this: assimilation, evolution, and conflictology. The first beauty of the academy said that until that day she only knew the first 2 directions. The girl asked to tell her about the sage's latest research and what it was. Reincarnated into Frey Blake's body, he asked what the current level of development of the mage Isabel was. West Road Academy's #1 beauty has revealed she has reached 3-star status. The young man noted that this was a very good level for her age, which meant that she was quite smart. The girl noticed that the guy spoke like a man who had lived a long life. The Apostle of Justice confirmed that he had lived a long and, he corrected himself, a vilely long life. Isabella asked if they weren't the same age and if he was talking about something else. The strongest master of humanity replied that perhaps this was so, and perhaps not at all. The girl was surprised that the young man had already managed to force so many portions into himself, and he nodded calmly. The guy noticed that his classmate was eating too slowly, and she asked him to wait. Isabella said Frey never answered her question about what the essence of studying conflictology was. The Apostle of Justice replied that the girl should read books. He is only strong in practice. The strongest master of humanity added that he may be too biased. The girl asked, the third son of the Blake family, misspoke. He is talking about experience, not theory. However, Lucas Truman left Isabella to simply watch his slowly retreating back. After some time, the next lesson began. The teacher announced that today was practice day. The professor added that the classes would be conducted within the framework of a battle using first-level magic. David couldn't wait to fight Frey Blake so he could unleash all his pent-up anger on him. The leader of the growing bandits and thugs wondered why Isabella was hanging out with this bastard. The professor reminded that responsibility for injuries would fall on the wounded person, so they would have to fight seriously. Lucas Truman noticed that there was something about this teacher, and the girl asked again what exactly it was. The reincarnated man declared that Jane Good was beautiful, and Isabella could not believe her ears. A classmate asked if Frey really allowed herself to say such a thing about a teacher who was over 40. The strongest master of humanity declared that he was completely serious. People like her were his type. Lucas added that Isabella should also learn a little from her, because she is the perfect feminine beauty. The Academy's #1 beauty said the guy simply had a fetish for older women. Jane Good announced the first battle and asked David and Frey Blake to enter the arena. The strongest master of humanity went out to fight the leader of the bandits only at the request of the professor. But David had been waiting for this moment for a long time, because during this lesson, he could officially beat up his classmate. Zadira asked how his friend was feeling and admitted that he had not expected to last until their battle. David said that he waited so much yesterday that he couldn't even sleep, and Lucas Truman calmly walked into position. The leader of the thugs realized that this scum didn't even want to hold a conversation with his only friend. David realized that Frey Blake was heading towards the teacher, wondering if he would ask to cancel the fight. Students saw their classmates start flirting with their practice professor. Lucas Truman said that he had been asleep for a long time, and now he knew the reason for his awakening. The Apostle of Justice added that all this was for the sake of meeting with the professor of practice. The reincarnated man said that despite his appearance, he was still very young at heart. Lucas Truman suggested to the teacher that they go to a restaurant tonight and eat something tasty. The woman said that the guy had better return to his place. She was only warning him once. The Apostle of Justice offered to make a deal. If he won this fight, the woman would treat him to dinner. The guy's classmates shouted that he was talking nonsense and that he would never beat David. The students added that Frey Blake, with his half-star rank, would not beat 3-star David. The practical professor said she would be willing to treat the boy if he won. Humanity's strongest master took Jane Good at her word and went to his place in the arena. The professor thought that in her memory, not a single student had ever tried to flirt with a teacher. Jane Good thought about what she was doing. She couldn't do this. She needed to come to her senses. The professor decided that her heart should not flutter over such a young guy. The leader of the novice bandits asked if Frey had really gone crazy yesterday and was acting strange today. David added that he couldn't even imagine that his friend liked older women. The young man thought that such a technique should be enough to knock the stupid guy off his stride. The leader of the thugs asked if Frey Blake had asked the professor to cancel their fight. The Apostle of Justice asked in response why he would refuse to go to a restaurant with Jane Good. David noticed that his friend had slept well yesterday, but it was a pity that he still didn't understand what he had gotten himself into. The young bandit declared that he would first rip out the stupid boy's vocal cords. Gopnik added that he would then slowly crush Frey's limbs, which would be a lot of fun. David noticed that the boy would scream, but no one would help him. Today, the Blake son would lose everything. The strongest master of humanity thought that this guy was going too far with such threats. The Apostle of Justice said that with the permitted magic of the first star, he could not cause such damage. The young man declared that now even the most stupid student would be convinced of his unrivaled abilities. The professor of practical magic classes announced the start of the battle between the students. Classmates jumped up from their seats and began shouting speeches in support of the Academy's main bully. The leader of the rising bandits activated the Stone Rage technique to crush Frey. All the students in the arena saw how the young man created a huge spear out of stone. His classmates screamed in fear, wondering if he was really using Stone Fury on Freya. Everyone knew that this technique had devastating power. No student could survive it. The most beautiful girl of West Road Academy realized that Frey Blake was about to die at the hands of David. Isabella stated that the professor should intervene in the battle. The thug was clearly violating the rules of the fight. Jane Good calmly replied that David had not broken a single established rule. The girl was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean it doesn't violate?" Isn't this just entry-level magic? The young bandit stated that this technique was a secret and was passed down through generations in their family. The young man added that, despite the power of this technique, it is accessible even to one-star mages. Lucas Truman stated that the secret technique is a symbol of the family, and the boy uses it for bullying. David, anticipating incredible joy, asked if Frey was jealous or if he was simply scared. The reincarnated man noted that he was not particularly afraid of the power of this technique, and there was no envy in him. The strongest human master from the Age of Light activated the simplest spell, Magic Missile. His classmates froze in surprise, wondering if the third son of the Blake family had really learned to use magic. Everyone who watched the battle between David and Frey was dumbfounded. They had never seen such magic. The strongest master of humanity noticed that the light of this magic missile was quite bright. The leader of the young bandits burst out laughing and asked if the boy had really learned a spell for preschoolers. David added that this scum would never be able to stop the Stone Fury with such backward magic. The Apostle of Justice thought that such fools as this young man were hard to find. Lucas Truman decided that such a secret technique would be sufficient for such magic. The strongest master of humanity launched a glowing ball straight through David's stone spear. The West Road Academy's top bully felt incredible pain from the magic missile's impact. Students watching the battle saw the growing bandit fly off to the side. No one could believe that such weak magic would have such a devastating effect. David flew back a good 10 meters and collapsed to the ground. He was completely unable to move due to pain. The bully's classmates did not immediately realize what had just happened before their eyes. However, everyone understood that this magic missile had incredible speed and power. The Academy's #1 beauty was surprised that Frey Blake had been pretending to be a weakling all this time. The professor of practical magic realized that the winner was already obvious. The reborn man looked at the wounded David, and he realized that his Stone Fury had lost. The West Road Academy's biggest bully realized he wasn't laughing or having fun anymore. David thought that his voice had completely disappeared. Was Frey Blake really going to deal with him today? Some students noticed that the learning arena became too quiet when the loser revealed himself. There were also those who were able to discern the movements of the reborn Apostle of Justice. One of the students remarked that he had read somewhere about a combat practice that involved using C-class magic. However, he had never heard of such a weak spell being stronger than a secret technique. Lucas Truman said the guy should be ashamed and not use secret techniques for something like that. The strongest master of humanity added that by such actions, David is tarnishing the family's reputation. The reborn Archmage asked, "So what did the bully say before? What comes after the vocal cords?" The Apostle of Justice said that it was time to crush all the young man's limbs, wasn't it? David tried to scream that he was wrong, but his voice was still only audible to himself. The West Road Academy's top bully realized that with a voice like that, he wouldn't even be able to admit defeat. Humanity's strongest master launched the next magic missile at the leg of the growing bandit. The boy who had been bragging about the family's secret technique screamed from the incredible pain in his limb. The young man understood perfectly well that Frey Blake, thirsting for revenge, would not stop on one leg. Lucas Truman asked what happened to David, since he himself had chosen this battle scenario. The Academy's leading beauty realized that the thirst for revenge had gone to the oppressed student's head. The girl decided that this was too much. She had to stop the unequal battle between her classmates. Isabella asked the practical studies professor to stop the fight between Frey Blake and David. Jane Good replied that the student should personally announce that he was giving up, and the girl objected. The Academy's first beauty stated that Frey's blow had left David unable to speak. The teachers snapped that the opponents should fight as if it were a real battle. The professor was certain that the path of a master of magic could not be traversed by relying on such indulgences. Isabella realized that she would have to watch this brutal battle until the very end. The girl couldn't believe that the worst student in the Academy was dizzy with his newfound power. Lucas noticed that David was pleased when he was bullied, but he didn't seem to like being a victim. The strongest master of humanity declared that the world is getting worse because of people like this thug. The Apostle of Justice added that David should not engage in magic, as it would be better for everyone. The Academy's biggest bully realized that the third son of the famous Blake family was planning to kill him. However, the young man said that he was joking. Did he really think that he would crush all his limbs? Lucas Truman added that he was kind, and David was so pathetic that he decided that legs would be enough. West Road Academy's top bully realized he was out of trouble. Frey hadn't gone completely crazy. However, the Apostle of Justice stopped and added that it was too early for the young man to relax. The strongest master of humanity said that David has 2 legs, so he will have to be patient. The reincarnated man activated the first star's simplest spell, Magic Missile. The leader of the growing bandits looked at the shining sphere with genuine horror. One of those present said that this first-year guy was quite good. The silent companion of the one who had marked the special student decided that he had seen enough. The senior students walked leisurely towards the academy so as not to be late for the next lecture. By the end of that school day, the entire West Road Academy was buzzing with rumors that the runt had defeated David. Many students were sure that the loser would no longer become a magician since Frey had defeated him. The students at West Road Academy were delighted that the nasty David got what he deserved. Many doubted that the third son of the famous Blake family had won fairly. Rumors began to spread around the West Road Academy building that the clueless boy had made a deal with the devil. A senior who had been watching David and Lucas Truman fight met him in the hallway. The boy greeted Frey Blake, but the Apostle of Justice did not recognize the one who addressed him. The senior introduced himself as Duman Milost, a 4th-year student. The strongest master of humanity said that this huge student is, it turns out, a senior. The boy, who saw the victory of the Apostle of Justice, invited the young man to join the Truman Brotherhood. The reincarnated man asked what kind of group the Truman Brotherhood was. The senior student assumed that since the guy was studying at their academy, he must have heard of them. Duman Milost explained that this was an elite union of students representing West Road Academy. Starshik added that not everyone gets the chance to become one of them, as only a select few can join. The guy said that this rune ring confirms membership in their brotherhood. Isn't that cool? Duman Milost stated that the ring's decoration was made by master craftsman Proteus from real gold. The senior student said that with this ring, the guy would know no grief after graduating from the academy. The Brotherhood's persistent recruiter, Truman, added that this was not all, for they had a great leader. Lucas Truman said that he refused to join them, and the elder was indignant at this answer. The man who approached the conversation asked Duman to stop. It seemed that Frey was difficult to attract with this. The senior student greeted Mr. Pierre June, and the Apostle of Justice looked back at the new arrival. Brotherhood recruiter Truman didn't expect to see the leader. Did he really come to talk to Frey? The reborn Lucas Truman thought that this one too would now begin to praise his membership in the Brotherhood. However, the leader of the Association of the Strongest Students of West Road Academy was in no hurry to recruit the first-year student. The young man noticed that they were seeing Frey for the first time and introduced himself as the head of the Brotherhood, Pierre June. Brotherhood leader Truman apologized for his man, but noted that he also supported Frey's accession. Pierre June tried to force out the most friendly smile possible in order to soften his interlocutor. The strongest master of humanity thought about what he could gain from membership in this brotherhood. The Apostle of Justice saw incredible potential in the leader of their academy's representatives. The reborn Archmage noted that this guy was still very young, but already had a good level. Lucas Truman said he did not want to join the unions and asked what he would become if he did. The Apostle of Justice said that he would not take anything from the Truman Brotherhood and suggested that they live in peace. Duman Milost shouted, "How dare he? What an insolent man! How could he refuse such an offer?" Pierre June reassured his subordinate with just one glance, making it clear that they would cross paths with Frey again. Duman Milost apologized for letting his feelings get out of control. The head of the fraternity recognized the freshman's skill and was not going to let him go so easily. That evening, Lucas Truman went to a restaurant for dinner with a professor of magical practice. Jane Good, as promised, set the table for the freshman who defeated David. The woman said that since she promised, she would treat Frey Blake to dinner. But why was Isabella here? The young man said that he himself did not know why this girl continued to follow him around. The Academy's #1 beauty said they could ignore her. She wasn't there to eat. The Apostle of Justice shouted that this girl should understand the situation she was in. Isabella said she couldn't find any information related to that battle anywhere. The girl said that she had no choice but to follow Frey until he told her. Jane Good asked what battle she was talking about, and if she was talking about Frevicius's training method. Isabel wondered if the practical classes professor knew about this man too. The woman replied that she had heard a little about it at a conference of magicians, but nothing more. Jane Good added that she tried to find this information in the manuscripts, but found nothing. The Academy professor said that if this was not just bragging, She would like to hear it too. The Apostle of Justice decided that this was a good moment to show off his eloquence. The reborn man offered to tell Jane Good something better than the story of Frevicius. Lucas Truman asked the professor if it would be okay to talk about it in her room after dinner. Jane wondered why her heart was beating faster for a student who was more than 20 years younger. The professor of magical practice noticed that her head and heart worked separately. Isabella interrupted the passionate moment by slamming the table. She couldn't stand Frey's antics any longer. The girls shouted how a guy could do such obscene things to an academy teacher. After dinner, the young man found himself on the street. He didn't want to go home at all. Reincarnated in the body of a boy who was kicked out of his own family, he thought about the changes in the world. Lucas thought that the demigod should have erased all traces of the great mages of the past, but he did not do so. The reborn one understood that information about the same Frevicius had reached this time unchanged. The Apostle of Justice thought that perhaps even now there were those who were fighting in the name of the Age of Light. Isabella decided that now Frey Blake would definitely tell her about the training of a magical warrior. However, the girl froze when she saw the thoughtful face of her clueless classmate. The most beautiful girl at West Road Academy thought the young man was incredibly attractive. The strongest master of humanity noticed the girl and said that he wanted to ask her something. Lucas Truman asked who the strongest person in the academy was, and Isabel replied that he spoke like a kindergartner. The reincarnated man added that it was completely unimportant and repeated his question. The academy's most beautiful woman noticed that the young man had still not answered her question. So why should she answer it? The Apostle of Justice promised that he would tell her about Frevicius's training if she answered him. The strongest master of humanity was surprised that the girl literally glowed with happiness. The girl stated that among the students it was Pierre June, and among the professors it was Dio and her aunt. Jane Good saw the guy's questioning look and clarified that Isabella's aunt was the director. Lucas Truman didn't expect to see the professor of practical magic so soon. The woman added that Ceriz Trisnane is a 6-star mage nicknamed Eternal Ice. The strongest master of humanity pretended to be surprised by the high level of the academy director. Jane Good said there were rumors that mages could reach 9 stars. But this was rare. The professor said that the last 9-star mage lived more than 3,000 years ago. The woman added that there are many speculations about whether this is true or not. The professor knew from practice that 8 stars is considered an insurmountable ceiling for a modern magician. The Apostle of Justice asked, "But the magic that protects the academy was created by the director." Jane Good replied that she couldn't know that, but that was most likely the case. The director was protecting the academy. Lucas Truman thought that this magic didn't look like 6-star magic. Something was fishy here. The strongest master of humanity remembered that the strongest disciple invited him to the Truman Brotherhood. The reborn decided that he should meet with Ceriz Trisnane. She must know something. The Apostle of Justice turned to Isabel, who was still standing nearby, waiting for Frey's answer. The strongest master of humanity thought that he still didn't know how things were with the demigod. Lucas Truman decided that he should not involve an ignorant man in this matter. The one reincarnated into the body of a boy stated that he must quickly reach the level of 7 stars. The professor of practical training chuckled and said that Frey would need at least 20 years to do this. The Apostle of Justice replied that if he tried hard enough, he would finish during the holidays. Jane Good said that a guy's wishes can someday come true, and there's no harm in dreaming. The strongest master of humanity turned around to look at the teacher who did not believe in him. The professor of practical magic noticed that the young man was heading towards her. Lucas Truman asked if Jane Good really thought he only had big dreams, and that there was something else too. The Academy's #1 beauty reminded the third son of the famous Blake family to behave with dignity. The girl said that the guy should be more careful, because she might tell everything to her aunt. The strongest master of humanity snorted that this was precisely why he didn't like such little brats. Isabella shouted that they were actually about the same age, and that she was not a little girl to him. Jane Good supported Frey Blake, noting that she completely agreed with him, and the girl became angry. The director of the academy's niece asked the professor what she meant, but she only moved away. The reborn decided that he should not rush. He needed to take on what he could do right now. Lucas Truman thought this was the surest way to quickly achieve his ambitious goal. 2 weeks later, the leader of the rising gang returned to West Road Academy on crutches. The academy's biggest bully screamed at how that vile bastard Frey even dared to raise a hand against him. David couldn't calm down. He continued to shout throughout the academy that he would finish off this idiot. Gopnik burst into his group's auditorium to put an end to their battle with Frey Blake. The leader of the rising bandits shouted that this scum would not get away with such a crime. The young man added that he would make Frey regret having ever been born into this world. The West Road Academy bully yelled that he would call his guys to beat up this jerk. The Apostle of Justice activated the magic missile spell and knocked the screaming youth off his feet. The students in the audience saw how an incredibly fast spell hit David. His classmates didn't dare help the guy who had gotten himself into trouble. Lucas Truman managed to break the bridge of the gang leader's nose with his low-level magic. After this, the West Road Academy's top bully had to return home to have his nose fixed. After some time, Kevin announced that he would be replacing Professor Dio while he was busy with David. The Apostle of Justice thought that it was absolutely impossible to find a strong man in this place. The strongest master of humanity admitted to himself that expecting anything from these boys was a mistake. Lucas Truman thought it was a big problem. To get used to mana, he needed to fight more. The Apostle of Justice decided that only untalented people study at this elite academy. How could this be possible? The strongest master of humanity looked back when he heard someone call out to him and ask him to come out. The senior student noticed that rumors were already circulating about the incredible strength of David's offender. The guy brought the weakest student to the basements of the academy to settle a couple of issues with him. The huge student asked if the freshman didn't know who he was. Didn't know Alex Dreammead. The senior student stated that he was a highly respected senior to this uneducated guy. Alex Dreammead added that people like this young man just drive him crazy. The huge student claimed that Frey had injured his little brother David, whom he was taking care of. The senior asked how this kid was going to answer for his brother's broken leg and nose. The Apostle of Justice asked the man who was attacking him whether he was trying to intimidate him. Alex Dreammead waved his hand and said, "How dare this kid speak to his older brother without respect?" Lucas Truman admitted to himself that these little brats thought too highly of themselves, despite being so weak. The senior asked if defeating David made the guy think he was all-powerful. Alex asked if he didn't know the man who finished 16th in the Galatade tournament. Starshack declared that for such disrespect, he would bury Frey from the rather famous Blake family. Lucas Truman asked if this guy had brought the poor freshman to the crowd and started bragging. The senior asked Frey not to be afraid and said that these guys were just watching them. Alex Dreammead added that he wouldn't need the crowd's help to deal with someone like him. The Apostle of Justice took the boy's statement as a threat and activated the magic missile. Due to the power of Lucas Truman's magic, the senior student was thrown into the crowd of students he had gathered. The strongest master of humanity scattered the students of the elite academy like mere bowling pins. The seniors were surprised by the strength of the freshman who had just knocked Alex out with a preschooler's spell. Teammates of the huge Alex Dreammead realized that this blow was enough to knock him out. The students shouted at Frey Blake. How could he hit a man while he was speaking? That was not allowed. The Apostle of Justice apologized and said that he found it funny that he was messing around with such little brats. The knocked out man's comrades raised their reinforcement bars and shouted that this bastard had lost his bearings. One of the seniors shouted that he was the eldest son of the Gillen family, Gilbert. Another of the elders from the crowd shouted that he was the second son of the Penelac family, Felix. The reincarnated strongest master of humanity shouted back that he was a simple magic missile. The Apostle of Justice fought off the students who were about to attack him to Alex Dreammead. The seniors, not realizing the freshman's true strength, shouted that they would teach him a lesson. Lucas activated a simple spell, Magic Missile, to disable Alex's comrades. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he thought that he would now be remembered as Magic Missile. The Apostle of Justice was once again convinced that these little brats are nothing special. The strongest master of humanity thought that at this rate he too would fall to their level. Sometime later, the following events took place in the auditorium of Lucas Truman's group. The reincarnated man continued to insist that everyone in this academy was a brat and a weakling. The director's niece asked what the guy had been doing all this time and whether he was depressed. The Apostle of Justice looked up and said with disappointment that it was only Isabella. The girl asked the young man if he knew that his only spell was the reason he was nicknamed the Death Rocket. The strongest master of humanity thought that this nickname sounded quite terrifying. Lucas Truman shouted that there was nothing he could do about it. He simply had no chance to use anything stronger. Isabella looked closely at the young man, who continued to lie on his part of the long academic table. Cirrus Trisnane's niece found herself unable to take her eyes off Frey Blake. Isabella thought that even this ignorant young man could be an incredibly sweet person. The Apostle of Justice asked the girl, who stood silently nearby, why she had come. A classmate of the third son of the famous Blake family said she did as he asked. The girl said that she had previously known about the ability of troll blood to seal something. The director's niece said that she mixed it with magic water and got incredible results. The reborn noted that half troll blood would have a better effect, as their energies were already mixed. Isabella once again noted that the result was simply incredible. How did the guy know all this? The girl wondered how to tell the third son of the Blake family that she wanted to know more. Cirrus Trisnane's niece asked what the boy was going to teach her this time. The Apostle of Justice wondered at what point the girl began to consider him a mentor. Lucas Truman thought she was quite capable, at least a cut above the rest. The reborn thought that if she was trained well, she could reach 8 stars. The Apostle of Justice stood up and thought about what he could come up with to distract the girl. Lucas Truman stated that this time he agreed to tell her about Frevicius's battle. The strongest master of humanity said that he would go to train during the holidays. The reborn added that she could go with him and see for herself what she wanted to know. Lucas Truman noted that it would be a very dangerous journey that could cost her life. The girl immediately agreed, without even listening to the warning from the Apostle of Justice. The director's niece asked to take her to a special training session. She wants to see this mystery with her own eyes. On the first day of vacation at West Road Academy, the Apostle of Justice met with the director's niece. The reincarnated man asked if she was really going on a hike and what kind of huge backpack she had. Isabella said that girls need a lot of things. And how could this young man know such subtleties? Cirrus's relative Trisnane said it didn't matter and asked where they were going. The strongest master of humanity replied that he was going to the Costa de Mon mountains, which frightened Isabel. The girl shouted that this was an incredibly dangerous place because they called it a paradise for monsters. The guy asked her if she knew the way, and she noticed that Frey Blake was always trying to catch her off guard. The director of the Academy's niece said that even if we teleported, it would take about a day. The Apostle of Justice asked if his classmate was scared, and she asked him not to underestimate her. The girl added that she never hoped that the journey with Frey would be calm and safe. The strongest master of humanity thought that the girl still had too low an opinion of him. Lucas asked what kind of teleporter it was, to which his classmate replied that it was something you could use to move around. The reincarnated man thought that 4,000 years ago there were no such technical means. The Archmage of the Age of Light thought that magic had only degraded during this time, while industry had advanced. The strongest master of humanity said that teleportation is a very useful thing. The girl noted that its disadvantage is the high cost of transportation. Lucas Truman wondered if it was a paid service and how much it would cost to get to Costa de Mon. The director of the Academy's niece did some calculations and said that they would need about 10 gold coins. The Apostle of Justice began to rummage through his duffel bag in an attempt to find his savings. The strongest master of humanity was saddened when he realized that he only had 1 coin at his disposal. The reborn thought Frey was suspiciously poor and realized that Isabel was also an aristocrat. Lucas Truman decided that the girl must definitely have money, and she asked if the guy was okay. The Apostle of Justice asked his little tail how much money she had taken with her on this journey. The girl replied that she had deliberately not taken the money, because a rich life makes people incredibly lazy. Frey Blake's classmate added that she should not have taken money to accompany the boy. Lucas Truman demanded that Isabel return home immediately for the money, but she refused. The strongest master of humanity shouted that the girl was talking such nonsense when she had such a huge backpack on her back. The director of the Academy's niece shouted that this was something completely different, because the girls needed all of this. The Apostle of Justice thought that they would get to the capital and then come up with something. Isabella brought Frey from the Blake family to the port. Getting to the capital by ship was the most profitable way. Cirrus Trisnane's niece knew for sure that the ship to the capital was leaving today. However, the students who were planning a trip to Mount Costa de Mana were surprised by the size of the vessel. The ship turned out to be so enormous that it would be difficult to describe it in simple words. Lucas Truman asked the girl if she was sure they wouldn't have to pay for a place on board this ship. Isabella replied that West Road Academy students did not have to pay to go up on deck. The Apostle of Justice suggested that the food on the ship would be very tasty, and the girl confirmed it. The strongest master of humanity admitted that the mere thought of meat makes his mouth water. When it was Frey and Isabel's turn, They were informed that there was no more room on the ship. The man added that the next ship would depart for the capital from this port in 4 days. The Apostle of Justice realized that they would spend most of their vacation waiting and traveling. The man offered the dying student another option: to climb aboard the Hofgarten. Lucas and Isabella were disappointed to find that the vessel they were offered looked remarkably plain. The man noted that the students were wrong to pay attention to the ship's appearance. It was quite good. The stranger added that Hofgarten would go through one more city, so they would reach the capital in 5 days. The man added that of course it would be a free swim, and Lucas Truman thanked him. Meanwhile, the following events took place on board one of the pirate ships. The scarred man reported to his captain that they were fully prepared to sail. The pirate leader agreed with his subordinate and stated that they would go on the job that night. The bandit with the eye patch laughed maliciously, anticipating a large profit from the upcoming job. The pirate boss growled that this idiot had put on that annoying eye patch again. Why did he gouge out his own eye? The man said that this bandage is a symbol of a pirate. He simply cannot do otherwise. An unknown person with a scar on his face noticed that there were no normal people left in the Bloody Robbers. The pirate leader pointed to the map and announced that their target for today was a ship heading to the capital. The man added that they would seize the ship as it passed the Jagged Reef Islands. The man who had gouged out his healthy eye grinned and remarked that they would really profit tonight. The boss noticed that his subordinates' memories were leaky and reminded them that this ship was called Hofgarten. Meanwhile, the Apostle of Justice and the director of the Academy's niece were already standing on board the ship. Captain Max Martins introduced himself and welcomed Frey and Isabella to his ship, the Hofgarten. The girl asked Max Martins to take care of them on this 5-day voyage. Isabel said that if it weren't for this ship, they would have lost too much time. The captain noted that his vessel was not in demand due to the route through the Jagged Reef Islands. Isabella asked if these were the islands where the pirates operated, and Max Martins asked not to worry. The captain knew that his ship was guarded by 2 warships, each of which carried a powerful mage. Max Martins added that these mages trained in the Battlemaster's magic tower and reached 4 stars. The captain declared that no pirate would be able to break through such protection. They were definitely safe. The director of the Academy's niece said that since they are under the protection of real masters, it is truly reliable. Max Martins stated that no pirate with a head on his shoulders would dare attack their ship. The captain of Hofgarten heard a noise coming from the bow of his inconspicuous vessel. Isabella wondered what could have happened up there to make the team panic. The sailors of the protected ship fled from the foredeck, screaming that they were being attacked by pirates. Max Martins looked overboard and saw a huge ship of robbers operating in the waters of Jagged Reef. The man instantly recognized the pirate ship and shouted that they were in big trouble. Max Martins couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that only wreckage remained of the warships. Lucas Truman realized that their opponents were head and shoulders above some 4-star mages. Captain Max's crew screamed in panic that the warships had been sunk in the blink of an eye. The sailors could not even imagine that ordinary pirates possessed such devastating force. A few minutes ago, the pirate leader burst out laughing when he saw Hofgarten. The pirate captain noted that the Hofgarten, filled with the children of the rich, was guarded by warships. The man who gouged out his healthy eye panicked, wondering what they should do. They were no match for them. The bandit leader noted that his subordinates did not need to panic, because their guest would handle everything. The man introduced his team to a special entity that he had invited to this task with great difficulty. The pirates were frightened by the ominous magical power that constantly emanated from their special guest. The pirates heard perfectly well that this monster was uttering some kind of spell in a language they did not understand. The captain ordered them to keep their eyes open, because before them was Lich Dallas himself, who would allow them to take a share. The one-eyed pirate couldn't get enough of the black magic he saw for the first time in his life. The man with the infuriating bandage began to imitate the great monster. Perhaps he too had some hidden power. The captain became angry and ordered him to stop this circus immediately, saying that he was behaving like a child. The man admitted that he had heard about the creature, that he was not afraid of death, but never expected to see the Lich in person. One-Eyed added that he wanted to call the captain a fool for defying the military. The leader of the pirates operating in the waters of the Jagged Reef Islands noticed that his subordinate was talking a lot. The man couldn't believe that the captain had signed a contract with Lich, realizing that it would open up new horizons. The pirate added that their leader was a true pioneer who started a new page in pirate history. Meanwhile, Lich Dallas completed the long preparations to activate the devastating magic. An incredibly dangerous monster activated ice spear magic to crush the warships. The men on the army ships had no idea that they would be attacked that night by the bloody robbers pirates. Mages trained in the Battlemaster's magic tower were able to spot the threat at the very last moment. The 4-star water mage decided that it would be difficult for her to resist ice magic. A powerful mage from the second warship realized that even with his fire element, these thorns could not be melted. The female mage from the first ship channeled her mana to erect a shield around Hofgarten. The man tried to release as much magical power as possible to resist the ice. 4-star war mages managed to erect defenses for Hofgarten and their ships. The fire mage did his best to melt the ice needles that rained down on them from the sky. However, the bandits saw that the devastating magic of Lich Dallas easily pierced the shield. The female mage from the first warship realized that this was a fatal defeat in their mission. Lich Dallas's spell proved too much for even 2 4-star mages to handle. The pirate captain laughed evilly as he saw the approaching collapse of Hofgarten. The leader of the Bloody Robbers gang shouted to his guys that it was time to take the rich loot. One-Eyed added that he wanted to call the captain a fool for defying the military. The leader of the pirates operating in the waters of the Jagged Reef Islands noticed that his subordinate was talking a lot. The man couldn't believe that the captain had signed a contract with Leech, realizing that it would open up new horizons. The pirate added that their leader was a true pioneer who started a new page in pirate history. Meanwhile, Lich Dallas completed the long preparations to activate the devastating magic. An incredibly dangerous monster activated ice spear magic to crush the warships. The men on the army ships had no idea that they would be attacked that night by the bloody Reavers pirates. Mages trained in the Battlemaster's magic tower were able to spot the threat at the very last moment. The 4-star water mage decided that it would be difficult for her to resist ice magic. A powerful mage from the second warship realized that even with his fire element, these thorns could not be melted. The mage girl from the first ship channeled her mana to erect a shield around Hofgarten. The man tried to release as much magical power as possible to resist the ice. The 4-star war mages managed to erect defenses for Hofgarten and their ships. The fire mage did his best to melt the ice needles that rained down on them from the sky. However, the bandits saw that the devastating magic of Lich Dallas easily pierced the shield. The female mage from the first warship realized that this was a fatal defeat in their mission. Lich Dallas's spell proved too much for even 2 4-star mages to handle. The pirate captain laughed evilly as he saw the approaching collapse of Hofgarten. The leader of the Bloody Robbers gang shouted to his guys that it was time to take the rich loot. The reincarnated man asked Isabella to calm down because they were just pirates. Lucas said he was worried about something completely different, and the girl decided that the guy was underestimating the threat. The strongest master of humanity added that he saw 3 ice spears, but one of them disappeared without a trace. Isabella asked if it was Frey Blake who had protected the ship, but the young man shook his head. The Apostle of Justice thought he could sense the enemy's mana, but he couldn't stop it. The Reborn One admitted to himself that everything was happening exactly as it had happened that time with the demigod. His mind went blank. Lucas Truman decided that he was no different from Frey of the famous Blake family. The strongest master of humanity ordered himself to calm down. This time, he was not facing a demigod. The Apostle of Justice knew that this was just the mana of a common undead. There was no reason to panic. Cirrus Trisnane's niece asked who could have stopped such an attack if not Frey Blake. Lucas Truman said he didn't know who had defended Hofgarten, but they simply had to befriend him. The strongest master of humanity immediately realized that the one who defended the ship was a hooded student. The next moment, the pirate ship crashed into Hofgarten, and the bandits boarded it. The offspring of the aristocrats screamed in horror, deciding that now everything was finally over. The pirates operating in the waters off the Jagged Reef Islands quickly pulled the Hofgarten to the ship. The bandits threw planks over the sides of the ships to gain access to the deck of Captain Max Martin's ship. The sailors of Hofgarten screamed hysterically that the pirates were attacking and that they had to do something urgently. The thugs began to kill the ship's crew and anyone who offered active resistance. Students from the elite West Road Academy screamed that they were indeed pirates and rushed to the opposite side. The pirate leader leaped triumphantly onto the deck of the Hofgarten as his men captured most of the ship. The captain of the Blood Reavers looked at the remains of the ship's crew and the students of the academy. The pirate who gouged out his good eye said that this ship was smaller than nitrous and would burn faster. The scarred robber counted all the survivors and burst out laughing. There were 40 people in their captivity. The pirate leader called the rich cadets his friends and asked how they were doing. Max Martins asked if these reckless thugs knew what kind of ship it was. The pirate leader replied that it was a treasure ship, filled to capacity with the descendants of ancient houses. The bandits burst out laughing when they heard the students being directly compared to jewels. One of the students from the elite West Road Academy asked how these scum dared to mock him. The pirate captain of the Bloody Reavers realized that there were still some stupid kids left among the survivors. The student stepped aside to give the daredevil some space and revealed to his gaze the merciless faces of the pirates. The daredevil shouted that these pirates did not realize their situation, forgetting that they had attacked a ship with magicians. The young man was completely confident that the students of West Road Academy were excellent magicians. Max Martins ordered the guy to stop immediately because he was now making a stupid mistake. However, the self-confident student had already begun casting a spell to repel those who had attacked Hofgarten. The young man didn't even have time to think and protect himself from the thrown dagger. Everything happened with lightning speed. The pirate leader stated that the boy himself seemed not to fully understand the situation. The man added, "Did this brat really think that any of them would give him time to prepare for the spell?" The boy quickly realized that his self-confidence was excessive and finally realized the full danger of the situation. The students of the elite West Road Academy began to cry out, wondering if they were all going to die here. The Apostle of Justice felt that someone had slightly deflected the trajectory of the thrown dagger. The reincarnated man realized that this was the same guy who had previously saved the ship from destruction. The hooded youth told the upstart that these pirates were beyond his capabilities. He needed to be able to assess his enemy. The man, who conceals his identity, added that this guy should sit still and keep a low profile. One Eye shouted that their captain couldn't hit a stationary target, and he noticed that it had become noisy. The man stated that he did this on purpose, because he had a potential bag of gold in front of him. The pirate leader said he intended to demonstrate his abilities on that bespectacled guy. As soon as the boy met the pirate's stern gaze, he fell to the deck from extreme fear. The leader of the Bloody Robbers noticed that this pathetic brat wet himself from just one look. The pirate leader offered the man with the scar on his face to wash this coward clean. The bandit leader's subordinate burst into laughter as he lifted up the frightened student of the elite academy. A hooded student shouted that the pirate should stop because there might be sharks overboard. However, the thug had no intention of disobeying his captain's order. And besides, it was a lot of fun. The boy thrown overboard from the Hofgarten begged for mercy, as he couldn't swim at all. Everyone saw how the boy desperately thrashed about in the water and soon disappeared under the waves of the dark sea. One of the students remarked that they had just witnessed the brutal murder of a sophomore. The leader of the bandits thought that one bag of gold was not as important as the obedience of the intimidated students. However, the captain did notice several senior students who decided to fight the pirates. The leader of the Blood Reavers bandits noticed that the deck of the captured Hofgarten was too noisy. The students unleashed their magic spells to defeat the pirate captain and free themselves from captivity. The magic of the emboldened senior students from West Road Academy managed to break through several bandits. However, when the guy's projectiles approached the main thug, a magical barrier appeared in front of him. Lich Dallas's spell didn't even feel the power of the spells cast by the students from the Elite Academy of Magicians. The senior students from West Road Academy were taken aback, wondering how such a thing was even possible. The leader of the bloodthirsty pirates chuckled. Did these brats really think that he didn't have magic? Lich Dallas, who had made a contract with the leader of the bandits, directed his dark magic at the brats. The young men from the Elite Academy tried to avoid the magical flow of the dangerous monster. The students couldn't believe their eyes that some pirate could have such power. The future great magicians only realized the scale of the threat when they realized that it was not the pirate's power. One of those who dared to speak out against the invaders noted that this simply could not be. Everyone saw the huge silhouette of Lich Dallas rise above the crowd of bloody robbers. Each of the students at the elite West Road Academy knew full well that they were no match for the dark creature. The director's niece exclaimed, "Could it really be the Lich? But how is that possible?" The strongest master of humanity thought that it was just a Lich, and he was so worried about the unknown opponent. Max Martins shouted, "Are these pirates in their right minds? What healthy person would make a contract with the undead?" The captain of the captured ship added that those who do not fear death do not deal with the living. The leader of the thugs said that they were only interested in money, so whether anyone uses it or not is irrelevant. Max Martins said he was a complete madman, no matter how attractive the money was. The Apostle of Justice asked the haughty Isabella not to cuddle him so hard. The reincarnated man asked to postpone all tenderness until they got ashore. However, Lucas Truman realized that the first beauty of Westroad Academy was simply afraid of the Lich. The girl noticed that these were not ordinary pirates. They had found themselves in an incredibly dangerous situation. The strongest master of humanity said that the minimum level of a Lich is around 5 stars. Lich Dallas stated that he wanted to see the person who was able to stop one of the ice spears. However, none of the frightened students dared to go out to the incredibly powerful undead. The monster who had made a contract with the pirate leader said that this man should come out to him. Lich Dallas added that he felt his presence in the crowd of Blood Reaver captives. The dark creature declared that it would kill everyone on this ship if the right person did not show up. The Academy students couldn't believe their ears. Did this monster really think that any of them were strong enough? Max Martins realized that he was completely powerless against Lich Dallas. It was the end. People couldn't believe what was happening. Ice spears, capable of crushing an entire flotilla, hung over their heads. The leader of the bandits who captured Hofgarten asked Mr. Dallas not to destroy the ship. Lich Dallas looked at the worthless pirate he had signed a contract with. The man instantly changed his mind and thought that it was a truly vile monster. The student, hiding his identity behind a hood, decided that he should not risk the students. Lich Dallas asked if this brat really dared to stop his ice spear. The young man admitted that this was indeed the case. It was he who stopped the spear aimed at the ship. The dark creature that had destroyed 2 warships commanded the young man to state his name. A student who wished to remain anonymous decided to comply with the demands of a dangerous adversary. All the students of the elite Westroad Academy were surprised when they realized who had protected their lives. Ceres Trisnine's niece recognized the strongest student of their academy. But why was he here? The Apostle of Justice said that he knew this guy. He really could reflect the ice spear. The young man declared that his name was Pierre June, which surprised even the ship's captain. Isabella asked if this was really the same Pierre, and Lucas asked if she knew this guy. The girl replied that everyone in the academy knew this young man. He was the scion of one of the 3 most influential families. The director's niece said she often competes with him for top spots in the academy rankings. The strongest master of humanity asked if the girl was bragging now, and she began to deny it. The Academy's #1 beauty said that they were close in academic performance, but Pierre was on a completely different level. All the girls immediately forgot about the pirates and began to look with admiration at the Academy's strongest student. The students of the elite academy began to chant that they were now saved and the pirates would be defeated. Isabella said that Pierre June possessed magic that was beyond their understanding. Lucas said that even if that were the case, this guy couldn't handle it. And the girl asked why he was saying that. Reincarnated in the body of the 3rd son of the famous family, Blake said that Pierre could barely stand on his feet. The Apostle of Justice is confident that Lich Dallas's level is definitely above a 5-star rating. The strongest master of humanity added that the guy himself understood this, so he toned down his arrogance. Lucas is sure that Pierre's strength would have been enough for a maximum of the 5th level, but he managed to reflect more powerful magic. The Apostle of Justice is confident that this guy did not die only by a lucky chance. The director's niece asked if Frey Blake possessed magic that surpassed the level of a lich. However, the young man replied that this was absolutely not true. He only had a 1-star magic missile. The reincarnated man asked Isabella to let go of his hand. He was already feeling hot. At the same time, the Academy's strongest student wondered why the hell he had boarded this particular ship. The guy admitted to himself that his reluctance to be conspicuous had led him into this incredibly dangerous situation. The young man thought that today was clearly not his day, because after reflecting the Lich's magic, his body became fragile. The strongest student from the elite Westroad Academy cursed in his mind. The young man was well aware that he was no match for this dark monster, no matter how the situation changed. Lich Dallas, who has signed a contract with the Blood Reavers pirates, declared that today is his day. The undead stated that she had never expected to find such excellent material for research. The scion of one of the three great families realized that he would definitely not leave this ship alive. The strongest student from West Road Academy asked the pirate leader what the purpose of all this was. The man burst out laughing and said that he hadn't planned anything special. It was all very simple. The captain added that the situation looked dangerous, but the students would have to go through a long ordeal. The leader of the thugs promised to deliver the prisoners to the port of Cast safe and sound at maximum speed. The pirate crew burst out laughing and remarked that their captain should mind his own business. And the pirate leader noted that all his promises would come true only if these students were paid well. The Apostle of Justice thought that ultimately all this pirates talk came down to money. Pierre June thought he should at least try to ransom the others from the pirates. The young man said he had a proposition for the captain of the thugs who had captured Hofgart. The guy added that the man only had enough money from his parents and demanded that the others be released. The Academy's strongest student noted that for this amount, the captain could buy 3 such ships. The man noticed that the young man didn't know how to count. Why did he need only Pierre if he would get more with the others? The pirate captain added that he had the immortal Lich Dallas. Why should he listen to this fool? The strongest student of West Road Academy admitted that he is no match for this dark creature. The young man added that he would most likely die in this battle, but would be able to take the pirates with him. Pierre June declared that his remaining forces would be quite sufficient for the final battle. The captain who captured Max Martin's ship realized that the boy was strong beyond his years. The Apostle of Justice thought that this young man had incredible potential. Lucas Truman admitted that the more he watches Pierre, the more he likes him. The Reborn stated that this guy had a great future, and Isabella asked if Frey had heard Pierre's speech. Lich Dallas said he wouldn't kill the guy, because with his mana level it was nothing more than bragging. The strongest student of the elite West Road Academy realized that the undead had launched an attack. The Apostle of Justice saw how dark fetters surrounded the leader of the Brotherhood, Truman, in the blink of an eye. Lich Dallas declared that he would consume the young man's soul completely and turn his body into undead and force it to serve him. The dark monster declared that Pierre June was already entirely his, and that resistance was useless. The leader of the thugs shouted that the negotiations were over and gave the order to seize all the students. The bloody robbers immediately took off and rushed at the offspring of the aristocrats. Students of the elite academy scattered across the deck of the Hofgarten, screaming and begging for mercy. However, the pirates quickly captured everyone who tried to hide from their bloodthirsty gaze. The bandits were hungry for women, so without thinking twice, they attacked the female students of the Academy of Magicians. The man who had gouged out his good eye burst out laughing and shouted that this was the spirit of piracy. One-Eye decided that he himself would not mind taking one of the girls for himself, and noticed Isabella near Frey. The man thought that this unwritten beauty was probably scared and needed to be distracted. The pirate assured her that he was kind and invited the girl hiding behind the young man to go play with dolls. The thug, who had gouged out his good eye, added that the scrawny guy had better step aside. The strongest master of humanity looked around in an attempt to find the same scrawny guy who was asked to step aside. The reincarnated Apostle of Justice asked if the pirate was really addressing him specifically. The one-eyed man asked if the guy really saw another weakling like himself next to him. The strongest master of humanity asked what kind of manner of speech this dirty pirate had. The man became indignant, calling the boy a good boy, and added that it was already late and it was time for the young man to go to bed. The thug, who gouged out his own eye for the sake of the pirate spirit, declared that his uncle would punish him now. Lucas Truman invited the pirate to come closer and asked him how he had the audacity to talk like that. David's henchman declared that Frey had simply gone crazy, because with his words, he was adding fuel to the fire. Huge Jack added that this brainless idiot simply does not see what is happening around him. The Apostle of Justice noticed his tied-up classmate and asked how his friend David was doing. The one-eyed thug couldn't believe that some brat from a rich family didn't respect him at all. The pirate raised his sword and shouted that this guy was asking for more abuse than anyone else. Students at the elite West Road Academy feared for a classmate who was considered the weakest. The scion of one of the 3 influential families realized that Frey Blake was about to die because of his insolence. However, the strongest master of humanity did not see the one-eyed pirate as a threat to himself at all. The man shouted in rage that this brat had completely lost his fear. Well, now he would show him. The director's niece was afraid that the young man would come to an end, and then she would not know about Fravitius's training. However, to the surprise of all observers, the hot-tempered thug immediately received a crushing blow. The strongest master of humanity literally knocked down the one-eyed thug who had attacked him. The pirate was sent on a short flight due to the incredible speed of the simple student's magic. Everyone who was on the deck of the Hofgarten, which had been captured by bandits, saw how the guy threw the thug away. The Apostle of Justice declared that he knew his place very well, so it was better for others not to interfere. The man, who had gouged out his good eye, fell overboard, unable to stop himself in mid-flight. Max Martin's team was surprised that there really was someone so strong among the Academy's students. The students captured by the pirates asked what just happened and where this incredible speed came from. Those captured by the bloody robbers screamed, wondering if Frey, the biggest loser of their academy, had really done this. Pierre June, entangled in dark bonds, realized that even at his level it was difficult to keep track of the boy. The leader of the Truman Brotherhood thought that Frey of the Blake family's movements were simply incredible. Pierre June decided that the young man had accelerated his movements many times over with mana and delivered a crushing blow. The scion of a great family thought that he had already guessed about Frey Blake's hidden potential. However, the Academy's strongest student admitted to himself that the young man's level was many times higher than his own. Cerise Trisnane's niece realized that the third son of the Blake family had protected her from a thug. The strongest master of humanity asked Isabella not to worry about what happened. The Apostle of Justice added that the man was stronger than the girl, so he corrected the injustice. Frey Blake's classmate thought the guy was treating her like some kind of child. The pirates who attacked Hofgarten thought that their comrade was a complete idiot. Lucas Truman decided that there was no point in hiding his power anymore, so he had to deal with the thugs. A man with a scar on his face asked what they should do now. One of the commanders was thrown overboard. The boatswain added that this show-off wanted to show off in front of the girl, but now he has become fish food. The man suddenly realized that the young man had gotten very close to him in the blink of an eye. The pirate with the scar on his face only had time to shout out how this brat could move so fast. The undead that exceeded the 5-star level thought that this youth was moving incredibly fast. The strongest master of humanity decided that these pirates needed to choose their targets more carefully. The Apostle of Justice said that the thug should have accepted Pierre June's proposal. The reincarnated man noticed that he, unlike that student, was not so kind. Lucas Truman added that everyone could have been safe if they had dispersed peacefully a few minutes earlier. Humanity's strongest master said that pirates weren't really human anyway. The thugs who seized Captain Max Martin's ship wished the arrogant guy death. The Apostle of Justice thought that those who came for easy money were not very smart. The reborn man realized that he would have to put in a little more effort. The strongest master of humanity threw the boatswain's body into the approaching crowd to hold it back. Those who had captured the passengers of the Hofgarten realized that the young man was about to use his devastating magic. The Apostle of Justice unleashed a powerful blast of mana at the pirates who sought to avenge the boatswain. The thugs shouted that they must all rush in together to crush this brat. However, to their general surprise, the young man who had run into the pirates reacted immediately. The strongest master of humanity literally blew away the pirates who rushed at him with a powerful wave of mana. The leader of the Bloody Reavers admitted that he could not believe his own eyes. The man didn't understand how some student, even from an elite academy, could destroy his people like that. However, the pirate who signed a contract with Leech Dallas saw it happen with his own eyes. The students at West Road Academy were amazed at how many thugs Frey had taken out with one blow. The pirates were puzzled as to who this brat was that could deal with them with such ease. The man from the Bloody Robbers gang realized that the student was heading towards him. The thug thought things were very bad for him, but he still had the advantage of having a hostage. In an instant, humanity's strongest master crossed the entire deck of the Hofgarten and approached the man. The Apostle of Justice struck the emboldened bandit in the head with a well-aimed and crushing blow. The remaining pirates decided that now was the best time to pounce on the West Road Academy student. Lucas Truman sensed the approach of many enemies, so he climbed as high as he could. The transformed man pushed off the pirate to rise above the heads of the enraged bandits. The thugs screamed that these idiots had cut him, and his comrade apologized and noted that the guy was very fast. The man looked up and was horrified when he realized what exactly awaited them all. The boy, who was considered the weakest student at West Road Academy, activated powerful magic. One of the thugs shouted what he was going to do, and the second replied that it would not end well. Humanity's strongest master used an incredible amount of mana to crush his enemies. The pirates who had taken over Hofgarten realized that a student from an elite magic academy was about to finish them off. The Apostle of Justice unleashed a magic on the thugs that boggled the minds of those watching. The bloody robbers didn't even have time to feel the pain from the boy's overwhelming magic. Everyone on the deck of Max Martin's ship saw how the bodies of the robbers literally disappeared. The reborn man landed gently on the deck of the ship and looked at the remaining pirates. One of the thugs shouted that this monster had to stay put or he would kill his girlfriend. The pirate added that if Frey Blake moved even a finger, he would cut the girl's throat. The strongest master of humanity asked if he seriously expected to stab Isabella. The thug shouted, asking what this monster meant, and wondered if he had made a mistake with the hostage. At this moment, Cerise Trisnane's niece was already finishing reading her spell. The girl looked seriously at the pirate who tried to use her as a hostage. The man instantly realized that he had made a fatal mistake by choosing this girl as a hostage. The first beauty of the elite West Road Academy activated Lightning Strike to strike the bandit. The man who took Isabella hostage realized that this girl was also incredibly strong. The academy director's niece brushed away the dust as the paralyzed pirate fell to the deck. The students and surviving members of Max Martin's team were amazed by the power of Isabella's magic. The academy's strongest student thought that Frey, from the famous Blake family, was more than just strong. The pirate leader, who had signed a contract with Leech Dallas, was stunned when he realized his situation. The girl who followed the third son of the Blake family thought she had done a good job. Cerise's niece, Trisnane, noticed Frey looking at her, so she decided to show off. The most beautiful girl of the elite West Road Academy asked the guy if he liked her skills. The Apostle of Justice asked in response whether this little brat was still trying to show off. The leader of the pirates who attacked Captain Max Martin's ship gave a demonstrative standing ovation. The director of the Academy's niece was surprised that even the thug appreciated her abilities, while Frey did not. The man said it was incredibly cool and suggested that the guy was an undercover security guard. The captain of the bandits operating off the Jagged Reef Islands admitted that this guy surprised him. The strongest master of humanity wondered if this pirate was really going to bargain with him now. The man thought that he should avoid further fighting by offering the young man a good deal. The leader of the thugs who took over Hofgarten said he was willing to talk to this strong bodyguard. The pirate stated that he had already realized what kind of person Frey really was, because this young man was by no means so simple. The leader of the bloody robbers noted that even with such strength, the guy would have a hard time fighting his guys. The Apostle of Justice chuckled at these words, but allowed the man to get down to business. The bandit who made a deal with Lich Dallas stated that he would only take half of all the captured. The pirate remarked that this was a very fair deal that would be hard to refuse. The reborn man decided that he had to reassess the situation. He couldn't be wrong. Captured students at the elite West Road Academy begged their mothers to come to their aid. Some of the academy's students tearfully begged for mercy because they did not want to die. The bandit leader said that no matter how you look at it, his offer was simply excellent. The man added that everyone would come out a winner. They would receive their ransom, and the guy would become a hero. The reborn asked what kind of win could there be when he had lost half the team. The leader of the bloody robbers decided that this was no great loss for him. He didn't care about the dead. The man said that Frey must select the students who would be placed under his complete control. One of the students broke free from the pirate's grasp, screaming that Frey Blake should choose her. The girl began to beg the academy's biggest loser to choose her. She couldn't be in this nightmare anymore. The stranger shouted that she would pay generously for her rescue and offered 100 gold pieces. The student said that if that wasn't enough, she was ready to do anything just so he could take her away from this nightmare. The remaining students of the elite West Road Academy also began offering rewards for their rescue. Those begging for salvation shouted that they were ready to offer the guy more than this girl. The Apostle of Justice asked what he should do, since he would not be able to take everyone out of this nightmare. Humanity's strongest master told Isabella that he was about to have money for teleportation. Lucas Truman shouted that he had heard a bet of 200 gold pieces. Who would offer him more? The students began to figure out which of them was the more worthy candidate to be saved by Frey Blake. Isabella couldn't believe her ears. Was it really true that the world was ruled only by money and powerful connections? The Apostle of Justice declared that he was already tired of listening to the cries of this rabble. The reincarnated man added that the girl should move away from him. He was already hot. Lucas Truman noted that these students had been taught from infancy to spend money wisely. The Apostle of Justice noted that this money belonged to their parents, and they themselves had not earned a penny. The strongest master of humanity was surprised that they could even be called future magicians. Lucas Truman stated that a true magician must first and foremost protect the weak, no matter what the situation. The Apostle of Justice added that this is why they should all think again about the amount. Meanwhile, the pirate captain and the undead he had contracted with watched from the sidelines. The pirate leader thought that this brat was taking too long to choose his half of the captured students. The man looked at the one who did not fear death and added that for some reason, the lich was just standing there. The bandit leader wondered if there was anyone who could defeat this little turtle on legs. The undead responded to the man's thoughts that such a person had not yet been born, because he was the strongest in this world. The pirate captain realized that the lich could read minds and asked why he was so silent. The pirate captain thought that now he would have to watch his own thoughts. The dark creature replied that he was simply interested in observing this student. Lich Dallas said that this guy has an incredible concentration of mana. He literally glows with it. The man who signed the contract with the pirate leader added that this guy is simply an incredible example. Lich noted that this young man's limit was around 5 stars, so he would not be a worthy opponent for him. The leader of the bandits who attacked Captain Max Martin's ship said he had already made other arrangements. The strongest master of humanity noticed the powerful aura of the undead and decided that the pirate had refused the deal. Dallas said he couldn't pass up a body as good as this young man's. Lucas Truman said that his opponents had become unusually tactless and were still speaking in cliches. The undead that had made a contract with the pirates activated the living missile magical technique. The niece of the director of the elite West Road Academy shouted that this was magic of a very high level. Lich Dallas launched his living missiles at the mana-glowing youth and wished him a quick death. The Apostle of Justice thought that this was indeed not the most ordinary magic, but it was too slow. Humanity's strongest master easily dodged the living missiles launched at him by the Lich. The pirates and Captain Max Martin's men only narrowly escaped the undead's devastating magic. Anyone watching the Dallas magic noticed that the living rockets turned on Frey on their own. Isabella shouted that the boy should be careful because it was homing magic. The reincarnated man replied that he knew how this magic worked, and that it also had its drawbacks. The strongest student of the elite West Road Academy thought that this was a very dangerous battle. Pierre June thought that this magic would haunt the guy forever. But what other trump cards did the Lich have left? The undead, not fearing death, activated the cursed right-hand spell. Everyone present on the deck of the Hofgarten saw how the bonds broke free from the area created by the Lich. The strongest master of humanity dodged another approach of the living missiles and noticed something was wrong. The Apostle of Justice realized that the bony magical hands would be harder to evade. The pirate captain shouted joyfully at the top of his lungs that the little bastard had finally been caught. The first beauty of the academy could not believe that the young man did not evade. He could have made it in time. The students and pirates saw the grasping hands and missiles rain down on the spot where Frey had stood. Isabella activated defense magic to stop the dark magic of the undead who had allied with the pirates. The students of the elite academy fled in fear from the grasping shackles of the cursed right hand. Ciriz Trisnane's niece maintained her barrier until the undead magic wore off. The girl who had been following Frey Blake around realized that he had disappeared without a trace with the Lich's magic. Isabella called loudly to the young man, demanding an answer. He couldn't have died from the magic of some Lich. The scion of one of the 3 powerful families cursed as he realized that Frey Blake had just vanished. The living undead missiles hovered above the ship, as if trying to find their target. The man who made a contract with the bandit leader realized that his magic had never behaved so strangely before. Lich Dallas realized that the living rockets were heading his way after failing to find a target. The monster, which surpassed even 5-star rank, released mana to crush its own missiles. The man who signed a contract with the pirates of the Jagged Reef Islands thought that something was fishy here. The strongest student of the elite West Road Academy felt the dark bonds loosening. Lich Dallas concentrated most of his strength into his arms to counter the missiles created. The undead tensed up, because living missiles was one of her best magic techniques. The skull on legs wondered why they had stopped pursuing the specimen with white hair. Lich Dallas knew that after the death of the target, his living missiles were supposed to self-destruct. Isabella and Pierre. June couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the unharmed boy behind the undead. The niece of the headmaster of the elite West Road Academy called out, wanting to know if Frey was okay. The undead, having dispelled its own weapon, looked back and saw a white-haired boy, safe and sound. Lucas Truman said the back of Lich Dallas's head is pretty cute because you can't see his ugly face. The high-level undead realized that this guy had managed to avoid the devastating attack from all sides. The monster decided that Frey had control over all 5 senses at once, since he was doing such things on the rocking ship. The Lich admitted to himself that even he was not capable of such a thing. How could an ordinary person gain such power? The undead who had made a contract with the pirates thought that such power could not be available to humans. Isabella asked her comrade if he was okay. Lich Dallas's attack was incredibly powerful. The Apostle of Justice turned around to look at the one who was worried about his health. The first beauty of the academy thought that she had seen the same facial expression and pose somewhere before. Ciriz Trisnane's niece remembered the statue of the greatest mage who lived in the Age of Light. The girl couldn't believe her thoughts and decided that Frey from the Blake family was parodying Lucas Truman. However, Isabella could no longer unsee the image of humanity's strongest master. The leader of the students representing the elite academy noticed the Lich preparing a devastating magic. The monster activated a multiple version of the Ice Spear spell to rain down hail on Hofgarten. The students looked at the sky in horror, strewn with hundreds of ice spears, and decided that this was the end. Lich Dallas thought he had a bad feeling, so he would destroy the entire unsightly ship. The monster admitted that he was very sorry to lose Pierre, but it was better to be on the safe side. Lich Dallas screamed in horror. What kind of huge barrier had appeared out of nowhere? What kind of monster was this Frey? Everyone on the deck of Max Martin's ship saw how the loser once again saved their lives. The high-level monsters shouted that this simply couldn't be true. How could a human reflect his magic? Pierre admitted that he almost lost consciousness from one blocked spear, and Frey blocked a hailstorm. The girl wondered who this third son from the rather famous Blake family was. The Lich shouted that he would be happy to see how this pathetic little man would cope with this colossus. The strongest student of the elite academy shouted that this was simply a colossal ice spear. The monster, who had made a deal with the Jagged Reef pirates, wished death on Frey and brought down his spear. The strongest master of humanity prepared to jump. He knew that this was the only correct option. The Hofgarten crew and the terrified students watched as the loser crashed into the giant spear and split it. Lich Dallas realized in horror that his most powerful attack could not stop the student from West Road Academy. The Apostle of Justice stopped in front of the high-ranking monster to look him in the eye. Meanwhile, Isabella and Pierre June were trying their best to maintain the barrier left by their comrade. Until the very end, everyone on Max Martin's ship did not believe that they would survive this day. The Lich shouted that some youth who had barely reached 5 stars could not become a worthy opponent for him. The Apostle of Justice said that the undead already know the way to the other world, which means he won't have to show it. Lich Dallas asked what the brat was talking about. Did he seriously expect to kill him? Lucas suggested that the undead muster their strength and admitted that he wanted to use something more powerful than the magic missile. The monster that had made a deal with the leader of the blood robbers shouted out who this guy was. Humanity's strongest master replied that everyone called him Frey Blake, the Academy's eternal loser. The reborn one admitted that his name was Lucas Truman, and he had returned only to teach the villains a lesson. Isabella asked what Frey and Lich were talking about, but Pierre June replied that they couldn't hear anything from here. The girl wondered what was going on up there. They were probably preparing for an incredible battle. The enraged monster screamed that this was simply impossible, since more than 40 centuries had passed. Lich Dallas screamed in rage that Lucas Truman had died long ago. He could not be reborn. The Apostle of Justice said that this creature looks best from behind. The strongest master of humanity pierced the body of a high-ranking monster and tore out its heart. Lucas Truman said that it was the life machine that had kept the Lich healthy up to this point. The Apostle of Justice noted that every creature, of course, has its heart in its place. Lich Dallas begged the reborn Archmage to stop, but it was too late. The high-ranking monster felt its body disintegrate into small pieces. The Apostle of Justice saw the monster who had made a deal with the pirates vanish into thin air. The reborn man thought that this battle was over as quickly as all the others. The strongest master of humanity thought that there must be creatures no weaker on Mount Costa de Mana. The scion of one of the three greatest families said that Frey really won. It's hard to believe. The pirates, who had recently been jubilant after an easy victory over Max Martin's team, saw the death of Leech. The thug captain screamed as the immortal undead he had made a contract with died. The man suddenly realized that the student who had defeated Lich Dallas was already standing behind him. The Apostle of Justice said that the pirate leader must understand what he should not say. The reincarnated man declared that their negotiations were over, and the bandits would remain in this sea forever. After the battle with the pirates, Captain Max Martin's crew moved on to assessing the damage to the Hofgarten. The sailors were well aware that they had a lot of work ahead of them. The entire deck was strewn with corpses. Max Martins knew that the Jagged Reef Islands would be safer now without the Blood Reavers. The students rescued from captivity couldn't believe their eyes. The weakest students single-handedly dealt with the pirates. Previously, the freed ones could not even imagine that the third son of the Blake family was stronger than all of them. The Apostle of Justice looked at the students of the elite academy. Today, he showed them the determination of a mage. The Hofgarten crew and the West Road Academy students gradually realized that the disaster had passed them by. The director's niece realized that she had made a good decision in enrolling herself as a student of her useless classmate. Max Martins brought the ship to the capital's port and ordered his crew to unload the pirates' bodies. The captain did not dare detain the academy students, because they had just experienced a terrible night. Pierre June called out to Frey Blake, hoping to talk to him about what had happened at the Hofgarten. The scion of one of the three greatest families admitted that he admired the skill of the young Blake. Lucas Truman realized that this conversation would be boring, so he turned away and moved on. The strongest master of humanity thought that Pierre June would not get rid of him so easily. The young man stated that he was alive only thanks to Frey Blake, and admitted that he would never forget it. Isabella decided to intervene and said that the young man should raise his head, despite everything that had happened to him. The Apostle of Justice was surprised by the sincere gratitude of the young man from the High June family. The strongest master of humanity thought that he would still have to talk to this guy. Lucas asked Pierre how he was feeling, realizing that he might be feeling sick inside due to the blocked attack. The young man replied that everything was fine with him. On the contrary, he felt an incomprehensible relief. Lucas Truman noted that the guy was probably bluffing, and Isabella called her friend's words disrespectful. A scion of one of the three greatest families asked what had happened to Frey Blake. The leader of the West Road Academy representatives noted that the main loser would not have dealt with Lich so easily. Pierre added that everyone at the academy knew about the most talentless student, namely Frey Blake. June noticed that the boy had been showing off his talents for the past 2 weeks and asked why he had been hiding his strength. Lucas retorted, "Even if that is true, there is nothing special about it. There are different situations in life." The scion of one of the three greatest families realized that his guess had indeed been absolutely accurate. The Apostle of Justice caught himself thinking that he still wouldn't mind becoming friends with Pierre. The strongest student of the elite West Road Academy was at a loss for words to respond to Frey Blake. The young man said that he completely agreed with the student whom everyone considered the biggest loser. June asked if Frey would like to visit them sometime, and added that he would like to thank his savior. The director of the academy's niece couldn't believe her ears, because it was a personal invitation to the June family's home. Isabella thought that this was something incredible. Not everyone is awarded such a sign of attention. Lucas replied that he couldn't promise a visit but would try to drop by if he had free time. The girl shouted, asking if Frey had gone crazy. This was June's family. He didn't understand the importance of the moment. Isabella added that many aristocrats had tried unsuccessfully to establish connections with them. The Apostle of Justice asked Pierre to lend him money, noting that 20 gold pieces would be enough. Cerise Trisnane's niece approached a classmate, who asked what else she needed. The girl was angry that Frey decided to take advantage of Pierre June's good nature. The scion of one of the greatest families said it was no problem, and asked what Frey needed the money for. The Apostle of Justice replied that they wanted to use the teleport, but it was very expensive. The leader of Truman's Brotherhood said that it was now clear to him why the satellites were heading towards the capital. Junior June said that he was giving the money as a token of gratitude, so they might not have to return it. Lucas Truman and the director's niece exclaimed in amazement when they saw 300 gold coins. The Apostle of Justice objected that he did not need such a huge sum. He was only willing to take 20 gold coins. However, the scion of one of the greatest families simply waved it off, declaring that he had no small change. The strongest master of humanity thought that this guy was an example of a true bourgeois. Pierre June said that he would like to invite the young man right now, but his family is in full swing preparing for the wedding. The guy explained that he would probably be in a lot of chaos at home due to preparations for this incredible holiday. Lucas noticed that the guy was clearly proud of it, and he said that it was not a fun activity at all. The Apostle of Justice approached the young man and asked if his fiancée had a beautiful sister. The reborn one added that age is not a hindrance for him, and if his aunt turns out to be a beauty, that would also be good. The director's niece shouted that Frey Blake should pull himself together and stop asking such ridiculous questions. Pierre mentioned that his bride was from the Aquarid family, and added that this family had produced outstanding knights. The young man added that if the Aquarids knew how weak he was in magic, they would be disappointed in the groom. Isabella said that the guy was wrong, because he was one of the best students at the elite academy. The Apostle of Justice turned to young June and told him that he should not lose heart. The reborn man declared that Pierre was a real handsome man in every sense of the word. Lucas Truman reminded his friend that if his fiancée had a sister or aunt, he was obliged to let him know. Isabella screamed that Frey was a blockhead, in whose head there was nothing but all sorts of bad thoughts. The scion of one of the 3 greatest families burst into laughter, which stopped the girl's screams. Pierre June thought the two looked very funny together, just like real friends. The young man called Frey and Isabella very funny guys, thanks to whom he could finally laugh. The students, having safely escaped the night's scrape with the pirates, wandered around the town a little more. After some time, Pierre June announced that it was time for him to say goodbye to his new friends. Finally, the guy added that Frey was obliged to come visit him. Otherwise, Pierre himself would be called ungrateful. The Apostle of Justice said he would try to make time, but he could not promise young June anything. The scion of one of the greatest families thought that Frey did not agree now, but would definitely come. Lucas himself thought that if Pierre even mentioned a free sister or aunt, he would immediately show up for a visit. The niece of the director of the elite Academy of Magicians thought that today had been wonderful. The girl noted to herself that the guys looked just great together. They should become friends. Isabella even felt as if the two had known each other for ages, although they had certainly never crossed paths before. Lucas Truman said that Pierre turned out to be a normal guy, an example for the entire aristocracy. The strongest master of humanity added that the young man spends a lot of money on his comrades. The Apostle of Justice realized that Cerise Trisnane's niece was not very happy with such reasoning. The girl screamed that Frey Blake should stop mentioning that she didn't take money on the trip. The next day, the comrades went to the equipment shop to renew their tattered gear. Isabella asked whether this elegant mage's robe suited her better or that severe warrior's armor. The strongest master of humanity said that it would be better for her to go naked to the mountains of Costa de Man. Lucas Truman was indignant. Was she really going to go to the mountains in such loose and colorful clothes? The reborn added that she should choose something light so that it would not hinder her movements. The girl screamed that she understood all this herself. It was just that there were too many beautiful things in this shop. The seller noticed that Freya's companion was not quite accustomed to long hikes in dangerous places. Looking at this, the strongest master of humanity once again thought that taking her with him was a mistake. After some time, the girl finally chose practical equipment that did not restrict her movement. The reincarnated man said that no matter how he twisted it, modern technology was a cool thing. Lucas Truman noted that duffel bags can accommodate items that are larger than they are. The Apostle of Justice noticed that the director of the Academy's niece was in a bad mood. The girl asked irritably why the 3rd son of the Blake family cared about this at all. The most powerful master of humanity thought that progress had made great strides in 40 centuries. However, he understood that even such a development was not beyond the scope of his imagination. Lucas Truman thought that the demigods deliberately interfered with the development of human civilization. The reincarnated one decided that the deity was simply afraid of the bugs, who would surpass him in strength. The girl asked what Frey was thinking about so intently, since they had already reached the teleport. The strongest master of humanity thought about how to answer him without seeming strange. The reincarnated man replied that he could only find out in person. The teleport operator announced that the transfer was beginning and reminded people not to go beyond the magic circle. The Apostle of Justice was surprised that the teleporter's creators divided the process into different stages. Lucas Truman noted that the mana needed for teleportation is stored in enormous magical stones. The director's niece asked Frey to restrain himself, because even she was becoming ashamed of him. The strongest master of humanity noted that those not accustomed to teleportation may experience nausea. Isabella screamed that she knew all this. The guy needed to stop acting like a redneck. However, as soon as the transfer began, the girl, out of fear, immediately called her mother, because she had never teleported before. Siriz Triznine's niece felt like she was part of the mana that was being thrown over a distance. The strongest master of humanity thought that the transfer was even more beautiful than he had imagined. The magic circle with the passengers standing on it seemed to fly over the void. Meanwhile, in the city beneath the Costa Daemon Mountains, the return part of the teleport activated the magic stones. It seemed to the teleport passengers that the transfer to the other end of the country took only a few seconds. The Apostle of Justice was surprised when he realized that they really did end up in a town at the foot of the mountain. The reincarnated man thought that it turned out that there were still places in this world that had not changed. Lucas Truman added that for 4,000 years, not a single living soul had climbed these mountains. The most powerful master of humanity suggested that Isabella not delay and set off on her journey. However, the girl was clearing her stomach at that moment, and the guy noticed that he had warned her about something like this. The director of the academy's niece said that she simply hadn't eaten anything since morning, which is how the embarrassment came about. Isabella added that she just needed to have something to eat, and then everything would immediately return to normal. The reincarnated man thought that he had really made a mistake in agreeing to take her along on the journey. The comrades went to the nearest tavern to get some refreshment before heading out into the dangerous mountains. The old bartender didn't expect to see new faces in his establishment, so he ignored the newcomers. The strongest master of humanity ordered bread and meat for 5 people, specifying that there should be more meat. Lucas Truman added a beer to his order, and his classmate was surprised by this choice. The girl screamed, demanding an explanation as to why Frey had ordered beer, as it was an incredibly unhealthy drink. The reborn one asked the girl to be quieter, and clarified that she couldn't even imagine how long it had been since he had drunk it. The strongest master of humanity asked why they didn't serve beer at their elite academy. Isabella stated that it was obvious that minors were prohibited from drinking alcohol. The bartender asked the arguing teenagers if they were really working as mercenaries at their age. The man carried out the order exactly, and Lucas Truman was pleasantly surprised by the juiciness of the food served. The old man said that many newcomers strive to start their careers in the mountains of Costa Daemon. The bartender said that horses like this usually feel like they can do anything with their new gear. The strongest master of humanity decided not to interfere in the dialogue. Now the only thing that mattered to him was beer. The tavern owner remarked that this was not all that bad, since courage was the preserve of the young. The old man warned them that they should return to where they came from, because Costa Daemon was a dangerous place. Isabella noted that she had already heard rumors in which these mountains were called a real paradise for monsters. The bartender couldn't stand it and lost his temper, shouting that such brats could even know about the Costa Daemon Mountains. The niece of the director of an elite academy realized that she had touched on a rather unpleasant topic. Meanwhile, the seasoned mercenaries laughed at the teenagers, who apparently had spare lives. The Apostle of Justice continued to enjoy the taste of the meat served to him, for it was magnificent. The bartender apologized for losing his temper and told a story about his son, who was like them. The old man noticed that his offspring had been stubborn since childhood and did not listen to his father at all. He always wanted to become a mercenary. Isabella listened carefully to the tavern owner and asked where his son was now. The gloomy bartender briefly replied that his boy had died in those damned Costa Daemon mountains. The old man shared that on that day his son was assigned to guard a mother and daughter who were collecting herbs. The man explained that even experienced mercenaries have a hard time in these damn mountains. The bartender noted that it was rare for anyone to return from those places safe and sound. The reborn man thanked the innkeeper, noting that it had been a hearty and delicious dinner. The Apostle of Justice asked the tavern owner if he would tell him about the monsters that lived there. The niece of the director of an elite academy of magicians decided to try the food praised by her friend. The girl noticed that the meat had a strange taste, It couldn't possibly be excellent. The man realized that he had failed to dissuade the novice mercenaries from going to a dangerous place. The bartender asked if the teenagers really wanted to go there so much that they weren't even afraid of dying. The old man cursed and remarked that because of the brats, he would not be able to sleep peacefully that night. The rest of the day flew by as the man told us in detail about the dangers of the Costa de Mon mountains. The old man even pointed out to the novice mercenaries several safe paths in those god-forsaken lands. The students of the elite Academy of Magicians listened to the innkeeper's story with genuine interest. The director's niece thought she had prepared well, but this place was worse than she had expected. The strongest master of humanity thanked the old man for the information and asked how much they owed. The bartender waved it off and said that he didn't need the money. Let it become a debt until they returned. Lucas was surprised that a simple innkeeper could really only make enough money to survive on. The tavern owner chuckled and said that he heard such words often enough. The apostle of justice thanked the old man for the dinner and remarked that the meat was especially tasty. The bartender burst out laughing and admitted that everyone only liked the beer, and the rest went to waste. Lucas said he would hope the old man would cook them better meat next time. The tavern owner nodded approvingly and said that he would wait for the return of these brats. The strongest master of humanity and the niece of the director of an elite academy set out on their journey. Isabella wondered whether the old innkeeper's stories would be true or just tall tales. After some time, a small group of students was attacked by extremely ferocious monsters. However, the reborn Archmage of the past did not even notice the threat from these unusual creatures. The niece of the director of the elite academy stopped the monsters with her lightning, and Frey finished them off. The girl thought that in this place they would spend all their energy without ever reaching the top. The Apostle of Justice decided that the monsters had hardly changed since his time. Isabella noticed that they were only at the foot of the mountain, but there were already so many strong monsters. A classmate said that now she completely understands why Frey brought her to this place. The girl was confident that 1 month of training in such conditions would be quite enough. The reincarnated man asked if he would bring her here for some small thing. The strongest master of humanity said that he was going to the dungeon of Solomon Gnome. The girl shouted, "Is this really the same dungeon that the great sage Solomon created?" The director's niece knows a legend that whoever finds this dungeon will gain power. Lucas Truman said that although the place is called a dungeon, it is not actually a cave. The Apostle of Justice remembered that on a high mountain, rising above the clouds, there was a lake. At one time, Solomon personally told about this place, promising that he would wait for the Archmage there. Freya's classmate wondered why the guy was so sure that the sage's great legacy was here. The strongest master of humanity assumed that the highest mountain in this place was the very one. The Apostle of Justice thought that if there was a lake there, it would definitely be lava, which was in the spirit of his comrade. The reincarnated man said this legend may seem like fiction, but it is not an exaggeration. Lucas Truman added that one must have at least 6 stars to reach the top. The guy noted that in just 1 month, they would break through to this level and climb to the very top. The girl asked if the young man was in his right mind, since it was unrealistic to achieve 6 stars even in 10 years. The Apostle of Justice said that they just needed to find a suitable place to train. The reborn Archmage added that the girl should also look for a suitable place for meditation. A small group of novice mercenaries continued to make their way through the monsters of the Costa de Mon mountains. Isabella herself didn't notice how her lightning, instead of paralyzing, began to strike down the advancing monsters. The girl thought that the battles had exhausted her considerably, but she was ready to continue. The director's niece wondered why Frey Blake had stopped wanting to fight and what exactly he had planned. The Academy's #1 beauty couldn't understand what the guy was staring at when he'd completely forgotten about the monsters. The strongest master of humanity said that he had found a suitable place for them to train. A small group of novice mercenaries emerged from the forest at the foot of a dangerous mountain towards the river. Ciriz Trisnane's niece couldn't believe her eyes. Was there really such a beautiful place here? The girl noted that it was simply incredible. She didn't think that Mount Costa de Mana had anything like this. The Apostle of Justice, without hesitation, entered the cave, which was hidden by a waterfall. The reborn Archmage of humanity activated the magic of luminescence to dispel the darkness of this place. The girl wondered if they would really train here for a whole month and decided that it would be unbearable. The first beauty of the elite academy thought that it was much nicer outside than in this wilderness. The strongest master of humanity declared that from today on, he will show the girl the battle. Isabella couldn't believe her ears. Was she really going to see the warrior mage Frevicius training with her own eyes? The Apostle of Justice warned that this was a very dangerous training session, during which one could die. Reborn in the body of a young Blake, he added that at this stage the girl should simply observe. Freya Blake's classmates saw the boy lift off the ground thanks to the mana surrounding him. Isabella thought it was something incredible. A real miracle was happening before her eyes. Meanwhile, outside the cave hidden by the waterfall, a magical fog began to gather. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians noticed how the magical flows were directed towards the guy. Isabella realized that her stupid classmate had gained control of a simply gigantic amount of mana. The Apostle of Justice thought it was effective because it absorbed the mana of the entire Costa de Mana mountain. The girl decided that Frey had collected all the mana surrounding them in this place, which amazed her imagination. The strongest master of humanity continued to absorb the mana of this dangerous place until the morning. Lucas felt the currents reaching him weaken, so he said that the preparation was over. The reincarnated man thought that the girl had fallen asleep and therefore did not answer him. But this was not so. The Apostle of Justice noticed that Isabella was also meditating nearby. Lucas Truman was surprised, because he himself would not have been able to master the Battle of Frevicius so quickly. The Reborn knew that the girl was ready to risk herself, but he didn't even think that she would take action. The strongest master of humanity thought that the director's niece exceeded all his expectations. After some time, Isabella opened her eyes to see if her comrade had finished yet. The first beauty of the Elite Academy saw a satisfied guy right in front of her and was scared. The girl screamed what Frey was doing, and he declared that she had mastered the first stage of the battle quite well. Following the guy like a tail, she thought that she hadn't done anything special. The Apostle of Justice noted that after such a workout, it is necessary to have a proper snack. Isabella was delighted. Now she not only knew about the special training of the warrior mage, but also applied it. A man, reborn after 40 centuries, looked into his magic bag to find food. The strongest master of humanity decided that dried meat would be a good snack. The Apostle of Justice handed the food to his companion, but she declared that she did not feel hungry at all. Lucas Truman explained that she wasn't hungry because she had too much mana in her body. It was a deceptive feeling. The Reborn added sternly that she must force herself to eat this dried meat. Ceres Trisnine's niece thought she simply had no choice but to refuse. The girl mentally added that this meat tasted even more disgusting than yesterday's cooking from the tavern. The Apostle of Justice thought that Isabella's training was progressing at a colossal pace. The Academy's #1 beauty said she never thought they would live together for a whole month. The girl added that she felt an unusual energy from her classmate. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians said that it reminded her of either dignity or will. The Academy's #1 beauty added that Frey hasn't been acting like himself lately. The girl felt that the guy knew exactly where to go. There was absolutely no hesitation in him. The strongest master of humanity asked if she could see where the real him was. Ceres Trisnane's niece didn't understand her friend's question about what he meant. The girl laughed and asked the third Blake's son where his fake copy was hiding. The first beauty of the Academy was sure that people do not change. They grow and become better. The Apostle of Justice thought that their conversation had moved into the realm of abstract philosophy. The girl asked how it happened that she had to thank him for such changes. The director of the Academy's niece realized that she had never even thought about such training before. Freya's classmate realized that they would have to spend a whole month together in this cave. Lucas Truman noticed the girl's concern and reminded her that he was not at all interested in minors. The girl wondered what kind of unpleasant feeling had come over her after Frey Blake's words. The niece of the director of an elite academy asked what kind of magic her classmate used. The Reborn replied that it was a protective field, because it would be unpleasant to see a monster in the middle of the night. The Apostle of Justice warned that he was going to bed right now, because he needed to get a good night's sleep. The girl realized that the boy had fallen asleep as soon as his head touched the mat. Isabella admitted that she felt relieved, but at the same time she wanted to hit Frey. The first night in a small cave under a waterfall within the Costa de Mana mountain passed peacefully. Ceres Trisnane's niece continued to sleep peacefully, enjoying pleasant dreams. As soon as the girl woke up, the strongest master of humanity asked if she had managed to get enough sleep. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the famous Blake family, he was ready to continue training. A classmate asked Frey if he had slept that night, and he replied that he had slept for about 5 hours. The Apostle of Justice added that the girl should take this as her last rest for the month. Lucas Truman stated that from this moment on, the real training for the Frevicious reception begins. The strongest master of humanity reminded that this is an extremely dangerous way of training. The Apostle of Justice declared that Isabella should not repeat what he said without thinking. Lucas Truman decided not to waste any time and immediately moved on to demonstrating the warrior-mage battle. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians saw that her comrade's mana began to split into 2 streams. The girl thought that these swirls of mana looked beautiful. How did Frey control them? Isabella was surprised when she realized that the boy had managed to split his mana and unite these opposites. Freya's classmate took a closer look and realized that the young man had divided the collected mana into fire and water. Ciriz Trisnane's niece thought that the boy's mana was in conflict and fighting with itself. The girl realized that in this small space called the body, a real war was already going on. The separated parts of the Blake family's third son's mana fought fiercely with each other. Isabella noticed that Frey Blake was gradually leveling the sides, feeding first one, then the other. The girl noticed that for a split second, one of the opposing sides gained the upper hand. However, her classmate immediately gave her strength so that she could resist. The niece of the director of an elite academy compared it to adjusting a scale. The girl thought that this was a very amazing way of training. So why was there no information about it? Isabella thought that the battle of the great Frevicious was worthy of remaining forever in the memory of mankind. Having decided to learn this incredible technique, she thought that there was nothing difficult in mastering it. The girl mentally added that she had mastered the previous stage almost instantly. Isabella decided that in this part of the battle there was nothing difficult or dangerous for her life. The niece of the director of an elite magic academy began her own training without waiting for Frey. The girl tried to distinguish 2 opposing sides from the general flow of her mana. However, the inexperienced Isabella was unable to maintain control of her own energy at the required level. A classmate of the third son of the Blake family realized that she had made a fatal mistake. The girl thought that the guy had been right to warn her about the dangers of training the legendary Frevicious. Isabella realized that even the slightest imbalance caused incredible pain throughout her body. The niece of the director of an elite magic academy asked herself how Freya managed to meditate so calmly. The girl, having learned about the battle, seriously wondered who her classmate really was. Isabella realized that she would have to wait for the young man to awaken, because without him, she would not be able to master this technique. Syriza. Trisnane's niece thought that perhaps she should try again. However, she still felt fear because of her previous failure. After all, this was Frevicius's own technique. Isabella thought she should update her crude, homemade calendar. The girl mentally added that she had been surviving in this danger zone for the 2nd week already. The niece of the director of an elite academy decided that this was definitely the worst and most pointless vacation ever. The girl thought that her classmate had been training all this time in complete solitude. Isabella added mentally that Frey Blake hadn't even moved in all the past days. Ciriz Trisnane's niece wondered how long these terrible practices would continue. The girl decided that she should not wander along the forested slopes of Mount Costa de Mana and return to the cave. Isabella thought that the young man's appearance hadn't changed a bit. Could it be that the training had been a lie? However, the niece of the director of the elite academy could not believe her eyes when she looked at Frey. The girl realized that the young man's mana had materialized, meaning that he had reached the 6th star. Isabella admitted that she had no idea that a person was capable of such a leap in development. However, she saw that even the most clueless guy could reach 6 stars in a month. Meanwhile, Lucas Truman was thinking that his development was proceeding too slowly. The reborn man mentally added that he lacked the speed and efficiency of growth. Isabella decided that she simply had to try this workout again. Her classmates' results were winning her over. The girl decided that she should learn the great Frevicius's battle technique on her own. Ciriz Trisnane's niece tried to endure this hellish training to become stronger. A classmate of the third son of the Blake family spent a week mastering the lost skill. Isabella thought that during this time she had learned to divide her mana and control the battle. However, the girl understood perfectly well that the duration of her training was negligible. The director's niece realized that even a momentary loss of concentration would destroy the entire balance that had been established. The girl admitted to herself that she still finds it difficult to believe in the very possibility of such growth. Freya's classmate wondered if the great people of antiquity really possessed incredible endurance and patience. Isabella realized that this workout had made her sweat a lot, and now she smelled bad. The girl heard a strange sound at the entrance to their small cave behind the waterfall. Cerise Trisnane's niece screamed as the barrier her comrade had erected cracked. Isabella added that someone was trying hard to break into them. Could it really be a high-level monster? When the defense gave in, the girl realized that this was not just a high-level monster. The niece of the director of the elite academy realized that they were in mortal danger. The girl couldn't believe that someone so strong was at the foot of Costa Daman. The strongest master of humanity opened his eyes to look at the culprit of the noise and rumble. The apostle of justice told his classmate that a phoenix had come to visit them. The girl screamed that it was almost impossible to meet a phoenix, since they belonged to the divine species. However, Isabella saw that the young man was definitely serious and did not even try to show hostility. The strongest master of humanity understood at first glance that this rare beast did not want to fight. The niece of the director of the elite academy of magicians silently asked what they should do now. The girl mentally added that they would not be able to resist such a powerful creature. Isabella knew that all sorts of monsters lived on Mount Costa Damana, but none of a divine appearance. The apostle of justice said that they attracted the phoenix with a huge amount of uncontrolled mana. The strongest master of humanity asked the beast to come closer to him, and the girl shouted that it was dangerous. Isabella shouted that divine monsters could not be tamed by humans. The girl suggested getting out of this cave while the phoenix gives them the opportunity to leave. The reincarnated man said that the director's niece should take a closer look at the beast. Lucas Truman added that the phoenix came for help, and Isabella decided that the guy had gone crazy. However, she immediately realized that her classmate had managed to find a common language with the monster. The girl saw with her own eyes how the fiery monster allowed the young man to stroke it. Cerise Trisnane's niece asked how the boy managed to stroke plumage made of pure fire. The apostle of justice noted that this was all because this monster did not see him as an enemy. The reincarnated man asked the girl to look at the phoenix's wounds, which were inflicted by giant claws. The strongest master of humanity was sure that this beast survived only thanks to an incredible miracle. Isabella thought the guy was talking some nonsense that didn't fit into her ideas. The girl asked if phoenixes could die, since they are reborn after death. Lucas Truman explained that these animals are released with death, but this does not mean they are immortal. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians realized that her friend was incredibly knowledgeable on this matter. The girl wondered who could have inflicted such a severe wound on a divine-looking creature. Lucas Truman said that this phoenix faced an opponent that was head and shoulders above it. The apostle of justice said that it seemed like the monster knew he had the power to help him. The strongest master of humanity decided that he simply could not condemn the phoenix to death. The reincarnated man activated his magical power to assist the divine beast. Isabella thought that her classmate was treating the phoenix as if it were a small bird. The apostle of justice stated that through his training, he could completely cure the beast. Phoenix felt the warmth of Lucas Truman's mana and involuntarily relaxed, allowing himself to be healed. The strongest master of humanity said that the beast just needs to lie quietly, and everything will pass. The academy director's niece saw that the third son of the Blake family looked unusually happy. The girl thought that this guy was happy to help such a dangerous and rare monster. Isabella mentally added that even the guy's manner of speech was different from the image of Frey she was used to. The guy's classmate felt that even the air around her became softer and more comfortable. Meanwhile, the strongest master of humanity was immersed in his own thoughts, remembering the past. Lucas then asked the beast if this light rain had completely weakened the feathered beast. The strongest master of humanity added that he is a phoenix. No downpour can stop him. The apostle of justice was then surprised that his words angered the divine monster. The man asked if he would like to eat the little man for lunch, and added that the bird had to catch up with him. Lucas Truman then said that if the phoenix does not want to remain hungry, it must work its wings more actively. The reincarnated man said that he had once met someone of his kind. Isabella saw that the deep wounds of the huge monster had almost completely healed. The girl thought that Frey could achieve immortality if he developed his healing skills. The divine clan monster stood up when it realized it was no longer held back by its dangerous wounds. The strongest master of humanity thanked the feathered beast for making him feel nostalgic. The Apostle of Justice suggested repeating that duel some other time, and he immediately realized that the Phoenix had already agreed to face a worthy opponent in the person of Frey. The divine beast flew out of the small cave to continue its journey. The strongest master of humanity noticed a glowing feather left behind by a rare monster. Lucas Truman called a recent guest in his cave an idiot, and the girl asked him what he meant. The reincarnated man replied that phoenix feathers are used to cure diseases and create artifacts. The strongest master of humanity said that this divine beast does not like to remain in debt. The Apostle of Justice added that some people who did nothing all day long should learn a lesson. Syriza Trisnane's niece asked if Frey was talking about a certain young girl now. Isabella added that why doesn't the young man just ask her for help, like normal people do? However, the strongest master of humanity did not answer, but simply sat down in his place for meditation. The Academy's most beautiful woman thought about how and in what way she could help a person who couldn't speak. Time continued to fly by at an incredible speed, and Lucas Truman did not stop his grueling training. The niece of the director of an elite academy celebrated the end of her 4th week spent at the Costa Damon mountain. The girl thought that young Blake's constant training would lead to no good. Isabella added mentally that she had a feeling that this young man was about to wither away from exhaustion. Syriza. Trisnane's niece knew that the boy hadn't had a drop of blood in his mouth since last week. The girl admitted that, on the one hand, it caused concern because it looked dangerous. However, she noted that, on the other hand, in her eyes, Frey's image was filled with a certain divinity. The first beauty of the Academy thought that the Blake offspring was still strange and completely ill-mannered. Isabella admitted to herself that at times she thought Frey was a cold-blooded and calculating man. However, she also saw his other side, gentle and soft, like back then, with the wounded phoenix. Isabella thought that the guy's experience was enviable, as if he were an old man wise with years. The girl mentally added that this young man reminded her of an archmage. No, a great archmage. The niece of the director of an elite academy admitted that she sometimes saw the image of Lucas Truman in Freya. Suddenly, the first beauty of the Academy of Magicians realized that the young man had finished his meditation. The girl realized that this month was enough for the guy to reach 6 stars with the help of the Frivicius battle. Isabella thought it was simply incredible. It was the first time she had seen such a young and powerful magician. The young man felt that his training was over. He had actually been able to achieve his goal. The Academy's #1 beauty thought that this really happened in just 1 month. Syriza Trisnane's niece congratulated her classmate on his incredible leap in rank. The girl thought that it was impossible to believe what was happening, even looking at it with her own eyes. Isabella noticed that before this, the youngest mage with 6 stars was a full 35 years old. The Academy's most beautiful woman noted that if the world learned of Frey's achievement, everything would be turned upside down. The Apostle of Justice thought that he could now gather mana with just his breath. The young man's classmate became frightened and called out to him when the emaciated boy's legs gave way. The strongest master of humanity burst out laughing and called himself a fool who had not eaten for a week. The reincarnated man said that they needed to hunt to restore their lost strength. Isabella asked if everything was okay with Frey, and he asked again if she understood who she was asking. When a small group of novice mercenaries emerged from the cave, they were surprised by what they saw. The girl asked what happened here, and where so many high-level monster bodies came from. The Apostle of Justice suggested that it was the phoenix he had saved who had made the effort. The reincarnated man added that this was probably why no one bothered them during training. Isabella noticed that he protected them from the monsters of this dangerous place called Costa de Mana. Lucas Truman recalled how he had mentioned back then that he would cure the bird through training. The strongest master of humanity thought that this short phrase of his had left a mark on the soul of the phoenix. The Apostle of Justice said that they did not need to hunt. All that was left was to eat and climb the mountain. A small group of rookie mercenaries heard someone crying for help. The reborn Archmage decided that he could not pass by someone who was in trouble. The niece of the director of an elite academy of magicians was afraid that there were monsters or bandits somewhere nearby. The Apostle of Justice declared that, despite his hunger, He would not leave the crying one to his fate. The strongest master of humanity decided that he was the only one who could truly help. The girl saw her classmate rush upward and disappear, leaving her completely alone. Isabella tried to call out to Frey, but it was too late. He couldn't hear her. Ciriz Trisnane's niece wondered what she should do in this dangerous place alone. Meanwhile, somewhere near the girl left alone, the following events were taking place. The man begged through tears to spare him. Were these bandits really so inhumane? The bandits laughed at how pitifully the tied-up mercenary begged for his life. The thugs couldn't understand whether this man seriously thought he was any different from his friends. One of the bandits said that his comrade had missed, although he had recently boasted of his accuracy. The robber who threw daggers at the bound prisoner remarked that it was all due to a hangover, not a lack of skill. The indignant robber shouted that he would be able to hit the target on the first try, even with his one eye. The leader shouted at his henchmen that these mongrel dogs should hurry up and finish off the prisoner. Lawrence listened to the one-eyed man's indignation and allowed him to throw the stolen dagger for the last time. The bandit leader asked himself how long they would have to hang around in these mountains before that woman arrived. The bandit raised his dagger and shouted that his fellow freaks should look more closely. The robber added that now he would show them all how to throw daggers correctly. The captive man realized that this was his end, because this bandit was serious. The one-eyed man shouted that he would hit the bullseye and threw the dagger he had taken from his comrade. The captured mercenary screamed in fear of imminent death as he saw a blade flying towards him. Everyone present in that small camp saw how a wind of incredible strength deflected the dagger. The robbers couldn't understand what exactly had just happened, so they started questioning each other. The drunken robber burst out laughing at his comrade and noticed that even the wind was not on his side. The indignant thug yelled that he was incredibly angry, and his comrade noted that he needed some fresh air. The bandit who sent his accomplice out into the fresh air sensed a stranger near him. The drunken robber shouted that this was quite unexpected and asked who this young man was. The thug raised his sword and added that the brat should answer when his elder asks. The robber, angry at his inexplicable mistake, decided that this was an opportunity to justify himself. The apostle of justice realized that these robbers had already dealt with the bound people. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that of the survivors, only one remained. The reborn realized that the bandits wanted to finish off the last survivor, making him a living target. The apostle of justice decided that these were yet another candidates for the role of bad guys. The thug, raising his sword, asked the silent guy if he could even speak. The one-eyed bandit instantly sensed the magic of the young man who appeared out of nowhere. Everyone in the small camp saw their comrade's head take a short flight. The man couldn't believe his eyes when he turned around and saw the decapitated body of his accomplice. The thug realized that they were clearly not dealing with a guy who had gotten lost on Mount Costa de Mana. The bandits realized they were in deep trouble when they took a closer look at the young man's spell. The leader of the thugs decided that a real monster had come to their small camp. The bandit leader knew that this was not a simple spell, but a 5-star magic, the boundary of light. The apostle of justice greeted the boys and said that it was time to teach them a lesson. Isabella decided not to stay put and ran towards the place where the recent cry for help was coming from. When the girl arrived at the bandits' camp, she was dumbfounded by the horror she saw. Her classmate stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and looked at one of the thugs he had killed. The strongest master of humanity thought that even these bandits could not become worthy opponents for him. Isabella asked if Frey had killed them all, and he replied that he had left one bandit alive. The reborn man noted to himself that he had cast a psychic spell on the man captured by the bandits. Lucas Truman assumed that this was an ordinary henchman, which meant that he had a strong leader. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians asked if her comrade was going to burn all these robbers. The apostle of justice said he could not turn a blind eye to the killing of innocent people. Lucas Truman decided that the demigod enjoyed watching people kill each other. The reborn thought that it didn't matter to him how trivial the things were that could make a demigod happy. The strongest master of humanity admitted to himself that even thinking about such a thing was disgusting to him. A captive of bandits tied to a massive tree asked if these people would save him. The apostle of justice noticed that the man had lost a lot of blood and he would not be able to take it with him. The man tied to the tree screamed that he was begging the young master for help. The mercenary, who was a living target for the thugs, added that he could not die like that. The man burst into tears and said that he wanted to apologize to his dear father one last time. The strongest master of humanity thought, This can't be that same innkeeper's son. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forests of Mount Costa de Mana, the following events took place. The leader of the thugs asked the speaker again if the third platoon had really been exterminated by the ghost. The leader of the bandits asked the man who ran up to him if he had simply had too much to drink. The thug shouted that it was the absolute truth. He clearly saw the moment of the attack with his own eyes. The reporter added that the attacker on the third platoon had long, disheveled hair. The frightened man screamed that it was impossible to even approach that young man to attack. The reporter added that in the blink of an eye, all members of the third platoon fell dead to the ground. The boss of the bandits who operated in the mountains of Costa de Mon wondered what all this could mean. The man confidently stated that it was definitely not a ghost, but a simple magician. The advisor confirmed and added that the guy was capable of at least a double throw. The boss of the thug platoon stated that this battle mage had entered the wrong territory. The right hand of the bandit leader agreed and suggested giving a new order to his subordinates. The chief thug said that his men were to signal him as soon as this bastard appeared. The man ordered that measures be taken in advance. The borders strengthened, and an attack carried out at the first report. The advisor asked his boss if this mage was hired by the Aquarid family, but he objected. The leader of the thugs asked the messenger of the third platoon if they were really playing human darts. The speaker realized that he had been found out and admitted that they were simple mercenaries. The man added that they caught them a few days ago, and they were accompanying 2 women. The bandit boss realized that the long-haired mage couldn't have been hired by those girls either. After some time, the thugs stopped a rich cart that was moving through their territory. The bandits killed all the knights who were desperately trying to protect the passengers. However, the thugs turned out to be head and shoulders above the people guarding the transport. The thug boss asked the girl not to look at him as if he was a piece of shit. The man named the girl as the eldest daughter of a renowned family of knights, Sophia Aquarid. The crowd immediately pounced on the bride of Pierre June, a boy from a great family. The girl easily defended herself from the crushing blows of the slow bandits. In the blink of an eye, Sophia Aquarid cut through the bodies of the incompetent thugs who attacked her carriage. The girl from the famous family of knights moved so quickly that the bandits could not keep up with her. Cornered, Sophia thought they were all nothing more than pawns. But there were too many of them. The girl decided that she simply had to finish off these bandits in order to get out of here. The boss of the thugs thought he liked fighting girls, and Sophia was the most dangerous of them all. However, Pierre June's fiancé's attack was blocked by the bandit leader's advisor. The girl immediately realized that she was too tired from the protracted battle with the pawns. The thug leader's advisor easily tossed the weakened female knight away from his boss. Sophia Aquarid thought that this battle was only getting more dangerous with each passing second. The heiress of the greatest family of knights mentally added that her strength was already running out. The leader of the thugs declared that he was enchanted by the girl, who still had not let go of the sword. The man added that the fire sword from the neighboring kingdom was not just a boast. The maids, who, like their mistress, had gotten into this mess, tearfully begged her not to risk themselves. The surviving knight noticed that even he was no longer able to hold a sword, but his mistress continued to fight. Sophia Aquarid decided that she must not lower her sword under any circumstances. The boss of the bandits, who decided to capture the heiress of a family of knights, thought that she would make a wonderful wife. The man declared that the girl was truly beautiful, and it was not for nothing that he had waited for her for a whole month on this damned mountain. The leader of the bandits asked if it was really the most talented knight of the Aquarid family who stood before him. The thug noticed that this girl was incredibly talented. It was no wonder she received the title of Torrential Rain. Sophia Aquarid realized that, besides herself, only 2 maids and Sir Luther remained from the crew. The girl assessed the condition of her allies perfectly and came to the conclusion that only she could fight. Pierre June's fiancé realized she was about to face 24 seasoned thugs. The girl cursed silently and admitted that this was the worst-case scenario. The boss of the bandits said that he was very curious about one detail. Where was the magician accompanying the carriage? Sophia Aquarid asked what kind of nonsense this bandit was talking about. Would great knights really hire a magician? The girl shouted that in their time there were no truly worthy magicians left. They were all weaklings. The man thought that the guy who killed his subordinates was not related to Sophia Aquarid. The boss of the bandits wondered what kind of person this ghost was, and admitted that he was very curious to know. The man said that the eldest daughter of the Aquarid family should relax, because she would not be killed right away. Pierre June's fiancée asked what the man was talking about, and he replied that she didn't understand. The leader of the thugs asked if she really wanted him to tell her what would happen. The robbers exclaimed that they would get a chance to frolic with the heiress of a noble family. The thug boss said it was a rare opportunity and asked if Sophia thought otherwise. The heiress of the greatest line of knights declared that this was nonsense, invented by complete fools. The girl shouted that she would rather bite her tongue right now than become the plaything of the thugs. The leader of the bandits thought that this girl was not very smart. The man stated that the death of the heiress would change little. Her maids would remain for the games. The bandit boss added that his men were very hungry during the month they spent in the Costa de Man mountains. The thugs said that these girls would not be able to die beautifully. His guys simply would not allow it. Sophia Aquarid realized why the thugs left these defenseless maids alive. The girls behind the heiress of the great family shouted that they would not be a burden to their mistress. Pierre June's fiancée looked back and saw determination in the eyes of her surviving subordinates. The last knight of Sophia's guard, Aquarid, declared that it would be an honor for him to die for the lady. Sir Luther thought that they simply had no other choice but to disrupt the bandits' plans. The girl from a great line of knights realized that this was a difficult decision that needed to be thought through. Sophia Aquarid apologized to her subordinates and noted that all this happened because of her incompetence. The maids remarked that their mistress should not regret it. They grew up healthy only thanks to her. The thugs watched the scene unfold, not believing that the girl would agree to such a decision. However, Sophia Aquarid's maids asked her to end their lives with her own hands. The girl said that if they were defiled, they would not be able to meet with dignity in heaven. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid family said that their heads should be raised and their chests full of determination. The boss of the thugs asked them to wait a bit because he couldn't understand what they were talking about. The girl shouted that she would do this for the sake of the freedom of the two maidens and for the honor of the Aquarid house. The knight raised her sword and added that she gratefully accompanied the maids on their new journey. The bandit leader shouted for his men to stop this cur immediately. Sophia Aquarid brought down her sword to save her subordinates from dishonor. The thugs couldn't believe that the girls would take such a step just to avoid getting into their hands. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid house decided that this was the end of it. The bandits would not achieve their goal. However, when the girl opened her eyes, she saw the maids unharmed and did not believe what she saw. The girl realized that one of the bandits snatched the sword from her hands just before the blow. Sophia Aquarid glared at the thugs who had smashed her carriage. The girl could not believe that among these non-humans there would be someone with such incredible abilities. Pierre June's fiancée decided that in the end, she would have to endure the most terrible humiliation. Sophia Aquarid apologized for failing to provide a dignified death for the handmaidens. The eldest daughter of the House of Aquarid ordered her people to bite their tongues. However, the girls asked their mistress to look back. It was not the robbers who snatched the sword from her hands. The boss of the thugs noticed that this magician had finally revealed himself and come to the aid of his employer. The bandit leader added that this long-haired guy, nicknamed the Ghost, was too late. Neither the knights nor the thugs could figure out where this incredible young man came from. Sophia Aquarid couldn't believe her eyes. No one had ever been able to pull off something like this. The maids of the eldest heiress of the Aquarids wondered if this guy was really acquainted with the thugs. Sir Luther understood that such robbers did not give nicknames to ordinary passers-by. Isabella thought that Frey hadn't even finished training before he got into serious trouble. The boss of the thugs asked if it was this young man who had recently taken care of his boys. The Apostle of Justice asked in disappointment if this man was really their leader. Sophia Aquarid asked herself why this guy gave her back the sword. Was he not going to fight? The leader of the thugs realized that in front of him stood the very ghost that had frightened the informer. The man mentally added what this young man could do. After all, he was made up only of bones and skin. The bandit boss pointed towards the main camp and asked if that's where the guy came from. The leader of the bandits angrily asked what exactly this young man had done to his people. The strongest master of humanity replied that this thug himself knew. The guy took good care of them. The boss realized that he simply had to avenge his subordinates and gave the order to kill the bastard. The man added that they should not let this guy prepare for the spell. The leader of the bandits knew from the report of the 3rd platoon that this young man was a battle mage. The boss of the thugs acknowledged the mage's strength, but he had no chance against such numerical superiority. Lucas Truman thought that these bandits were no different from those who were in the camp. The young man activated the spell and struck everyone who rushed at him with magic arrows. The leader of the thugs who attacked the carriage of Aquarid's eldest daughter managed to parry the magical blow. The man realized that this guy was no simple battle mage. The power of his techniques was simply devastating. The boss realized that this was only the first wave of magic shots, and the next one was about to hit. The Apostle of Justice concentrated the bulk of his arrows on the leader of the bandits. Everyone who watched this battle decided that this young man possessed simply incredible power. Sophia Aquarid asked who these people are and what purpose they are pursuing in helping them. The niece of the director of the Magic Academy said that now the knights can rest easy. The girl added that they are definitely not their enemies, so there is no need to worry about anything. The leader of the thugs thought that even he knew the main weaknesses of the battle mages. The man decided that this magician would not last long, since there was a certain cycle of spells. The gangster boss added that the young man's skills were truly impressive. But the world didn't end there. The thug was sure that the guy would collapse from fatigue faster than his men could get to him. The robber finally decided that he would personally cut the throat of this brat, whoever he was. The bandit leader thought that this guy had an incredible amount of mana. When would it run out? The man saw that his subordinates continued to crumble under the barrage of attacks from this magician. The leader of the thugs thought that this was simply impossible. No magician was capable of such a thing. The robber shouted at the brat attacking him that he possessed simply incredible destructive power. The bandit boss roared. How could this guy use so much energy at once? The leader of the attackers on the carriage knew that it was simply impossible to use magic for that long. However, the man saw perfectly well that the young man standing in front of him didn't give a damn about this law. The thug admitted to himself that he had never heard of anything like this. So how could it be possible? The bandit boss realized that he had lost the battle to this brat, having lost almost all of his subordinates in the process. The man felt that his strength was almost exhausted. Was he really going to die on this mountain? The leader of the bandits asked the guy to stop and roared, "Why continue this senseless battle?" The strongest master of humanity thought that he had already beaten up these thugs enough. Those who survived the young mage's attack tried to catch their breath and gather their strength to run away. The ordinary bandits could not understand what kind of monster had crossed their path. How this could have happened. The bandit boss laughed maliciously when he noticed that the young man had stopped attacking. The man shouted that the brat was out of mana and ordered his men to charge. The leader of the thugs added that if they didn't finish off the magician now, then they would all die on this damned mountain. Sophia Aquarid asked if the guy was really out of mana and said that she would help. However, the youngest 6-star mage asked the girl not to interfere, as it was dangerous. The bandits realized that their boss had made a big mistake. This guy hadn't spent his mana yet. The leader's advisor decided that this time they would definitely remain at the foot of Mount Costa de Mana. The bandit boss wondered why the ground under their feet suddenly started shaking, whether it was the guy's doing. The thugs shouted that this young man had summoned a real earthquake. The rank-and-file bandits shouted in fear that they were falling between the debris. The bandits who attacked the Aquarid family's carriage begged for mercy. They did not want to be buried alive. The boss of the thugs couldn't believe that some brat had enough strength to perform such a combination of spells. The Apostle of Justice decided that this was a fitting retribution for the bandits for all the troubles they had caused. The eldest daughter of the greatest Aquarid family remarked that this was simply unbelievable. The girl from the Knight family couldn't believe that this magician had destroyed all the thugs so easily. Sophia Aquarid said it was 5-star magic if the guy really did summon the earthquake. Isabella said that her comrade was stalling for time with magic arrows to deliver the decisive blow. The girl knight couldn't believe that the storm of magic arrows was just a diversionary tactic. The director of the Academy's niece remarked that she too had never seen anything like it. The Academy's #1 beauty admitted that this was the least her classmate could do. Isabella added that she learned a lot when she met Frey from the Blake family. Sophia Aquarid wondered if there were still such powerful mages left in this world. The girl mentally added that this young man was an example of a true battle mage. The knights who survived the robber raid thanked the young man who came to their aid. The girl from the famous family officially introduced herself as Sophia Aquarid from the Kingdom of Ruin Noble. The young man said his name was Frey Blake and thought he had heard the name Aquarid somewhere before. The girl was indignant that the guy was speaking informally and he noticed that she had recently spoken in exactly the same way. Isabella Trisnane intervened in the dialogue with an apology for her comrade's bad character. A classmate asked why the guy couldn't be at least half as nice as he was with the Phoenix. Sophia Aquarid thought that the people who saved them did not look homeless. Maybe they were hermits. Sir Luther said that this guy was from the Blake family, and the girl knight realized that he knew something. The knight noted that this was one of the most powerful families supporting the Castalia Empire. Sir Luther added that the head of the family is Isaac Blake, the sixth most powerful man in the entire empire. Lucas Truman asked the survivors of the attack by the thugs where they were heading. The knight replied that they were going to the nearest town, which should be located at the foot of Mount Costa de Mana. The Apostle of Justice said that they were also heading there and asked permission to accompany the knights. The man thanked the magician who came to their aid for his kindness. However, Sir Luther noted that they would not be able to continue their journey right now. The knight added that the first thing they needed to do was recover the bodies of the escort knights. Lucas Truman asked if they would bury them there, and the man replied that they had no choice. Luther said they couldn't move them all into the city, but the reborn one agreed to do it. The knights couldn't believe their eyes when the boy raised all his fallen comrades from the ground at once. Everyone who survived the battle with the bandits saw the young man wave his hand. Sophia Aquarid saw the remains of their carriage rise above the ground. The knights were surprised when the boy quickly assembled the broken cart using magic. The eldest daughter of the greatest knight family said that this was simply unbelievable. The Apostle of Justice loaded the bodies of all the slain knights into the carriage and asked if they were ready to go. Sir Luther was almost speechless, but managed to squeeze out that everyone was ready to set out. The knights realized that there were still incredible magicians in this world who were capable of more than just fighting. When Sophia Aquarid learned that Frey was only 20 years old, she shouted that she would have given him 30. The girl knight admitted that it was very difficult to believe such a thing. How did he master such power? The strongest master of humanity replied that it did not matter whether he was 20 or 30. The reborn Archmage added that it was simply great for him to be young again. Lucas Truman noticed that those same mercenaries were waiting for the knights, setting up an ambush, which was suspicious. Sophia Aquarid remembered the words of the thug boss that they had been waiting for them on the slopes for a whole month. Sir Luther said that they had just left Ruinobla a month ago, so these events were definitely connected. The knight added that the Aquarid family has many allies, but also just as many enemies. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid family said that even taking this into account, the thugs were remarkably skilled. The girl knight added that there were too many enemies. The employer must be very powerful. Sophia Aquarid noted that for Frey Blake, even these bandits were mere trifles. A girl from the greatest family of knights asked how the young man managed to gain such power. Sophia Aquarid admitted that until now she considered all magicians to be weaklings. However, the girl knight added that today her opinion has completely changed. The strongest master of humanity replied that it should be obvious, because it is a simple effort. The eldest daughter of a family of knights wondered what all this could mean, and what kind of effort they were talking about. By evening, the knights, accompanied by magicians, reached the port town under the dangerous mountain. The sailors helped lift the cart with the knights' bodies onto the ship bound for Ruinobla. Sophia Aquarid ordered one of her maids to escort the bodies of the dead back to their homeland. Sometime after the farewell, the ship with the bodies of the dead knights departed from the port. The Apostle of Justice noticed that Sir Luther had decided to address him with a short speech. The knight once again thanked Frey Blake, who helped return the bodies of the dead to their families. Lucas Truman agreed and replied that he was glad to have the opportunity to help the knights. The most powerful master of humanity wished the rescued people a pleasant journey and prepared to leave. However, Sophia Aquarid shouted that she would not allow this and immediately caught up with the one who was leaving. The Apostle of Justice asked what had happened that required him to be stopped. The eldest of the daughters, Aquarid, asked permission to thank the incredible magician. Lucas Truman replied that everything was fine, because magicians and knights should help each other. Sir Luther said that if the boy left without a reason, the Aquarid family would lose face. The reborn man thought that he would have to agree with the knights after all. The strongest master of humanity looked at his classmate as if asking her permission. The girl nodded as a sign that it would be wrong not to accept gratitude from the saved people. The Apostle of Justice stated that in that case, he would not refuse a snack in a tavern. Lucas Truman added that this place knows how to make really tasty sausages. Sir Luther thought it wasn't the cleanest place possible, and Sophia mentally agreed with him. The knight said that he did not find this establishment suitable for a true aristocrat. The reincarnated man said that this scruffy and dirty tavern was the best place. The owner of the establishment demanded to know why his tavern was called sloppy and dirty. The innkeeper said that the guy looked like a beggar and vagabond, but he still returned alive from that mountain. The owner added that he was incredibly happy to see the young man again, and stated that he had not forgotten about the agreement. The Apostle of Justice stated that there was one more person who had managed to survive. The old innkeeper couldn't believe his eyes. Could these teenagers really have found his son? The mercenary rescued by Lucas Truman was speechless when he saw his father. The innkeeper dropped his tray and shouted out his son's name, and Jean called the old man father. The owner of the establishment immediately rushed to provide first aid to the wounded mercenary. The reborn said that Jean would have to rest for a couple of days, so there was no need to worry about him. The old innkeeper said that his son was taken hostage while guarding the herbalists. The father added that he did not know about the talents of the mercenary Jean, but as a person, he grew up worthy. The boy, who returned to his home, said that he constantly regretted his actions. Jean added that he sincerely regretted yelling at his father and running away, and the old man just shook his head. The niece of the director of an elite academy asked her friend how he even knew they were related. Lucas Truman replied that they were simply similar, adding that his ballast was talented in healing magic. Isabella asked who Frey Blake had just called dead weight, and the guy replied that it was her. Reincarnated into the body of a young man, he added that she was the real ballast of their group. The reborn said that he had come here to visit with his company, but the tavern was overcrowded. Sir Luther said that it must be really nice here, since all the seats were occupied by visitors. Lucas Truman apologized to the knight and said that the food here was very tasty last time. The owner of a small tavern shouted that everyone should stop eating immediately. The old man asked if the customers hadn't heard him and added that the tavern was closed today. One of the mercenaries was indignant, but the innkeeper shouted that in this building his word was law. The owner of the establishment announced that he would not take money from these people, so they could get out of there. The old tavern owner bolted the door after he had shown out all the customers of his eatery. The owner of a small tavern asked what the young man was talking about, since there was no one in the room. The old man said that he had not shown his skills for a long time, and added that he would cook the best meat today. After some time, the eldest daughter of the greatest knightly family was already washing herself off the dirt. The girl thought it would be great to learn magic, because that guy was just excellent. However, Sophia Aquarid knew that she had no control over mana, and therefore, all magic as well. The innkeeper put his best and freshest dishes on the table to thank his son's rescuers. The Apostle of Justice decided to make up for lost time, since he hadn't eaten anything for a whole week. Lucas Truman noticed that the night girl had already finished her procedures and decided to approach the table. The strongest master of humanity said that he could not resist and had already started dinner without Sophia. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid family thought that the young man began to look somehow different. The Apostle of Justice asked the girl to sit down at the table quickly, because it was so delicious. The reincarnated man asked what had happened to the girl, as her face had turned red. Sophia Aquarid noticed that the guy became more masculine after he got himself in order. The girl knight felt her foot slip, causing her to lose her balance. The strongest master of humanity reacted instantly and caught the slippery woman. The girl thought she had shown weakness when she slipped on a wet slipper. Lucas Truman didn't see anything shameful in this situation, because something like this could happen to anyone. The Apostle of Justice noticed many scars on the girl knight's hands and asked what kind of wounds they were. Sophia Aquarid instantly pulled her hand back, deciding that these warrior scars killed all femininity. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid family was afraid that the young man would consider her ugly because of all those scars. However, the strongest master of humanity exclaimed that this was simply unbelievable. The reborn man added that these were the very same traces of effort that he had recently spoken about. The girl knight realized that her wounds had not turned the mage away, but on the contrary, had even brought them closer together. Isabella asked. She heard that the knights were heading to the capital, but what was the purpose of this trip? The eldest daughter of the great knightly family replied that they were heading to the June family. The strongest master of humanity asked again if she was really talking about that same June family. Isabella and Lucas Truman instantly remembered Pierre's words when he told them about his fiancée. The students of the elite magic academy exclaimed, Could this really be the girl Pierre was talking about? The Apostle of Justice added that he still could not remember where he had heard about the Aquarid family. Sir Luther asked if their saviors knew Pierre of the Great June family. The director's niece replied that she and Pierre studied at the same academy and were also friends. The strongest master of humanity added that they learned about this marriage from him. The Apostle of Justice asked if Sophia Aquarid was Pierre June's fiancée. The reincarnated man realized that they had been right in their assumption. Lucas Truman thought that the Academy's strongest student was a real lucky guy. The next morning, knights and magicians gathered on the street in front of the good-natured old man's tavern. Isabella wished Miss Sophia a safe journey to the capital of the empire. The eldest daughter of the greatest knightly family turned to Frey of the noble Blake family. Sophia Aquarid asked if the young man would visit June's family after he finished his current business. The reborn Archmage thought that now both future spouses were inviting him to visit. The strongest master of humanity answered evasively that he might come and see them. The eldest daughter of the great knightly family Aquarid said that she would definitely wait for Frey. After some time on the way back to the Costa Daman Mountains, Isabella said it was great. Lucas Truman remarked that he too had the impression that Sophia preferred decent people. The reborn man added that Pierre had been lucky all his life. But Isabella disagreed. The strongest master of humanity asked his classmate what was wrong with her face, whether she had gotten caught in a spider web. The Apostle of Justice asked the director's niece to look ahead, because they were almost there. The reborn Archmage pointed to the cloud-high peak and said that they were interested in that place. Lucas Truman added that somewhere there is an entrance to the dungeon of the great sage Carl Goldman. Isabella asked if this wasn't the most dangerous place in the already inhospitable mountains of Costa Daman. The Apostle of Justice replied that the girl was completely right, because that is where the drakes live. The strongest master of humanity added that these are the largest and most powerful predators in the world. The director's niece asked if they would have to fight these creatures. The reborn man pointed at his feet and asked in response if this was all she was going to do. The Apostle of Justice stated that the Drake King appeared to be tens of times larger than normal drakes. The first beauty of the elite academy shouted that this simply could not be. The girl noted with fear that she had never heard of such enormous monsters. Lucas Truman asked the girl to pull herself together immediately, because these were the Costa Daman Mountains. The reborn added that whatever happened, there was nothing strange about it, because this place was called Hell. Isabella asked why her classmate had cast some kind of spell on her. The greatest Archmage of humanity pushed away the girl who had been sitting on the ground for too long. The Academy's first beauty didn't even realize how the next moment they were attacked by a huge ogre. Humanity's strongest master jumped to the side to gain distance from the enemy. Meanwhile, Isabella couldn't believe that Frey had decided to attack her in such a place. The girl screamed. Had the third son of the Blake house really gone crazy? Why did he attack her? Isabella realized that her classmate had not even intended to harm her, but on the contrary, had saved her from death. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians screamed. Was it really a huge ogre that attacked them? The Apostle of Justice thought that this situation looked quite dangerous. The reborn Archmage instantly realized that a mutant ogre stood before them. The strongest master of humanity noticed that the tavern owner was not lying when he spoke about the local mutants. Meanwhile, the monster that attacked the small group of magicians decided to attack the weakest enemy. Ceres Trisnine's niece realized she couldn't avoid a confrontation with the mutant ogre. Isabella decided that now was the time to test the new power of her magic, as she had been training for a long time. Freya Blake's classmate activated Fireball to crush the massive monster. The Academy Director's niece's spell was torn from its place and rammed into the huge monster. The Apostle of Justice thought that the girl's power had grown much more than he had expected. However, the devastating magic of the fire element was not enough to put down the mutant ogre. The monster that attacked the small group of mages let out a wild roar, preparing for a counterattack. Isabella screamed that her magic was simply useless, because the huge mutant did not even falter. The reborn Archmage said that this ogre's skin is resistant to fire. Perhaps the Drake's fault. The first beauty of the Academy shouted what they were going to do, and her comrade asked what she was talking about. The strongest master of humanity added that everything is simple. Since fire does not work, they use ice. Isabella thought that the magic of the third son of the Blake family had changed the entire season. Ceres Trisnane's niece noted that all this happened because of the two ice spears. The girl decided that Frey was truly incomparable, and admitted that he reminded her of the great Archmage. The Apostle of Justice decided not to drag out this battle, so he launched his spears at the monster. Isabella realized that Frey's spell was so powerful that it knocked the brute off his feet. The Academy's #1 beauty decided that they had now defeated this mutant ogre. However, a moment later, Lucas Truman and Isabella realized that even this did not stop the monster. The magic of the little people only angered the creature that lived at the highest mountain in the Costa de Mon region. The girl screamed that this simply couldn't be. How could this monster survive such a spell? Isabella screamed that even the blow from the powerful ice spears did not penetrate the impenetrable skin of the monster. The strongest master of humanity noticed that they were facing a strong fellow. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians once again activated the fireball. However, this time the huge monster did not even slow down, continuing to rush towards the students. The comrades, who were making their way to the very top of the Drake Mountain, realized that the monster had lost its sight. The mutant ogre growled in anger as he tried to find the tiny humans who had burned his face. The strongest master of humanity noticed the confusion of the huge monster. Lucas Truman admired the ogre's thick skin and its skeleton, which was stronger than any steel. The girl shouted that now was not the time to admire the enemy, and added that fire would be more effective. The Apostle of Justice corrected Isabella, saying that the skin of this giant was resistant to flame. The Academy's most beautiful woman asked the young man to bury the ogre using an earthquake spell. The reborn Archmage replied that such chaotic magic would attract the attention of nearby drakes. The strongest master of humanity noticed that it was already noisy enough here. Lucas Truman added that in this situation, the most effective strategy will have to be resorted to. The Apostle of Justice called out to the huge monster and asked him why he was so angry. The girl asked why Frey was using ice spears again if they were useless against the ogre. The reborn man replied that he had to hit 1 point if he wanted to succeed. Isabella realized that the giant monster's temporary blindness had already passed. Now it could see them. Meanwhile, the strongest master of humanity, with one wave of his hand, lined up the projectiles in a row. The mutant ogre roared furiously, as if warning the pathetic humans of their imminent demise. Lucas shouted that their main problems were due to the fact that the girl did not know how to be restrained and was constantly yelling. The strongest master of humanity announced that he had sent the first spear into the giant monster. The mutant ogre, rushing towards the students, growled at Frey's unexpectedly accurate hit. However, the huge monster didn't even think about stopping or slowing down. Isabella screamed in panic that her classmates' ice spears weren't working on the monster. The girl demanded that he use different magic, and the young man replied that she should shut up. The Apostle of Justice added that he is now extremely focused on his goal. The strongest master of humanity directed the second and third spears quite accurately, hitting the previous one. However, the huge mutant ogre continued to rush towards the small group of novice mercenaries. Lucas Truman realized his strategy had worked only after the 6th spear had landed accurately. The reincarnated Archmage of the past declared that it was all over for this monster. The mutated ogre couldn't believe that some human had managed to stop his advance. The strongest master of humanity brought down a decisive ice spear and pierced the monster's skull. The Academy's most beautiful woman couldn't believe her eyes because Frey had defeated the mutant. Lucas Truman thought he had just used one of his most successful tactics. The Apostle of Justice mentally added that in this way anything could be pierced. The boy's classmate couldn't believe that he had cracked the ogre's skull with his stubbornness. The reborn Archmage stated that striking at one spot was an excellent tactic. The students, making their way to the Great Sage's dungeon, heard the furious cries of the drakes. The magicians realized that the noise made by the enormous ogre had attracted all the fire-breathing monsters around them. Lucas Truman stated that his worst fears had been confirmed, with all the drakes flocking to the sounds of battle. The strongest master of humanity added that from this moment a new round begins. The reborn Archmage noted that there would be no time for boredom on this journey. The fire-breathing creatures flew up and began to spray tongues of flame indiscriminately. Isabella wondered how long this would go on. And where did all these powerful monsters come from? When there were very few drakes left, the students decided that they would be able to hide from the monsters. The Academy director's niece activated the ice arrow spell to get rid of her pursuer. However, The girl's magic didn't even scratch the flying giant's durable scales. Isabella realized that this time she would not be able to escape the drake's crushing flames. Lucas Truman noticed the dangerous situation and pierced the fire-breathing creature with his ice spear. The Apostle of Justice thought that he was responsible for the health of the woman he had invited on the journey. Drake, who set out in pursuit of the pathetic humans, realized that they had outwitted him. The first beauty of the elite Academy of Magicians thought that her classmates' abilities were simply incredible. The girl finally realized the full horror of the Costa de Mon Mountains. Could it really be even worse higher up? The strongest master of humanity wondered what could have made his comrade freeze in fear. The reborn man realized that the Drake Lord had decided to personally deal with the unrest. The Apostle of Justice immediately stopped the girl's next attempt to shout something senseless. Lucas Truman asked Isabella not to make any unnecessary noise, as they didn't need any trouble right now. The Archmage admitted that he was no match for the Drake King, so they needed to wait for him to leave. The strongest master of humanity understood perfectly well that any movement and they were dead. The Apostle of Justice knew that the Drake King was not the most observant, but it was never a bad idea to be on the safe side. Lucas Truman wondered which way this damn thing would go. The Academy's #1 beauty wondered what kind of power this monster must have if Frey considered himself weaker. The reborn Archmage once again shut Isabella's mouth so that she would not attract the Drake's attention. The king of the fire-breathing creatures continued to move slowly along the Costa de Mon mountain range. A classmate of the third son of the Blake family noticed that this monster leaves only destruction in its wake. The girl thought that the young man had acted very rudely when he suddenly shut her mouth. The first beauty of the elite Academy of Magicians mentally added that the king of the Drakes almost trampled them. The Apostle of Justice and the director's niece continued to make their way towards the top of the Costa de Mon Mountains. The strongest master of humanity did not rush towards the final goal because he wanted to gain strength. The reincarnated Archmage of the past understood perfectly well that even he needed moments of rest. Isabella thought that the higher they were, the more serious the opponents they would meet. The girl said that she had finished healing Frey and noted that she was not an all-powerful healer. Lucas thought that after fighting monsters for 2 weeks, he had become completely accustomed to his body. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that the result was worth climbing these mountains. However, the reborn man thought that he still had to decide the most important question. The Apostle of Justice announced that they were ready to climb even higher up this mountain range. Lucas Truman added that the dungeon was located at the top of the mountain in front of them. The girl wondered if she would really be able to visit the legendary dungeon during this vacation. The strongest master of humanity warned Isabella to be careful and not to let down her guard. The reborn added that given Carl's personality, this lake should be overflowing with monsters. The girl asked why the young man was so sure that the legendary dungeon was located here. The Apostle of Justice replied that the great sage had a bad habit of talking a lot. Lucas Truman added that Carl Goldman wanted to live in exactly such a beautiful place. Isabella asked how Frey knew all this, and he simply stated that he seemed to have found the entrance. The girl could not believe that the lost legacy of the legendary sage was on this island. The first beauty of the elite Academy of Magicians looked around and thought that it was truly beautiful here. Isabella added silently that it was a beautiful island and wondered how Frey had known about it. The Apostle of Justice called his old friend a scoundrel who created all this. The young man said that he felt that there was a real dungeon under this island. The strongest master of humanity added that this structure is many times larger than the island itself. Lucas Truman claimed that this island was just an entrance to a dungeon, but the girl did not believe what he said. The Apostle of Justice called all this extremely extravagant, but simple to execute. Reincarnated into Frey Blake's body, he added that it was very similar to Carl Goldman. The strongest master of humanity led the girl into the depths of the island, where, as it seemed to him, the entrance was located. A small group of magicians decided that the passage in the giant tree was the entrance to the legendary dungeon. Isabella remarked on the size of the giant tree, and Lucas Truman said the entrance was too obvious. The Apostle of Justice was surprised that his old comrade even made a ladder. How sweet that was. The girl thought about how to ask the third son of the famous Blake family about his impossible knowledge. The most beautiful girl at the elite Academy of Magicians decided that her classmate really did live in the Age of Light. However, Isabella thought that this simply could not be, and admitted to herself the stupidity of such thoughts. The girl decided to simply follow the young man and see what was hidden under this island. The reborn Archmage thought that the inner entrance to the dungeon should appear very soon. After some time, the steps ended, and Isabella wondered if this was Goldman's legacy. The magicians of the Elite Academy thought that the doors to the dungeon were too huge. The director's niece asked if Frey Blake could open the huge door. The Apostle of Justice replied that because of Carl's magic, they would explode immediately if they used force. Lucas Truman decided that they would have to act according to his friend's plan and use the magic ball. Humanity's strongest master poured his mana into the only object at the entrance to the dungeon. Isabella was startled when thick clouds of smoke burst out of the magic crystal. The girl screamed, asking what kind of smoke was that? Had the dungeon's defenses really activated and decided to poison them? However, the first beauty of the Elite Academy noticed that the haze began to gather in one place. Isabella was surprised when she saw the flying boy. Could it really be the guardian of the dungeon? The guy who appeared out of the smoke counted to 3 and asked if he had been heard. The director's niece said that this was some kind of strange child and asked what was going on. The girl noticed that something was wrong with her friend. She had never seen him so dumbfounded. The first beauty of the Elite Academy of Magicians called out to her classmate, but he did not react in any way. The boy welcomed the true magicians to his dungeon and noted their desire to receive a reward. The strongest master of humanity could not believe his eyes, so he decided to touch his friend. However, the reincarnated man immediately realized that what lay before them was only a magical illusion. Isabella guessed that this greeting was recorded using mana. A man reborn after 40 centuries called Carl Goldman a frivolous person. Lucas Truman was indignant. How old was his friend if he allowed himself such behavior? The Apostle of Justice admitted that he was pleased to see his old comrade. Isabella cried out in surprise. Could this child really be the greatest sage of the Age of Light? The image of Carl Goldman echoed what true magicians wish to find in this great place. Cerise Trisnane's niece remarked that they seemed to be able to talk to the boy. The image of the legendary sage stated that he was only reproducing prepared words. Everything happened automatically. Carl Goldman promised those who entered that they would get their hands on anything they wanted. Lucas Truman decided to ask what happened to his comrade and how he died. The flying child replied that he was not going to let the magicians in just like that. They would have to answer a question. Carl Goldman declared that if those who came to him answered incorrectly, they would never leave the dungeon. The strongest master of humanity thought as if he had returned back to that joyful time. The reborn man thought that his voice did not reach his comrade, although he himself heard and saw Carl. The Apostle of Justice mentally added that he was indeed the only survivor. Lucas Truman thought that everyone he loved had eventually turned to dust. The strongest master of humanity promised himself that he would crush all those who made his friends like this. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians thought that the boy looked a little upset. Carl Goldman said he was eager to get started and would now ask his question. The great sage asked who or what in him, Goldman, aroused the greatest hatred. The boy hovering in the air looked at the magicians who were about to answer this difficult question. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he replied that this something was a demigod. Carl Goldman, the legendary sage of the Age of Light, exclaimed that this was the correct answer. Isabella saw the boy's magical image dissipate and the inner doors of the dungeon open. The girl wondered where her classmate got such knowledge and what kind of demigod he was. Syriza. Trisnane's niece decided that she simply had to know the answers to these questions. However, Lucas's ballast could not find the strength to ask the guy about everything at once. The girl called out to Frey Blake and asked how he managed to solve this difficult riddle. The strongest master of humanity thought that it was still too early for his companion to know about this. Isabella wondered silently if it was possible that Frey Blake had personally known Carl Goldman. The girl felt that she could not ask this question. Something was preventing her from saying the cherished words. The Apostle of Justice decided that the classmate of the third son of the Blake family was acting strangely. The reincarnated man asked the director's niece not to be so absent-minded. The strongest master of humanity reminded that this is Carl's dungeon. You need to be careful here. Lucas Truman added that it was quite in his friend's style to do something unusual. The Apostle of Justice noted that if the girl were as absent-minded, she would immediately disappear. The Archmage advised her to focus on what she saw and cast aside all distractions. The reborn man suggested going and looking at the vestibule before the beginning and the end. After some time, a small detachment of magicians reached the next door of Goldman's dungeon. The strongest master of humanity activated the magic crystal at the passage without hesitation. The reborn Archmage thought that there must be something new here, since his friend did not like to repeat himself. The first beauty of the elite academy saw how the smoke took the form of a teenager. The Apostle of Justice suggested that Carl Goldman would continue to grow with each new door. The guy who appeared from the magical smoke said that he was ready to move on to the second question. Lucas asked if they were going to have any more questions, and Carl's image noted that it was too late to explain. The hologram added that the further the magicians go into the dungeon, the more amazing things they will encounter. The teenager noticed that from all the variety, those who entered would only be able to take one thing. Carl Goldman added that he does not recommend breaking this rule. Otherwise, the golems will be very offended. The great sage said that Iris Fissman irritated him greatly because he could never understand her. The teenager added that whether the continent was on fire or not, her mind was always occupied by men. Isabella asked her comrade if the great sage was really talking about the Black Witch now. Lucas thought Iris Fissman was a woman with jet black hair and an enigmatic smile. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that it was not for nothing that she was called the Black Witch. The reborn Archmage thought that he had never met a man who did not fall in love with her. The image of the great sage added that Iris is Iris, but he hates Lucas himself even more. Carl Goldman asked if he was an Archmage or not. How could he not know that he was the whole world for Iris? The Apostle of Justice asked if this was true, and how he could have learned about it so late. The teenager added that a woman cannot take care of everything. So what kind of person is he? An Archmage or not? The great sage declared that the golem behind him would have figured it out faster than Lucas Truman himself. The image of the sage said that the Black Witch served 3 demons, and one of them had 6 arms. The teenager added that the demon held various weapons in his hands, and the reincarnated one replied that it was Asura. Isabella was surprised that her classmate hadn't even finished listening to the question before he had already answered correctly. The director of the academy's niece was surprised that the great sage had collected a whole multitude of ornaments. After some time, the magicians reached the next door, where they were met by a magic stone. The matured image of the great sage asked the following question to the magicians who entered his dungeon. The Academy's first beauty said that the sage's magical projection had grown older again. The Apostle of Justice thought he knew it. Carl Goldman grows older with every door he passes through. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that this place could be called his friend's personal diary. Lucas Truman asked himself why his old acquaintance had decided to create this place in the first place. The reborn man added mentally, wondering what and to whom Carl wanted to convey all this. The Apostle of Justice continued to pass through the doors one after another, answering each question correctly. Isabella said that her classmate was simply amazing because they had already reached the 5th room. Lucas Truman thought that the further they went, the less the sage's questions had to do with magic. Cerise Trisnane's niece thought it was amazing that Frey answered these questions. A small group of magicians entered the next room, where they met the image of an old sage. The creator of this dungeon warned that behind this door there is a final room. Reborn after 4,000 years, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the old man. The Apostle of Justice realized that Carl Goldman stood before him in his final form. The old great sage addressed the man standing before him, calling him Lucas Truman. The strongest master of humanity realized that this dungeon was built only for him alone. The old man said that his friend became an archmage at the age of 40 and was the greatest teacher of all mankind. Carl Goldman said that friendship with such a man was the greatest pride and happiness of his life. The reborn man replied that for him, too, this was the greatest happiness in his life. The niece of the director of the elite academy of magicians wondered what was going on. The old man said that it was time for his last question, whether this magician could tell him his real name. The Apostle of Justice thought that the more questions there were, the more mysterious they sounded. However, the Archmage of the past admitted that he was the only one who could answer all these questions. Lucas replied that the old man's name was Solomon Gnome, and Isabella was surprised why the boy chose that name. Carl Goldman replied that he was ready to let his old friend pass, because everything here was for him. The strongest master of humanity asked his old friend to wait a little longer. The greatest sage of the Age of Light asked Lucas Truman to return as soon as possible. The one reborn after 4,000 years shouted that the old man should stay a little longer. Isabella couldn't believe what she heard, because the great sage had just called her classmate Lucas. A small group of mages entered the final room of Solomon's legendary dungeon. The girls said that, unlike other rooms, this one felt like the life of a great sage. The reborn man declared that he had found what he had come all this way for. Lucas Truman claimed that the bottle contained the ice river, and the girl screamed that she didn't believe it. The girl added that, according to legend, one drop of this liquid can cause an explosion of mana throughout the body. The strongest master of humanity noticed his classmates' good awareness. Isabella screamed, "Was this really the ice river?" She thought it was just a legend. The Apostle of Justice said that he needed her to reach the 7-star level. The niece of the director of the Magic Academy said that now she understood why they came to this place. Isabella found unusual earrings in the great sage's belongings and asked Frey what they were. The most powerful master of humanity could not believe his eyes when he saw the jewelry found by the girl. Syriza Trisnane's niece remarked that the earrings looked rather tasteless. Lucas Truman swore and said that such an insignificant thing should not be in the last room. The Apostle of Justice added that these were hurricane earrings that he made with his own hands. Isabella asked her friend how something he made could have ended up in Solomon Gnome's dungeon. Lucas explained that he made them 4,000 years ago out of boredom, but his friend liked the decoration. The reborn one did not even think that these earrings could be so dear to Solomon Gnome. The director of the Academy's niece asked a classmate to tell her in more detail about what happened to him. The strongest master of humanity thought that it was too early for him to tell this story to Isabella. However, he understood perfectly well that this girl would not just leave him without an explanation. The Apostle of Justice confessed to Frey Blake's classmate that his real name is Lucas Truman. The reborn Archmage added that 40 centuries ago he fought the demigod together with Solomon. However, the Supreme Being sealed him in darkness, where he spent 4,000 years in trials. The most powerful Archmage added that one day the darkness receded, and the voice of an unknown person was heard. The reincarnated man said it was the voice of the third son of the famous Blake family. Lucas Truman admitted that he still doesn't know why he called him and why they became in sync. However, the Apostle of Justice responded to this young man who needed powerful wings. Humanity's strongest master said that he promised Frey power in exchange for his freedom. The Apostle of Justice said that this is how he received this body. After 40 centuries. The girl thought that the third son of the Blake family was telling her something impossible. The director of the Academy's niece said that she now understood the reason for the boy's sudden change. Lucas Truman thought the girl wouldn't believe his words, but she admitted that the story really did sound absurd. Isabella added that a lot had happened during this time, and, oddly enough, it made sense. The girl said that she completely agreed that Frey was actually Lucas Truman. Syriza Trisnane's niece added that she once again welcomed the Archmage. The strongest master of humanity thought that the girl had knelt down in front of him in vain. Lucas Truman said that Isabella should call him Frey, otherwise it would be difficult for him to achieve his goal. The reborn Archmage added that the girl should behave as before, without this formal atmosphere. The Apostle of Justice added that he was allergic to the girl's strange actions. The strongest master of humanity said that, if you think about it, she called the earrings he created tasteless. Isabella screamed that she had seen an incredibly stylish bracelet, and that Lucas had made that too. However, the reborn Archmage replied that this decoration was made by Solomon Gnome himself. Lucas Truman added that this bracelet is actually the staff of a great sage. The Apostle of Justice noted that if the girl wore this bracelet, she would become very emaciated. The reincarnated master of humanity decided to show Isabella the power of the artifacts of the past. Lucas Truman thought that he himself would like to see these items activated again. The most powerful master of humanity has unleashed the power of an ancient bracelet and earrings. The first beauty of the elite Academy of Magicians said that this was something incredibly amazing. The girl noted the huge increase in Lucas's mana, but quickly corrected herself and called the guy Frey. The Archmage said it was not his style to use artifacts, but they were his friend's property. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians returned to the things of the great sage and asked what they were. Lucas replied that it was the golem core, and the girl noticed that it had a very high concentration of mana. The Apostle of Justice asked his classmate to take it easy on such important subjects. The Archmage said that Solomon Gnome loved all sorts of nonsense like candles that never go out. The director's niece said that she still felt the presence of the sage as if he were somewhere nearby. The strongest master of humanity thought that this was simply impossible, because an unimaginable number of years had passed. The reborn Archmage couldn't believe his eyes when he read the entry in his comrade's diary. The book lying on Solomon Gnome's desk began with the words about Lucas having disappeared without a trace. The sage assumed that the demigod was involved in this, since no one else could have gotten rid of the Archmage. Solomon noted that this was not just the disappearance of a magician, for Lucas was a fundamental link in the world. The reborn Archmage learned that after his disappearance, a conflict occurred between Frevicius and Rashmid. Solomon Gnome also recorded in this diary the sudden disappearance of the Black Witch Iris Fizman. The great sage felt that he could no longer trust anyone, even the people around him. The diary's author wrote that those around him put on friendly masks, pretending to admire him. However, the sage felt that they were only waiting for the right moment to pounce on him. Lucas Truman realized that his friend, who had no one to rely on, continued to fight alone. Solomon Gnome admitted that he tried to take on his friend's burden, but was unable to cope with its weight. The great sage admitted that he realized how mana was gradually leaving him, leaving only a growing emptiness. Solomon Gnome apologized to Lucas Truman for being too weak for the role. The strongest master of humanity called his sage friend a lonely fool. The first beauty of the elite academy could not believe that even an archmage could cry from such a thing. The Apostle of Justice replied to his friend's diary that he now understood what it was like to be alone. Lucas Truman declared that in addition to the loneliness that Solomon experienced, he would also inherit his will. The reincarnated man asked his friend to slowly watch as he crushed the demigods. The strongest master of humanity, filled with determination, and walked towards the exit of his comrade's dungeon. Isabella thought that the story of the friends of the most powerful archmage turned out to be incredibly tragic. The girl called out to the man who was leaving because he had not finished reading the great sage's diary. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians stated that there is another page in this diary. Isabella read Solomon Gnome's last wish. He wanted Lucas to complete Anastasia. The director's niece asked if Frey Blake knew who this Anastasia was. The Apostle of Justice took another look at the golem core, which they had found not long ago in the sage's belongings. The strongest master of humanity noticed the name written on this detail: Anastasia. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians said that this must be a truly incredible golem. Lucas Truman said his best friend was simply an unrivaled puppeteer. The archmage added that he felt uneasy about Solomon calling this golem his masterpiece. Isabella asked if her classmate could complete the great sage's golem. The girl asked why her comrade was silent. Was it really impossible for the great archmage to do something like this? Lucas, meanwhile, remembered how he once introduced his first golem to his best friend. The Archmage then stated that he used avant-garde design with a cubist approach. Solomon Gnome couldn't stop laughing then. He asked his friend not to make golems anymore. The future sage declared that even if his golem failed, it would still be better than this one. Solomon admitted that Lucas Truman brought him to tears. He just didn't know how to stop laughing. The future greatest archmage said that his friend simply had to be sincere. The first beauty of the Academy of Magicians once again turned to Frey, who froze in front of her. The Apostle of Justice said that no matter what, they would have to complete Solomon's project. Lucas Truman remarked that when they completed what his friend had started, the history of the unrecorded gaps would be revealed. The girl asked what other gaps in history her classmate was talking about and what he meant. Frey Blake replied that he was talking about what happened while he was locked in the abyss. The strongest master of humanity realized that someone was already waiting for them outside the dungeon. The director of the academy's niece asked what was wrong with Frey again, why he had stopped again. Lucas stated that once they left the dungeon, Isabella would have to head to the city. Classmates saw Drake circling randomly above the island of Lucas's best friend. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians said that this simply could not be. The girl couldn't understand why the Drake King was on this mountain. Was he really waiting for them? The Apostle of Justice asked the fire-breathing monster if he was really waiting for him. The Drake King realized that this was not just a simple insect, but someone fearless. The strongest master of humanity stated that the Drake would have to answer his question. The reborn Archmage added that he knew that the king of the fire-breathing creatures had intelligence. The leader of the Drakes burst out laughing and called the little man very funny. The king of the fire-breathing monsters asked how this man dared to enter his kingdom without a drop of fear. The Apostle of Justice asked in response why the Drake pretended not to notice them in the forest. Isabella thought Frey's voice was shaking. She had never seen him so tense. The Drake King said he was waiting for the guy to bring back one good thing from the dungeon. The reincarnated master of humanity thought that the monster was talking about the ice river. Lucas stated that he now understood the Drake's ignorance, since he was hunting people near this dungeon. The Reborn said that this place was a dungeon that his old friend treasured. The Apostle of Justice added that he would punish the creature for using this place as bait. The Drake King burst out laughing when he heard the little man seriously intending to punish him. The huge, fire-breathing monster thought that it had seen a similar look before. Drake thought he had already lost a battle with one arrogant little man. The woman warned him that he should not pursue her. Otherwise, he would die. The Drake King stated that he really didn't like the look of this boy. The strongest master of humanity noticed the monster's hesitation and ordered Isabella to flee from here. The reborn Archmage admitted that this time he was not confident of his own victory. The giant, fire-breathing monster declared that these little people looked incredibly tasty. The Drake King growled that he would probably feast on these weak mages. Lucas Truman activated Solomon Gnome's bracelet to transform it into a staff. The strongest master of humanity decided that with the weapon of his old friend, he had a chance. The reborn Archmage activated the Stonewall spell and struck the giant Drake with it. The Drake King realized that this tiny human possessed incredible power. Lucas Truman shouted, "Couldn't the girl get the vibe, and why was she still here?" The strongest master of humanity added that Isabella should not get under his feet. A classmate of the third son of the famous Blake family realized her powerlessness in this situation. The girl decided that she would definitely become stronger so as not to be a burden to Lucas Truman. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians shouted that she would be back very soon. The giant fire-breathing monster screamed that this magician was simply incredibly impudent. Reborn in Frey Blake's body, he realized that the Drake was about to launch a devastating attack. Humanity's most powerful Archmage activated a flight spell to escape the monster's attack. Lucas Truman thought that his 6-star level was not enough to fight such a monster. The Apostle of Justice realized that he could only dodge the attacks of the massive Drake now. The Drake King activated his fire breath to rain down on the fleeing man. However, the reborn Archmage easily dodged every explosion unleashed by the colossal monster. Humanity's strongest master decided he needed to change his approach to this battle. The Apostle of Justice realized that mere drakes would not allow him to maneuver freely. Lucas Truman realized that there were too many of these creatures here. They had already filled the entire sky. Humanity's strongest master activated the Ice Spears spell to defeat the drakes. The reborn Archmage decided that a simple attack would not be enough, as the monsters were everywhere. The Apostle of Justice activated the Stormwind spell to strengthen the ice projectiles. The common drakes became intrigued by the unusual magic of the man who had shunned their king. However, the next moment, Lucas Truman rushed past the monsters, tearing them apart with his magic. The most powerful Archmage of the past rushed through the Drake clusters to clear the sky. The simple fire-breathing monsters couldn't even comprehend what kind of magic their enemy had activated. The Apostle of Justice looked back and realized that he had only defeated a small part of the Drake army. Lucas Truman realized that he would have to fight off hordes of these creatures for a very long time. The strongest master of humanity thought that this battle would never end as long as the king lived. The reborn Archmage noticed the monster and realized that the beast would reach him in 3 seconds. Lucas decided that if he took into account the drake's speed and calculated the direction of its movement, he would be able to counterattack. The Apostle of Justice activated the magic explosion spell and directed it at the enemy. Lucas chose the perfect moment to complete his magic and deliver a crushing blow. The strongest master of humanity noticed that he had managed to catch the enormous monster off guard. The Drake King could not understand how a mere man could have done such a thing in the chaos of battle. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the famous Blake family, he thought he had wounded the gigantic creature. However, He realized almost immediately that his magic had not caused any serious damage to the drake. The king of the fire-breathing creatures spread his wings and declared that this man was not so bad. The huge monster was surprised that this magician was able to calculate his speed in such a short time. The Drake King stated that the youth's approach was almost perfect, but his magical powers were simply insufficient. The giant fire-breathing monster screamed that this annoying insect was about to die. The Apostle of Justice cursed under his breath and thought that this monster was too strong. The strongest master of humanity assessed the situation and realized that before him was a gigantic Drake King. Behind him were hordes of simple, fire-breathing creatures, and the Archmage wondered what he should do. The reincarnated Archmage of the past admitted to himself that he stood on the threshold of the greatest dilemma. Lucas Truman mentally added that all he could do was drink the ice river right now. The strongest master of humanity remembered Isabella's question about why he didn't drink the ice river right away. The girl then added that he himself said that the bottle with this liquid was his main goal. The Apostle of Justice asked in response, did the girl not understand that this was not just a nutritional tonic? The reincarnated man explained that it would take him a week to control the ice river's energy. Lucas Truman then added that they simply could not stay in this dungeon without water and food. The Apostle of Justice realized that accepting the ice river right now would be akin to suicide. Reborn after 4,000 years, he mentally added that he needed another safe plan. The most powerful Archmage of humanity thought that for now his strength was enough for ordinary monsters. Lucas Truman realized that he had completely lost sight of the colossal creature that ruled this land. Reborn in Frey Blake's body, he realized that he was about to come under a crushing attack from the king. The Apostle of Justice instantly assessed the threat. It was no longer possible to physically dodge or block it. Humanity's strongest masters saw something incredibly fast interrupt the Drake's attack. Lucas Truman couldn't believe his eyes. Someone had decided to stand up for him. The Apostle of Justice realized that it was the divine beast Phoenix that he had saved during his training. Surrounded by an army of drakes, the mage realized that the one who had come to his aid was endowed with remarkable power. Phoenix easily bit through the neck of a private drake, as if demonstrating his superiority over the enemy. A beast of divine appearance stood up for the man who had recently healed his wounds. The strongest master of humanity could not believe that a phoenix had come to his aid. Lucas Truman was surprised that the divine beast had not forgotten his kindness and decided to support him in this battle. Phoenix greeted the Apostle of Justice joyfully, despite the enraged Drake King. The huge fire-breathing creature asked what it was and screamed for the little thing not to bother it. The most powerful Archmage of the past realized that the Phoenix would not be able to defeat the giant Drake. The Apostle of Justice shouted that the divine beast must fly away immediately. Lucas Truman added that the Phoenix would never be able to defeat the Drake King, who only became inflamed. The beast, once healed by the Archmage, decided to attack the enemy just to save the young man. Phoenix used his speed and size skillfully enough to counter the giant monster. However, the enormous Drake screamed that he was only tickled by the divine beast's attacks. The most powerful Archmage of the past shouted that the Phoenix's attempts were futile because the Drake was resistant to fire. Lucas Truman added that this huge creature is the sworn enemy of the one who stood up for him. The strongest master of humanity screamed even louder, asking the Phoenix to hear his pleas. However, the divine beast did not even think of flying away and abandoning its savior to his fate. The reincarnated man realized that the Phoenix knew all this, but was still trying to buy him time. The Archmage assumed that the divine beast he had rescued simply wanted to give him an opportunity to escape. Lucas Truman couldn't believe that someone was telling him to run away from a fight with a dangerous monster. The Archmage admitted to himself that his current self was so helpless that he couldn't even stop trembling. The Apostle of Justice asked himself if this was all because this body was not his own. The reincarnated man wondered if this was all because of his long imprisonment in the void. Lucas Truman came to the conclusion that he had, in fact, run out of determination. The strongest master of humanity apologized to the Phoenix and flew towards the earth. Reborn in Freya's body, He mentally added that he should learn from the divine beast. The greatest archmage thanked the phoenix for reminding him not to stop again. Lucas Truman decided that death was just another chapter in his life. The Apostle of Justice mentally asked the phoenix to give him some time to subjugate the ice river. The strongest master of humanity decided that he could quickly overcome the power of the ice river. The reborn archmage mentally added that he had already passed this test. However, having returned from the void, Frey felt unbearable pain throughout his entire body. The Apostle of Justice decided that it would not be easy for him, but he had to cope. The strongest master of humanity screamed from the incredible pain that spread throughout his body. Lucas Truman felt himself slowly losing control of the ice river's power. The Apostle of Justice felt that he would not be able to absorb this unimaginable amount of power at once. However, the reborn archmage struggled to control the ice river he had absorbed. Lucas Truman knew full well that at that moment the phoenix was risking itself for his sake. Meanwhile, the divine beast was preparing for another attack by the giant Drake King. However, the huge monster burst out laughing and suggested that they had already met not long ago. The huge monster declared that today was a very lucky day because it had met a phoenix. The Drake King added that the man was good, but the life energy of the bird was much more valuable. The divine beast remembered well that rainy day when he was seriously injured. The giant drake then said that the phoenix had no strength left after his crushing blow. The fire-breathing creature added that the bird should immediately surrender and become its food. The divine beast then thought that all was not lost for him. He would not become the drake's prey. The phoenix rose and flared up to make its final dash and escape from the colossal monster. The huge, fire-breathing creature then screamed, "What the hell is this feathered cur doing?" The giant Drake King calmly added that these pathetic flutters were simply useless. The huge creature then saw that the phoenix had disappeared without a trace. It had fled like a rat. The Drake King thought that he had no need to rush, since he was the one in charge of everything in these mountains. Meanwhile, the divine beast rushed through the trees, just to hide from the eyes of the huge monster. As the phoenix fell to the ground, he thought that at least he would not become prey to that huge creature. It was then that the divine beast sensed an incredible concentration of mana from some creature. At that moment, the phoenix had no idea that its attention had been drawn to a man named Frey. However, very soon, this young man warmly welcomed the mortally wounded divine beast. Phoenix remembered how the guy said that everything would be fine and promised to help the bird. The man with incredible strength then added that this meeting reminded him of old times. The young man said that his old friend had exactly the same look as this phoenix. The divine beast remembered that Frey Blake called him his friend. It was incredibly precious. The Firebird realized that she had finally met her soulmate. Phoenix decided that he was ready to sacrifice himself for the friend who once saved his life. The divine beast knew full well that this was an unequal battle, but he wished to protect Frey. The Drake King declared that the phoenix would be in great trouble if it did not stop resisting. The giant monster screamed that this pathetic insect would now say goodbye to its worthless life. The divine beast hoped that his friend had already flown far enough from here. Meanwhile, humanity's strongest master tried unsuccessfully to gain the upper hand over the ice river. The Apostle of Justice cursed under his breath, trying to smooth out the edges of the panic rising in his throat. Lucas Truman admitted that he made this decision without even realizing the true difficulty of the process. The Archmage mentally turned to Solomon Gnome and noticed that his life was hanging by the thinnest of threads. The strongest master of humanity added that this tragedy was created by his arrogance and complacency. The Apostle of Justice admitted to himself that he was completely exhausted and would no longer be able to master the elixir. Lucas Truman felt the energy gradually returning to him, along with an incomprehensible warmth. Isabella asked the Archmage to lie still, as she was trying to return at least some of his lost energy. The girl recalled that Lucas himself spoke about the need for good nutrition to absorb the elixir. The Apostle of Justice asked if the director's niece had returned to him from the city. The first beauty of the academy noticed that the Archmage had previously said that he was left alone. The reincarnated man then said that he understood the great sage because he himself was left alone. Isabella added that she doesn't know what Lucas Truman's goals are, but she believes in him. The girl said that she no longer wanted to hear the Archmage's words about how he was left alone. The strongest master of humanity chuckled and remarked that he couldn't even take care of himself. The Apostle of Justice thanked the girl for helping him understand one truth. Lucas Truman mentally turned to Solomon Gnome and declared that he now understood what he had been missing. The Archmage mentally added that it was not despair or lack of determination, but something they were deprived of. The reincarnated man stated that the missing link was trust in the people around him. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the giant Drake King and the divine beast fought. The giant monster couldn't believe what was happening when it felt the terrible cold. The Drake King shouted what the hell was going on in that cave and who was capable of such a thing. Phoenix sensed the huge monster's confusion and decided that he simply had to take advantage of it. The Firebird instantly closed the distance with the monster to deliver its blow. The massive Drake King screamed at how dare this creature take away his eye. The gigantic monster grabbed the feathered divine creature with a death grip. The massive Drake King screamed at how this tiny insect dared to resist his will. The giant creature added, "How dare the phoenix encroach on the eyes of the Drake King himself?" A giant monster brought down a fiery bird onto the rocky ground of the Costa de Mon Mountains. The lord of the fire-breathing creatures cursed and ordered this damned little thing to die already. However, the phoenix did not even try to obey the Drake, who considered resistance a mockery. The huge Drake King shouted at the top of his lungs that he would kill this fiery rooster. The strongest master of humanity felt that the phoenix could no longer continue the battle. The giant king of fire-breathing creatures noticed that a magical wave had burst out of the ice cave. The giant monster wondered what it could be, whether it was someone's powerful magic. The Drake King did not dare test the power of the released spell, so he rose to the sky. The fire-breathing monster saw that a crushing wave of magic had destroyed one of the massive rocks. The monster realized that he was facing an incredible danger and wondered who was capable of such a thing. The Drake King mentally added, "What the hell is going on in that ice cave?" The monster noticed that the very next moment a whole multitude of waves burst out of the crevice. The giant Drake realized that these magical attacks were directed at his army of monsters. The king of the fire-breathing monsters cursed in a surge of rage, not believing that anyone was capable of such a thing. The monster saw that all of his subordinates had instantly turned into pieces of fragile ice. The giant Drake realized that each of these ice statues had shattered into pieces, crashing to the ground. The Drake King admitted to himself that he had never felt like this in the last 1,000 years. The monster looked at the mage, who was covered by the phoenix, and realized that his instincts were telling him to run. The giant monster ran away, just to avoid being seen by the worthless little man. The Drake King thought that this simply couldn't be true. Why was he suddenly afraid of the man? The monster decided that he simply could not properly assess the abilities of this magician due to his damaged eye. The giant creature added that until his eyes recovered, he should stay away from this guy. The king of the fire-breathing creatures screamed, "How did this man manage to catch up with the mighty Drake?" The giant monster decided that this was simply impossible, because a person always remains a person. The reincarnated Archmage of the past activated dozens of ice spear spells. Reborn in the body of the third son of the Blake family, he brought down all the ice spears on the Drake at once. The king of monsters shouted out what this incredible power was and how it could be available to a person. The lord of the beasts of the most dangerous mountains of Costa de Mana said that this magician has too high an opinion of himself. The giant, fire-breathing monster added with a scream that this guy was just a human. So why? The Drake King was pleased when he realized that the ice spears had not done much damage to him. However, the giant creature quickly came to its senses and realized that it had lost sight of the man. Lucas said that the Drake was so overconfident that he relaxed and began to rely only on his sight. The huge monster realized that this pathetic little bug had entered his blind spot for another attack. Humanity's strongest master activated the ice spear spell to crush the monster. The Apostle of Justice unleashed his magic on the colossal Drake's wounded eye. The huge, fire-breathing creature screamed that the bastard would pay for this fateful day. The Drake King skillfully twisted and brought his massive tail down on the little man he feared. The giant monster saw how the young man destroyed one of the small rocks with his body. The giant, fire-breathing creature burst into laughter because it believed in its absolute victory. However, the monster quickly felt a painful stabbing sensation at the tip of its tail. The Drake King instantly realized that he had failed to finish off this strange guy. The colossal creature asked the one who had come out of the dust whether this magician could be considered a human. The monster realized that normal attacks were useless against this bug that frightened him. The Drake King screamed, "What is this magician even like?" Because no human could survive something like this. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians thought that the Archmage was simply incredible right now. The girl mentally added that now she knew how strong 7-star mages were. Isabella admitted to herself that the Apostle of Justice could fall at any moment due to exhaustion. Reincarnated into Frey Blake's body, he activated the Great Ice Spear spell. The king of fire-breathing creatures sensed the monstrous magical energy of the young man in front of him. The giant monster asked if this magician really wanted to win that badly. The giant drake shouted that this guy asked for it and activated fire breath. The king of the Costa de Mana Mountains refused to believe that his fire breath would not work on the young man. The giant drake thought that even the phoenix couldn't cope with his magic, and even less so a human. The huge monster screamed that this was the end of this man. But Lucas Truman blocked it with his spear. Ceres Trisnine's niece screamed as the Drake King's magic clashed with her classmates. Isabella thought how terrible this blow was, because it shook the entire mountain range. The girl mentally added that the collision of flame and ice was truly beautiful. The first beauty of the Academy of Magicians saw that the king of fire-breathing creatures continued to feed the flames. The niece of the director of an elite academy decided that at this rate, Lucas Truman's ice would be lost. The girl thought about what she could do to support the reborn Archmage. Isabella admitted to herself that right now, she could do nothing to help the Apostle of Justice. The first beauty of the Academy of Magicians was stunned when she looked closely at the magic of her comrade. The girl immediately wondered where humanity's strongest master had gone. The Drake King shouted that this human being was about to fall, because humans could not jump above their heads. Ceres Trisnine's niece couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Lucas Truman over the Drake. The most powerful archmage of humanity cut off the head of a gigantic monster in an instant. Reborn into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he thought that this Drake was inexperienced. The first beauty of the Magic Academy froze in amazement when she saw her classmates' victory. The girl decided to fly up to the Archmage, since nothing else was stopping her from getting closer to him. The niece of the director of an elite academy of magicians thought that Lucas Truman was one step ahead. The Academy's #1 beauty mentally added that no one would believe in defeating the Drake King. The girl thought that if the Archmage of the past fought at half strength, then what was his real strength? Isabella noticed in time that the reborn man had lost control of his flight due to weakness. Ceres Trisnine's niece called out to her classmate, hoping to bring him to his senses. The first beauty of the elite academy of magicians managed to snag Lucas Truman. The girl worriedly asked if the guy was okay, because his body was completely frozen. However, the strongest master of humanity squeezed out of himself that they urgently needed to find the Phoenix. Isabella admired how amazing the Archmage was, and he noted that he had not won thanks to strength at all. The reborn man admitted that he won this battle only because of the Drake King's inexperience. The girl screamed, "How is this possible?" Because this monster lived for more than 1,000 years. Lucas replied that long life and combat experience are two different things, because ultimately it is tactics that decide. The Archmage said that he deliberately made the enemy believe that he had given all his strength. The strongest master of humanity added that the final blow took away only a quarter of his magic reserves. The girl said that it was a good lesson from Frey, which she would try to remember. After some time, a small detachment of magicians reached the place where the Phoenix fought with the Drake King. The Apostle of Justice thought that he had defeated the giant monster only thanks to the divine beast. At this time, the first beauty of the elite academy of magicians could not calmly look at the body of the Phoenix. The girl, with a trembling voice, suggested that the divine beast was already dead. The strongest master of humanity lifted the Phoenix's body to move it to another place. Isabella asked what Frey was going to do, and he replied that he wanted to save the Phoenix. The reborn man added that the energy of the flame from the heart of the Drake King would help the bird. The girl couldn't believe her eyes when she saw how the Drake's inner fire began to be absorbed by the Phoenix. The Apostle of Justice said that the divine beast would be resurrected once it absorbed all the monster's power. Lucas Truman declared that the monsters would carry out a bloodbath in the Costa Daman Mountains, and elect a new ruler. The reborn Archmage added that he wanted to see the divine beast in the face of the king of these places. The Apostle of Justice asked the Phoenix to protect his best friend's dungeon. Lucas Truman said he was looking forward to their next meeting in the Costa Damon Mountains. A small detachment of magicians returned to the capital city by the next day using teleportation. The reincarnated man thought that the people in this place were incredibly happy with their lives. The Apostle of Justice mentally added that he wished it were the same everywhere. The most beautiful woman at the Elite Academy of Magicians said that she managed to reserve a place on the ship. The girl added that, according to forecasts, no ships will appear in the port today. Isabella said she had bought some juice and asked how the third son of the Blake family was feeling. Lucas Truman said she was doing well and replied that he would have to work hard to gain weight. The Academy director's niece noticed that Carl Goldman's robes were holding back the cold of the elixir. The girl asked why Frey took all the weapons from the Drake King's nest, since the bag could no longer be lifted. The strongest master of humanity replied that he might not need all these weapons. The Apostle of Justice added that he simply could not leave his friend's things to rot in that place. The first beauty of the Elite Academy of Magicians noticed that the new semester would begin very soon. Isabella added that it had been a long vacation, and the Archmage said that time had flown by very quickly. The girl asked why they didn't go visit Pierre June at his mansion, and Lucas remembered his invitation. A small group of magicians decided to visit a friend because they wouldn't be returning home today anyway. The strongest master of humanity was surprised that his friend lived in such a huge estate. One of the guards asked what brought the young people to the June family estate. The Apostle of Justice asked in response whether Pierre was at home, which confused the guard. The man asked who this guy was, to which Lucas Truman replied, "He is a friend." The guard said that was not what he was asking about, and asked the young man to state his name. The strongest master of humanity realized what exactly was wanted from him, and called himself Frey Blake. The watchman remembered the words of the young gentleman, who mentioned that a friend might come to him. Pierre June then said that the guard should be very polite to Frey Blake. The guard was frightened because he was unable to greet the gentleman's friend with the greatest courtesy. However, the guard doubted whether this boy was really the young master's friend. Everyone standing at the gate of the estate of one of the three greatest families noticed the approaching carriage. The second guard noticed the carriage and shouted that the young lady was returning home. The strongest master of humanity wondered how he could visit Pierre if the guards were still hesitating. Pierre. June's friends decided to wait until the carriage passed by to resolve the issue with security. However, the young lady June decided to look at the magicians who came to the gates of the estate. The coachman helped the girl out of the carriage, and she asked what was going on. The young heiress of the great June family looked carefully at the strangers. The guards hesitated, but quickly came to their senses and greeted Lady Lilia. The guard added that the boy came to young Mr. Pierre and introduced himself as his friend. Lilia asked if this guy was really her brother's friend, to which Lucas Truman nodded silently. The girl immediately realized that the young man perfectly matched the description given by Pierre. Young Mrs. Juno said that she had heard a lot about Mr. Frey from her brother. Lily noticed that the girl standing next to the third Blake son was probably Isabella. Syriza. Trisnane's niece said she was delighted to meet Pierre June's sister. The young lady said that her name was Lilia, and asked her brother's friends to get into the carriage. The first beauty of the Elite Academy of Magicians noticed that Pierre's sister was a charming girl. Isabella added that despite being a girl herself, Lilia's beauty still took her breath away. However, the guard stated that, with all due respect to the lady, they had not yet confirmed the guy's identity. The girl asked the estate guard with just one glance if he really doubted her decision. The man realized without words that the young lady was completely certain that the boy was Frey. The guard shouted that he was asking for forgiveness from Lady Lily, and that they would open the gates immediately. A moment later, Pierre's sister's carriage had already entered the June family's property. The strongest master of humanity thought about how huge the estate of his friend Pierre's family was. The girl thought that Frey Blake was really different from what her brother had said about him. The Apostle of Justice asked why Miss Lily was looking at him so intently. Reborn in Freya's body, he added, wondering if his friend's sister really had anything to tell him. The girl replied that the guy was a little different from how her brother described him. The strongest master of humanity noticed that a lot had happened since their last meeting. Lilia said that they could speak informally, and Lucas immediately interrupted her with his agreement. The young heiress of the June family thought that the guy had switched over a bit too quickly. Isabella yelled at Frey, And the guy said that Lilia herself asked him to communicate informally. Lilia said that she had heard that the young man was studying with her brother at the same West Road Magic Academy. The reborn Archmage replied that Pierre was a second-year student, so they had not encountered each other. The girl thought that Frey was only 2 years younger than her, and realized that their age difference was not very big. Lily wondered in her mind if her brother was really friends with such a guy. After some time, Lily's carriage reached the main building of June's estate. The Apostle of Justice saw that Pierre June had already gone out to greet his dear guests. Young June asked why Frey had visited him so late, adding that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. Pierre asked if his friend had finished his business, and he replied that he had indeed done everything he had planned. The young man noticed that Frey's hair had turned white, and the boy replied that he had decided to change his image. The Archmage complained to his friend that he was very tired and hungry, and Pierre noted that he understood this without words. Lily was surprised to see her brother so happy about his friend's visit. The girl said that she had never seen Pierre so excited before. Lily June told her brother that she was actually there too and asked if he couldn't see her. The young man grinned and remarked that he simply could not help but notice Princess Lily. Pierre asked his sister how the party went, and the girl was upset about her brother's priorities. Lily asked her brother not to take all this nonsense to heart and wished her friends a good time. Young June became thoughtful because he could not understand his mistake, which offended his sister. Lucas Truman said his friend should not have called his sister a princess without some remorse. Pierre said he had no idea Frey had spent his holidays in the Costa de Man mountains. The young man hosting the guests added that he heard this from his fiancée, whom Frey saved from bandits. The strongest master of humanity said that he believes that Sophia has arrived safely. Young June noticed that his fiancée was still busy with fencing training. The young man added that, despite her age, Sophia fully deserves the title of Heavy Rain. Pierre was completely confident that his bride would achieve incredible results in the knightly craft. The Apostle of Justice joked that this girl was a waste of time for his friend. Lucas Truman asked where they were going, and Pierre replied that their family had some strict rules. Young June added that they would have to greet his family members first. The guy who invited his friends over asked their permission to introduce his father. A few moments later, the head of the June family ordered the table to be set for dinner. The strongest master of humanity learned that his friend Pierre June had 2 brothers. The Apostle of Justice met with the mother of young June and his sister, whom he had met earlier. The young man hosting the guests was happy to introduce the boy who saved him to his family. The head of the June family said he was pleased to meet them and asked how the Earl of Blake was doing. Isabella thought Shepard had impressive energy, and Lucas replied that his father looked healthy. The Apostle of Justice thought that he had merely borrowed Frey's body and had never met his father. Lucas knew that Shepard June was a 7-star mage and the master of the 4th tower. The strongest human master thought that the head of the June family might know the key to the demigod's mystery. Shepard said that the 6th tower is located far enough away that he rarely sees the count. The man added that meetings are held once a year, and that conversations with Father Frey are always pleasant and meaningful. The Apostle of Justice replied that he regretted the rare meetings between Shepard and Frey's father. The strongest master of humanity looked closely at the face of his interlocutor. The reborn Archmage was certain that the magical tattoo on Shepard's face was made by Solomon. The head of the June family said that it seemed that Frey took care not only of Pierre, but also of his fiancée. The man added that he would like to express his sincere gratitude, and Lucas replied that this was unnecessary. Shepard June asked what kind of work Frey could have had in the hellish mountains of Costa de Man. The reincarnated Archmage of the past replied that he had one personal matter there. Lucas Truman added that it was just a trivial question and of no interest. The head of the June family laughed, agreed with the guy, and asked his son how the preparations for the banquet were going. Pierre June replied to his father that everything was going as smoothly as possible, and the banquet would definitely take place. Shepard noted that there would be important people present at this banquet, so everything had to be perfect. Young June replied that of course he would oversee all the preparations personally. Pierre asked Frey to come with him, but Shepard said he remembered one important question. The head of the family added that there was magic that he was working on, and he was curious to hear an outside opinion. Lucas replied that he didn't even know if he could help, and Shepard said that it didn't matter. Lord June added that he needed new perspectives and would like to hear the young mage's opinion. The strongest master of humanity realized that the head of the June family was inviting him to a dialogue. Pierre told his friend that they would see each other later in the banquet hall, and Lucas wished the guy good luck. The reincarnated Archmage asked Isabella to help young June in the banquet hall. The Apostle of Justice decided to talk to Shepard face to face as he wanted. The head of the June family turned to the third son of the rather famous Blake family. Shepard June, without hesitation, suggested to the young man to get to the heart of the matter. This was not a simple visit. The most powerful Archmage of humanity realized that he was about to have a difficult dialogue. Lucas Truman was dumbfounded when the head of the great June family asked him what Frey was planning. The Apostle of Justice asked the seven-star magician again because he did not understand the question asked. Shepard June asked why a man from the Truman Brotherhood had come to his home. The strongest master of humanity replied that it seemed that some misunderstanding had arisen. The master of the fourth magic tower said that it was very clever to use his son. The head of the June family said that the boy had acted recklessly when he came to his house with such an attitude. Lucas Truman wondered what Pierre's father was talking about, and he said that the hurricane earrings gave the guy away. The Apostle of Justice wondered how the earrings from Solomon's dungeon were connected to the Truman Brotherhood. The reborn Archmage mentally added that Pierre was, after all, the head of this student community. June's guest apologized and said that he did not understand Shepard because he found these earrings in the mountains. The head of the June family asked if the boy was really saying that he was not a member of the Truman Brotherhood. The Apostle of Justice replied that Lord June had understood everything correctly. He had no connection with this commonwealth. The reborn Archmage added that Pierre asked him to join their ranks, but he refused. Shepard June shouted that he was not talking about the community his son led. The man realized that he had crossed all possible boundaries of etiquette and had been rude to the guest. The head of the great June family asked Frey Blake if he was really a simple wanderer. Shepard said he seemed to have misunderstood everything, and clarified that the young man had nothing to fear. Humanity's strongest master replied that he would only relax after Shepard did so. The head of the June family noticed that a very impudent boy had come to visit his son. The master of the fourth magic tower asked his interlocutor where he thought he was now. The Apostle of Justice replied that he was currently visiting his dear friend. Shepard June wondered if this guy really wasn't even trying to lie to him. The strongest master of humanity replied that he simply came to see his comrade. The one reborn in Frey's body added that he was very sorry that the Duke did not even want to understand this. The head of the June family agreed with the young man and thought that he should be more open. The master of the fourth magic tower warned that he still did not fully trust the boy. The man added that he would not be rude to the boy, but he also could not stop considering him a member of the Brotherhood. Shepard June asked Frey who he thought was the true ruler of the continent. The head of the June family declared that their empire was the greatest of all human states. However, the man added that even she could not occupy more than a tenth of the continent. The Duke proposed to name the intellectuals in power with 10 fingers, of which only 3 are people. Shepard June stated that there is only one true ruler of the continent. The man called this single finger the true ruler that controls everything from the shadows. The head of the great June family declared that this someone was none other than a demigod. The reincarnated master of humanity could not believe his own ears. Could their struggle really continue? Shepard June called these rulers super beings who are superior to ordinary people. The man added that they are true predators, dominating people. The head of the great June family remarked that Freya might find this a silly conspiracy theory. Shepard June added that it is quite obvious that there is someone powerful lurking behind the scenes of this world. The Archmage thought that only 5 people had once risked themselves to stop a demigod. The Reborn thought that after 40 centuries, the world was finally under the control of a higher being. The Duke asked if he had said something strange, and Lucas thought that people were still following his goal. The Apostle of Justice decided that people never gave up, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Shepard June asked why Frey was smiling, and Frey asked himself how he could not smile at such news. The Archmage of the past admitted to himself that for the first time in this era, he saw a ray of hope. The head of the June family asked if his interlocutor already knew about the demigod, and Lucas nodded. The Duke asked how Frey knew about the Supreme Being, and he thought that he needed to calm down. The Archmage decided to keep quiet about himself, so he told them that he found a note from Carl Goldman with the earrings. Shepard June shouted that the sage's notes had really fallen into the hands of the young man, and asked where they were now. The Apostle of Justice nodded, as if to indicate that shouting would be unnecessary here. The head of the June family realized that he would first have to share the information he had. The man said that in fact they know very little about the demigods. They don't even know how many there are. Shepherd June added that he does not know the ultimate purpose of the higher beings and why they operate in the shadows. The Duke stated that only one thing was clear to him. The demigods were powerful enough to destroy this world. The master of the fourth magic tower said that there had been several attempts to stop the demigods in the past. The strongest master of humanity was confident that there were no more than 100 demigods. However, the Archmage of the past was fully aware that each of them was like a real disaster. The head of the June family said that more than 40 centuries ago, 5 heroes fought against the demigod. Shepherd June added that they were great people whom every person knew. The man said that after the sudden disappearance of the Archmage, the relationships between the others had collapsed. The head of the June family said that there was a conflict between the warrior king and the sword master. The Duke added that the Black Witch soon disappeared completely, and no one knows what happened to her. Shepherd June said that only one great sage continued to struggle alone with the higher beings. However, the man admitted that his efforts were not enough to fight the demigod. The head of the June family added that this is how the greatest names in human history disappeared. The reborn Archmage thought that this was exactly what was written in Solomon Gnome's diary. The man said that their circle was an organization that inherited the will of those great people. Shepherd June explained that he called the organization as a whole that, but in reality, it was divided. The Duke added that over the years, the organization's unified will has become divided, and they now hold each other in check. The head of the June family said that the circle was broken up into many other, smaller organizations. The man added that he only knew about the Circle of Solomon, the Circle of Fizman, and the Circle of Rashmid. Shepherd June said there are rumors that Lucas's circle disbanded after the death of its master. The Duke added that there are rumors that the Frevicius circle consists of one person, but no one knows who he is. The Apostle of Justice asked if the Elite Academy clubs were separate from the Duke's organization. The head of the June family said that the student societies in West Road were created just for fun. The man admitted that sometimes, when a worthy talent emerges, their organization comes first. Shepherd June added that multiple identical names reduce the chances of being caught. The head of the Great June family was confident that the eyes and ears of the demigods could be anywhere. The Archmage thought he couldn't even imagine where the demigods might hear this from Shepherd. The man admitted that he had no choice but to think that Frey was a member of the Truman Brotherhood. The head of the Great June family initially thought that the young man had come to declare war on them. Shepherd June said that was all. He couldn't say anything more. And now it was Frey's turn. The Duke asked the young man if he would share how exactly he had managed to obtain the hurricane earrings. The man asked if the boy had really gotten this piece of jewelry in the Costa Daman Mountains. The head of the Great June family admitted that he had heard rumors that these mountains hid the artifacts of heroes. Lucas Truman thought that it was impossible to determine the location of the legendary dungeon so easily. The Archmage of the past mentally added that even if they had found him, the Drakes would have intervened. The strongest master of humanity said that he got into trouble, which is why he went in an unfamiliar direction. Reincarnated into Frey Blake's body, he added that this is how he stumbled upon Carl Goldman's dungeon. Shepherd June shouted that this was where the guy found the great sage's note, and Lucas confirmed it. The Apostle of Justice said that its content was almost identical to the Duke's words. The head of the June family asked the young man for directions to the dungeon, and he apologized, as he had ended up there by accident. Shepherd June was upset when he realized that the guy refused to share the information he so desired. The master of the fourth magic tower admitted that he could not completely get rid of his doubts. The man added that he would like to see the legendary hurricane earrings in action. The strongest master of humanity thought that there was nothing wrong with this request. Reborn in the body of the third son of the famous Blake family, he decided to satisfy the Duke's interest. The Apostle of Justice showed only a small part of the magical artifact's power. Lucas Truman asked if that was enough or if he should do something else with the earrings. Shepherd June agreed that it wasn't the worst way to demonstrate the item's power. The head of the June family admitted that he was afraid of the boy, not because he mistook him for a member of the Truman Brotherhood. The master of the fourth magic tower admitted that there was a more serious reason for his doubts. Sometime later, A grand banquet began at the estate of the great June family. The Apostle of Justice still couldn't get Shepherd June's words out of his head. The reborn Archmage thought that he had finally found people who knew who a demigod was. Lucas Truman silently added that he was pleased to learn of the organizations named after them. The strongest master of humanity thought that he needed to learn about the circles and subjugate the ice river. The Apostle of Justice remembered that he still had to fix his best friend's golem, Anastasia. Lucas Truman admitted to himself that he no longer thought that synchronization with Frey was some kind of coincidence. The most beautiful woman of the elite Academy of Magicians asked if the guy was really thinking about something serious. The girl added that Lady Lily had prepared this dress for her and asked if it wasn't wonderful. The strongest master of humanity said that Isabella was truly lucky to live without worrying about anything. The West Road Academy principal's niece asked the young man what it all meant. The reborn Archmage once again remembered the words of the master of the fourth magic tower. The Apostle of Justice then asked what the Duke was talking about, and what could be a more serious reason. The man replied that at the last meeting in the tower, he heard that someone had made contact with a demigod. The strongest master of humanity could not bear it then and screamed, wanting to know who it was. The head of the great June family thought about how to announce to the young man who it was. The master of the fourth magic tower then said that it was Isaac Blake, Frey's father. Some of the banquet guests happily gossiped, saying that a certain Patrick could not fence at all. The aristocrat turned to a friend named Hoos and invited him to attend his banquet next time. The man, invited to the next banquet, thought that he had easily hooked this bastard. Gus mentally added that this was the only way he could join the Theobliuni family banquet. The aristocrat invited to the banquet thought that nothing could spoil the day. Gus decided that there really were a lot of pretty girls here and thought about trying his luck. The man who had begged for an invitation to Theobliuni's celebration noticed the Blake puppy at the banquet. The director of the Academy's niece froze in amazement when she saw Sophia Aquarid approaching them. A girl from the greatest knightly family greeted Frey and Isabella. The Academy's most beautiful woman asked Sophia if everything was okay, and she replied that everything was wonderful. The night girl asked Frey why he was looking at her so intently and whether she looked strange. Lucas said that the dress suited Sophia very well, and Isabella was indignant that the guy did not appreciate her outfit. The Archmage replied that this was an objective judgment, and the girl shouted that she wanted to hear the details. The Apostle of Justice asked Sophia Aquarid if she wanted to tell him something. The night girl, who was saved by humanity's strongest master, replied that she had nothing to say. The reborn Archmage wondered why the girl was looking at him with such a strange look. Lucas Truman offered Sophia his glass, and Isabella realized that the guy didn't understand anything at all. Gus decided to interrupt the young man's quiet evening and asked if he really saw Frey Blake. The aristocrat said that he would never have thought that he would be able to see the young man at the June's banquet. Isabella asked if Frey knew the man, and he replied that he couldn't remember right away. The Apostle of Justice asked himself if Frey knew this guy, and Gus added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man who approached the Archmage said that he never even thought he would meet the Blake loser in such a place. The aristocrat who had secured an invitation to Theobliuni's banquet thought he was about to have some fun. Lucas Truman thought he didn't even need to remember, because he was just a simple hooligan. Gus asked if a loser like Frey could attend Pierre's banquet just because of his last name. The aristocrat mentally added that this bastard didn't even know what it cost him to get here. Gus understood that the June banquets were at the pinnacle of capital society and a place for the best. The man remarked that a man like Frey could not have entered West Road Academy honestly. Lucas Truman asked Gus to disappear and said he wouldn't repeat it twice, but he did. Isabella said the guy just asked the man to disappear twice. The aristocrat asked the third Blake's son if he had completely gone mad. Sophia Aquarid asked if the man knew Frey, and he exclaimed that he knew him inside and out. The man added that this guy is not the kind of person who usually acts so confident. Gus asked himself why this loser was surrounded by dazzlingly beautiful girls. The one who approached the Archmage added mentally that he had known before that there were beauties present here. Gus thought that these two girls were unmatched in appearance, So why were they standing next to Frey? The man wondered why these chicks were standing with a guy like Frey Blake. Gus realized that the young man just wanted to look cool in front of such beautiful girls. The friends of the aristocrat who had made it to this banquet asked Gus what had happened here. The man immediately recognized the slob who approached them as Patrick from the Teobliuni family. The aristocrat immediately leaned forward and thought that such beauties should not enjoy solitude. Patrick Teobliuni introduced himself and asked the girl to do him the honor of telling him her name. Gus thought these bastards were like hyenas and thought they were picking up the girl he had spotted first. Sophia Aquarid introduced herself and thought that the person who approached her was not the most pleasant guy. The man who had managed to secure an invitation to Teobliuni's banquet was horrified to discover who the girl really was. Gus realized that the girl simply did not understand who Frey was, and he decided that Sophia was very popular. The aristocrat, who had barely made it to this banquet, finally decided that today he would humiliate Frey. Gus asked if this meant that this girl was the eldest daughter of the Aquarid family with the title of Torrential Rain. The man said it was impolite not to recognize Mr. Pierre's fiancée, and Patrick realized his mistake. The eldest daughter of the Aquarid family turned to the young man and said that it had not yet been decided. The Archmage asked why she was telling him this, and Isabella was surprised by Frey Blake's impenetrability. Gus said that Sophia's care for the guests was admirable, but she should not even speak to Frey. The girls immediately realized what exactly the man who approached them was getting at. Patrick Teobliuni took the initiative and declared that he knew Frey Blake's brothers well. The aristocrat added that the boy's older brother had long since become the owner of the Magic Tower. Patrick Teobliuni said he understood perfectly well why Count Isaac Blake had exiled the young man. Huss's comrade added that he found it difficult to believe that Frey had inherited the same blood as his great brothers. The niece of the director of the elite academy shouted that the aristocrats who approached them were talking too much. Isabella added that no matter what kind of magicians these guys were, they were hundreds of times worse than Frey. The academy's first beauty demanded an apology from the aristocrats, and the Archmage asked her to calm down. Patrick stated that the eldest son of the Teobliuni family would never apologize to Frey. The aristocrat said that the one who invited this loser to the party should apologize. Patrick Teobliuni added that the young man was spoiling the banquet with his appearance and asked who had invited him. Pierre June calmly said that he regretted this misunderstanding, since it was he who invited Frey. The aristocrats who had attacked the banquet organizer's friend realized their mistake. The young man noticed that Patrick and Gus didn't seem to expect to see him as the one who invited the guy. Pierre June said that he was very sorry for disappointing these aristocrats. Young June said he had no idea he needed to ask permission from the Teobliuni family. The young man added that Frey was the most honored guest he had ever invited to a banquet. Pierre June asked his house guests to relax and enjoy his party. Young June remarked that if it weren't for the atmosphere of the banquet, all those who disagreed with his opinion would already be dead. The aristocrats, realizing their mistake, ran away, apologizing for their tactlessness. The strongest master of humanity noticed that Pierre's character was much worse than he thought. Young June replied that he had kept an eye on Frey because he knew of such incidents. Lucas said he was incredibly dazzling, and Pierre asked if his friend ever looked in the mirror. The Archmage replied that he could not see his own face in the mirror because it was incredibly bright. Young June added that the boy simply had too many shiny bald spots. Pierre June noticed that the third son of the famous Blake family is actually quite an eccentric. The strongest master of humanity wondered what Shepherd June's son was talking about now. Pierre added that if others had known about what happened at the Hofgarten, no one would have called the guy a loser. Lucas Truman replied that real men shouldn't brag about something like that. Young June said that Frey had spoken to his father for a long time and asked if something had happened. The reborn Archmage replied that Shepherd June suspected him of being a member of the Truman Brotherhood. Pierre June asked if the boy finally wanted to join their club. The Apostle of Justice replied that he was unlikely to join the student union. Lucas remembered what Shepherd June had said during the conversation. Freya's older brother had confirmed his identity. The strongest master of humanity asked what this meant and who could confirm his identity. The master of the fourth magic tower replied that it was a member of the Circle of Solomon, High Blake. The head of the June family admitted that he knows what wounds the Blakes inflicted on his interlocutor are innumerable. Shepherd added that High was different from the rest of the Blakes, and it was not without reason that he supported Frey's expulsion. The man said that this was all he wanted to tell the young man at that moment in time. The Apostle of Justice told Pierre that he had no intention of returning to West Road Academy. The niece of the director of the elite academy couldn't believe her ears. Could their paths really be diverging? Young Jun asked if his friend was joking now, and Frey replied that he had no reason to stay there. Isabella thought it was bound to happen, but she couldn't have imagined it would happen so soon. The girl asked herself what she would do if Frey really did not return to the academy. Pierre. June asked what his friend was going to do now, and he replied that he would go to the Magic Tower. Lucas Truman added that he would find more specialized books in the third Magic Tower. Sophia Aquarid noticed that Isabella had turned pale, and she apologized and said that she would leave first. The niece of the headmaster of the elite West Road Academy couldn't sleep last night. The girl understood that tomorrow her friend would go to the tower, and she would return to the academy. Isabella knew, ever since she learned it was Lucas Truman standing before her, that this day was inevitable. The girl admitted to herself that she was still not sure what she should strive for. Syriza. Trisname's niece noticed that Frey Blake and Pierre June were also awake at that late hour. Young June asked his friend if he was really planning to leave tomorrow. The reborn Archmage nodded and remarked that thanks to Pierre, he had had a great time today. The Apostle of Justice noted that the young man simply had an excellent reputation in high society circles. The strongest master of humanity called his friend a genius born into the great June family. Young June replied that the word genius did not suit him, although many considered him to be one. The young man confessed to his friend that he first felt mana only at the age of 5. The Apostle of Justice asked if the guy was really now boasting about his phenomenal achievements. Lucas Truman thought that feeling mana at the age of 5 was an amazing achievement. The strongest master of humanity thought that even he and Solomon Gnome felt mana at the age of 7. Pierre added that at 17 he reached 4 stars, although others reached this level at 20. Young June admitted that Frey was the only one he wanted to open up to. Pierre June declared that he was cursed by his own talent and thought about how to open up to his friend. The Apostle of Justice thought that he should listen to his friend and help him understand himself. The strongest master of humanity decided that Pierre June was going too far when he said such a thing. Young June said that he once had a teacher, a very wise old man with a long beard. Pierre added that his mentor was the master of the 5th Magic Tower and a 6-star wizard. The boy said that when he asked questions, the old man answered them with a kind smile. The young man added that he was happy about this, so he asked even more questions and studied harder. Pierre said that the old man became a real guide, teaching him the joys of life and magic. Young June said that he thought so until he reached the 4th star. The boy added that he once asked a question that even his teacher could not answer. The genius of the June family said that his question made the old man very embarrassed and angry. The young man added that the same good wizard had called him a monster in a rage. Pierre June said that it was not even ordinary rage. His look was filled with horror. The boy said that the old man continued to watch the student's incredible rate of development without smiling. The young man added that the wizard was no longer joyful and happy. He felt an ominous anxiety in his heart. Pierre June said that he soon became completely confused because the old man did not help him. Young June admitted that he still enjoyed magic, but as he continued to study it, he felt pain. The young man added that his teacher's face appeared before him like a real curse. Pierre June said that he curses his talent tens of thousands of times every day. Young June said that he would rather be ordinary so that he could study magic with joy and enthusiasm. The strongest master of humanity decided that now was the perfect moment for his intervention. The reborn Archmage called Pierre a fool and added that his friend overestimated himself too much. Lucas Truman told the boy to listen to him carefully, because even geniuses are not omnipotent in this world. The Archmage of the past added that there are places that cannot be reached with talent alone. The reborn one declared that this world will not miss the one who is lost at the mere thought of a teacher. The strongest master of humanity added that every teacher should envy his student. Lucas Truman vowed to be much stronger the next time he met Pierre June. Young June noticed that Frey was self-confident and vain, and the Archmage replied that this was as it should be. The genius of the June family thought that Frey Blake might well have a point. The strongest master of humanity called the true enemy of humanity a demigod. Reborn in Freya's body, He guessed that Pierre knew about the higher being. The Apostle of Justice said that the demigod is dominant over all intelligent beings in the world. Lucas Truman added that human stupidity allows people to be led without realizing it. However, the reincarnated one emphasized that this also gives humanity the opportunity to never give up. The strongest master of humanity declared that only people have the power to change this world. The Apostle of Justice added that if his friend pretended to be a genius, he would not reveal his true potential. Reincarnated into Frey Blake's body, he remarked that he would prefer to defeat the demigod and improve himself. Lucas Truman asked his friend what he would choose and whether Pierre would decide to change his life. Young June thought that the third son of the famous Blake family was saying incredibly correct things. However, Pierre June decided that he was not yet ready to answer such a profound question from his friend. A genius from a great family said that a teacher is not always the only guide in life. Young June added that one can compete with one's rival while forging one's own path. The Apostle of Justice thought that he had already followed this path together with the great sage. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that it was a difficult but unforgettable road. Lucas Truman said he will always be one step ahead, so Pierre June should not relax. Young June called out to his friend and said that they would definitely meet again after some time. The young man asked Frey Blake if they would stand shoulder to shoulder the next time they met. The strongest master of humanity agreed and noted that they were, after all, like friends. Isabella thought that the dialogue between Frey and Pierre was too heartfelt and touching. The first beauty of the elite West Road Academy of Magicians mentally added that she too must move on. The next morning, the reborn man declared that this day was simply perfect for setting out on a journey. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians asked if Frey Blake would not take her ballast with her. The Apostle of Justice wondered what Isabella meant. Not a single example came to his mind. The strongest master of humanity replied that he had no ballast, and the girl admitted that this was disappointing. Cereza Trisnane's niece asked if Frey Blake hadn't called her ballast. Lucas Truman asked if Isabella had decided to go with him and asked what the academy was like then. The girl replied that she had gone to West Road to learn the art of magic. Isabella admitted that the Archmage himself was standing before her and asked if there could be a better teacher. The Apostle of Justice said that the director's niece would regret her decision more than once. However, the girl replied that she would not repeat herself and suggested that they set out immediately. Isabella said that even if the road was difficult, she would follow the Archmage to the very end. The strongest master of humanity thought that this girl had finally gotten her head around it. The reborn Archmage mentally added that today a new chapter in Isabella's life began. Meanwhile, Patrick Theoblouni reported to Lord Michel about the unusual relationship between Frey and Pierre. The non-fencing aristocrat said that young June had called Frey the most honored guest at the banquet. Michel Blake asked what benefit this information gave him and why Patrick was talking about it. The failed aristocrat said he thought the information was necessary for the Lord. Michel Blake said whoever his younger brother became close to, he doesn't need to know about it. Patrick Theoblouni squeezed out that he was talking about something completely different, but the Lord ordered him to get lost. Michel Blake said that Frey became friends with Pierre because, as they say, even a snail can crawl. Frey Blake's older brother asked Hai what trick he thought their little brother was using. Hai Blake replied that Pierre and Frey were students at the same academy, so there was nothing strange about their closeness. The eldest son of the famous Blake family noted that he had guessed that Hai would respond in this way. Michel thought that new opportunities were opening up for their family, and he needed to tell his father about it. The young man knew that their older brother was already planning something bad, but it was too early to interfere. Hai Blake wondered what Frey was planning to do and why he needed Pierre's friendship. Isabella asked the reborn man what exactly he had given her. Frey replied that he had received the item from Shepherd June and that it was a kind of qualification for the circle exam. The girl remarked that it would be better if the guy joined this secret association. Cereza Trisnane's niece admitted that she had never heard of the demigod before. Isabella added that she also knew practically nothing about the great heroes who fought against him. The girl admitted that if it weren't for the Archmage's story, she would have decided that it was a wild conspiracy theory. The most powerful master of humanity replied that the truly terrible power is the invisible power. Lucas Truman added that people cannot live independently. They eat and drink only what is given to them. The Archmage thought that humanity had turned into slaves who did not even realize their situation. The Apostle of Justice turned to the girl who had once followed him like a little tail. The strongest master of humanity stated that he never played and does not intend to change anything. A small group of mages saw that they had almost reached the third magic tower. Isabella admitted that this was the first time she had seen the magic tower, and it put a lot of pressure on her. The Apostle of Justice thought that in just 6 months he would be able to join the Circle of Solomon. Lucas mentally added that until then, he would have to train here and stabilize the ice river. The strongest master of humanity said that this place reminds him of old times. The Apostle of Justice added that the magic tower was the place where he focused on studying magic. Lucas Truman added silently that he did indeed enjoy these warm memories. The reborn Archmage and his niece, Cerise Trisnane, looked back as they heard the sound of footsteps. The magicians saw that a real crowd of dark silhouettes was heading towards the third magic tower. The strongest master of humanity wondered if all these people were heading to the tower. Lucas Truman looked closer and wondered if they were all dark elves. Isabella asked why Frey was so surprised, since dark elves were allowed to walk freely among people. The Apostle of Justice admitted that, come to think of it, he had read about it at the elite West Road Academy. Lucas Truman admitted that at the time he could not even think of something like this. The Archmage thought that the elves had achieved great unity and occupied all the dense forests in the far north. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that there was still no particular friendliness in them. The Apostle of Justice saw that in the third magic tower the magicians were working tirelessly. The reborn Archmage saw that even here the mages were of a rather mediocre level. Ceres Trisnane's niece thought she had a pretty good grasp of the battle technique. The girl mentally added that she had already become accustomed to the legendary technique of the warrior mage Fravicius. Isabella thought that humanity's strongest master had been training completely differently all this time. Ceres Trisnane's niece added silently that this could be the next stage of the battle. The girl thought that she would not be able to see all the movements of the greatest Archmage. The stranger said that there were already some rumors circulating in the tower about that white-haired boy. The man added that this strange guy dances all day and then sits in the library all night. Isabella thought that, at first glance, all these movements of Frey really looked strange. The girl admitted that now she can read the flow of energy, and therefore sees the meaning of these movements. Ceres Trisnane's niece thought that crushing blows were hidden in the movements of the reborn Archmage. Isabella knew that Frey Blake moved at an incredible speed, unnoticeable to those around him. The girl decided that she should also emulate the Archmage, and the stranger called this dance strange. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training hall, one of the mages lost the battle. The man shouted that he would admit his defeat if only the beating would stop. The dark elf thought that the level of the mages in the third magic tower was quite low. The winner of the battle said that the people in this place were so weak that it made him sick. Another elf said that the remark was extremely rude to someone who admitted defeat. Lameson's mentor asked if this was the vaunted virtue of a warrior that everyone talked about. The one who defeated the magician of the third magic tower sadly admitted to the teacher that this was not an advantage. The dark elf helped the one who admitted defeat to stand up, to show the true dignity of a warrior. Lameson noticed that there was a rather unusual magician in this hall, whom he had not seen before. The winner of the small battle could not take his eyes off Frey Blake's dance. Isabella wondered if this was the same dark elf who was walking ahead of the whole group. Lameson approached Frey and asked if the guy was really a battle mage. The strongest master of humanity replied that he was an ordinary magician, but the elf did not believe the young man. The dark elf asked himself if this was the movement of an ordinary mage, and decided that the guy was definitely a battle mage. Limeson called the third son of the famous Blake family a man, and he corrected him by giving his name. The Apostle of Justice asked the dark elf who spoke to him to call him Frey. Lameson gave his name to keep the good start of their little conversation going. A dark elf who had recently defeated another mage challenged the young man to a fight. The strongest master of humanity wondered what kind of requests this Lameson was making. The elf realized that he had expressed himself a little strangely and said that he meant the fight. The dark elf corrected her student, saying that he was talking about fair sparring. The mentor of Lameson and the other dark elves came closer and introduced herself as Camilla. The woman added that she was looking forward to working with Frey and the girl behind him. Isabella Trisnane introduced herself, showing respect to the elven mentor standing next to Frey Blake. Camilla apologized for the idiot interrupting the boy's training and asked Frey to forget about the request. Lameson became indignant and began to argue with the teacher in his native language, and Isabella said that she was hearing Elvish for the first time. The reborn Archmage answered the Dark Elves in their own language that he did not care who he fought. The Apostle of Justice added that he is always happy to fight any battle, especially with a strong opponent. Lameson was surprised that the boy could really speak Elvish, and he replied that only a little. The Dark Elf said that the longer he looked at Frey, the more interesting he found him. The Apostle of Justice noted that they, the elves, were diligently studying human magic. Lameson said the boy spoke just like them and prepared for the upcoming sparring match. The mages of the Third Tower were surprised that the Dark Elves decided to start another battle. The people studying magic in the Magic Tower thought that the elves simply decided to intimidate them. Meanwhile, Lucas Truman saw the incredible aura of his opponent and realized that he was a good warrior. The Apostle of Justice thought that such complex movements were only characteristic of Dark Elves. The strongest master of humanity thought that he had gone out to fight a night predator. Lameson couldn't believe his eyes when he realized the young man had easily blocked his attack. The reborn Archmage dodged the elf's swift and powerful attacks, looking for a moment to counterattack. The Apostle of Justice decided that Lameson was using the Shadow Silent Step technique. The most powerful master of humanity knew that the key element of this technique is the foot. Lucas Truman took advantage of a perceived weakness to catch his opponent off guard. Lameson thought it had been a long time since he had encountered such obvious resistance. The Dark Elf decided that he would have to act more aggressively to defeat Frey. The Apostle of Justice noticed that Lameson's movements were like those of a wild animal and thought it was cool. The Dark Elf replied that the young man had a very good eye since he was able to follow him. Humanity's strongest master realized that Lameson would now begin to fight at full strength. However, the reborn Archmage still easily blocked every attack of the wild beast. The magicians watching the battle could not believe their eyes, because the combatants were moving at incredible speed. The Dark Elves wondered who this white-haired man was who could stand against Lameson. The Apostle of Justice decided to find out whose kick would be stronger and who would remain the winner. The Dark Elf saw this and decided that now was the time to show his full power. Everyone on the training ground saw the sparring fighters kick each other. Lucas and Lameson paused, trying to catch their breath after the last crushing blow from both of them. Camilla thought that Frey hadn't lied about his muscle mass. It was far from the level of a magical warrior. The woman asked herself how the young man could withstand the powerful attacks of her student, Lameson. The Dark Elf gathered his strength and immediately jumped up to continue the battle. The elf who challenged Frey Blake to a fight thought that this guy was different from everyone else. The strongest master of humanity decided that such an opponent was just what the doctor ordered. Camilla thought Frey had incredibly precise mana management, but he was only about 20. The Dark Elf mentor shouted that that was enough, and added that this sparring was pointless. Lameson praised Frey for his superb moves in this fight, and the Archmage reciprocated. The Apostle of Justice confessed that if they had fought at night, he would not have been able to resist him either. The reborn Archmage added that Lameson was apparently not yet accustomed to fighting with bare fists. The Dark Elf burst out laughing because Frey Blake read him like an open book. Camilla's apprentice asked in Elvish how long the young man would remain in this magical tower. The strongest master of humanity replied that he intended to be here for 6 months. The Dark Elf admitted that he was pleased to hear that Frey Blake would not leave immediately. The Dark Elf mentor noted that the young man had demonstrated excellent skill. The woman added that she could not believe that the young man was an ordinary person. Camilla noticed that Frey Blake was wearing the hurricane earrings and wondered where he could have gotten them. The Apostle of Justice asked why the Dark Elf teacher had suddenly become silent. The woman asked why the young man chose the third magic tower. The Archmage replied that he wanted to complete the elixir, and that this place was suitable for in-depth study of literature. The other mages couldn't believe that Frey was speaking so casually to the head of the Dark Elves. The most powerful master of humanity noticed that he had looked through all the books, but still could not find the information he needed. Camilla asked the guy if he had tried reading magical grimoires, and he asked what they were. The woman replied that they only become available after passing the test of 3 floor guardians. The reborn Archmage asked if Camilla knew when she would take this test. The Dark Elf mentor smiled and replied that the qualification test would be tomorrow. The Apostle of Justice realized that the next level of the library could be opened to him as early as tomorrow. The next day, the strongest master of humanity and Isabella came to the test site. One of the mages told his friend that he heard that this stupid bastard defeated a dark elf. Another mage admitted that he thought the guy was just a weirdo, not a real battle mage. The magicians did not understand why the young man needed to take this test, but he heard Camilla call out to him. Lucas Truman asked if the elves had decided to take the qualification test too. Camilla replied that she was interested in the test results, and the Archmage added that the little one was here for the same reason. Lameson offered to fight Frey when everything was over, and the reborn one asked if he was talking about sparring. The Dark Elf mentor called those who entered the room the leaders of the floors of this tower. Camilla clarified that Freya should especially remember the man in the middle of the group who entered. The woman added that this is a very influential man in the third tower, and his name is Michelangelo. The elders stated that they did not want to waste time on unnecessary chatter, and the test began right now. The guardian of the third tower floor told the examinees to create energy balls. The magicians thought that there was nothing easier than creating an energy sphere. Even preschoolers could handle it. The old man noticed that everyone had completed this task, so he asked to concentrate the received spheres. The tower mages who came for the qualification test easily fulfilled the keeper's request. One of the men remarked that this was the first exam of the tower, so everything was so simple. The old man said that all the magicians had done a good job with his task, so he would make it a little more difficult. The floor's head keeper asked the examinees to compress their spheres to the size of a bead in his hand. The magicians who came to the qualification test couldn't believe their ears. Who could even do such a thing? The guardians descended to evaluate the efforts of everyone who came to this not-so-easy test. One of the mages tried his best to compress his concentrated sphere, but nothing worked. Michelangelo declared the man disqualified and no longer required to work on the sphere. The magicians, disqualified by the old man, were outraged that the keeper had given them an impossible task. The floor guardian thought that this girl had almost compressed the energy sphere to the required size. The old man told Isabella that she was doing well and that she was passing this stage of the qualification test. The floor's chief custodian noticed those who completed his task with flying colors. Michelangelo chuckled and exclaimed that the dark elves had done a wonderful job. The keeper said that the guests of their tower no longer need to take tests. He will allow them to read the grimoires. The old magician heard his assistant ask the examinee what he was doing anyway. The man asked the reincarnated Archmage if he was refusing to take the qualification test. The chief custodian of the third tower floor exclaimed that he could not believe such a thing. The old man's assistant stated that the young man seemed to be refraining from completing the task. Michelangelo exclaimed that his comrade should not rely on sight. He should feel mana. The floor's chief keeper said the guy's energy was so concentrated that it couldn't be seen. The old man thought that this youth had shown incredible control over his own mana. Michelangelo added that this young magician no longer needed to pass any qualification tests. The guardian asked the boy to introduce himself, and he asked him to call himself the third son of the Blake family, Frey. The old man stated that he would allow Frey to read the magical grimoires and asked if they could talk. The reborn Archmage thought that there was nothing wrong with the upcoming dialogue and agreed to the conversation. Michelangelo asked how the young man had gotten into the third tower with such extraordinary abilities. Lucas replied that Duke Shepard had helped him, and the old man was surprised and realized that their conversation would be quick. The chief keeper suggested that Frey had already reached 5 stars, and he said that he would not deny it. The Apostle of Justice thought that he was about to reach 7 stars, but the others didn't need to know that. The old man asked the young magician if he knew anything about a higher being. The reborn Archmage admitted that he knew very little about the demigod. Michelangelo said that traces of a demigod had recently been discovered in Gusiano. The old man clarified that it was a sign of the apostles, and Lucas asked what kind of apostles they were. The guardian explained that these were people chosen by the demigod to use divine power. Michelangelo added that fanatics of the supreme being were already crowding around the proclaimed apostles. The Archmage thought that nothing like this had happened in his time and asked what he should do. The keeper said that Gusiano had come under the jurisdiction of the head of the circle, Lucas. The old man added that they must investigate immediately. Otherwise, the city would turn into ruins. Michelangelo asked if the boy would agree to accompany the old man on this matter, and the Archmage nodded. The chief keeper of the third tower could not believe his ears when he heard the young man's immediate consent. However, When the old man looked at the guy standing next to him, he realized that he was absolutely serious. Michelangelo remarked that this was a very dangerous mission, and he could give them a little time to think. The Apostle of Justice asked the Guardian for permission to ask why he had chosen him. The chief keeper of the third magic tower decided that a visual example would be better than any words. The strongest master of humanity instantly recognized the relic on the old man's hand. It belonged to Iris. The reincarnated Archmage suggested that Michelangelo belonged to the Fizman Circle. The old man said that after the death of Circle Master Lucas, the others began to act more secretively. Michelangelo added that the dark elves in this tower are reinforcements for the Black Fangs. The head custodian of the third tower's floor admitted that he was aging too quickly. The old man clarified that he simply happened to notice the hurricane earrings that the boy was wearing. Michelangelo noted that it would take about a week to prepare for this difficult task. At that moment, the strongest master of humanity thought that his earrings were too popular. The reborn Archmage decided that he simply had to stabilize the ice river within a week. Michelangelo asked the boy with extraordinary mana control why he needed the grimoires. Lucas Truman replied that he needed to finish the elixir, so he needed books on alchemy. The old man said that in that case, the guy would be best off turning to Professor Adelia for help. The Apostle of Justice thought that the chief custodian had probably told him the wrong door. The girl, peeking out from behind the doorway, asked what the young man needed. The guy introduced himself as Frey and clarified that Mr. Michelangelo had sent him to her. Lucas Truman thought that Adelia was known as the genius professor at West Road Academy. The girl said that she remembered a conversation with the old man, which meant that he meant Frey. The genius professor said that the guy could sit down, and he asked where exactly he could sit. The reborn Archmage thought that the monster parts still disgusted him. The girl said that she was very tired, her blood pressure was incredibly low, and she still had a lot of work to do. The alchemist professor asked the boy to tell her in 5 words what his business was. The Apostle of Justice thought about how best to answer and said that it was a creation of liquid mana. Adelia said Frey wasn't much of a talker, but he remarked that he'd managed to get it out in 5 words. The professor said the boy was quite cute but cheeky, and asked what kind of liquid mana it was. The most powerful master of humanity invited the brilliant alchemist to personally examine the elixir. The girl couldn't believe her eyes when she looked at the liquid in the boy's bottle. The professor couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly that this liquid had a huge concentration of mana. Lucas started to say that it was the Drake King, but stopped, thinking that he had gone beyond the word limit. Adelia screamed in rage at the guy who stopped, and he noticed that he had exceeded his word limit. The Apostle of Justice replied that it was fluid from the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The reborn Archmage added that the estimated mana energy in this flask is about 100,000. The strongest master of humanity asked if they could make an elixir out of it. The Archmage saw the professor's eyes light up and thought that a completely different person appeared before him. Lucas Truman asked if it would be too difficult, and Adelia replied that she could handle it. The girl added that the main problem is the ingredients that she cannot get. The Archmage asked what ingredient the professor couldn't get, and she admitted it was a phoenix feather. The strongest master of humanity instantly took out a divine beast feather from his magic bag. The Apostle of Justice asked if the brilliant alchemist needed anything else rare. The girl said that she needed an assistant who could reduce the energy ball to the size of a fingernail. The strongest master of humanity thought that he was being difficult with such demands. The alchemy professor exclaimed joyfully that this young man was simply an incredible find. Adelia immediately rushed to the alchemy table to begin creating the elixir. The professor added that she often hears the names of the boy's brothers, but nothing at all about him. Adelia noticed that the guy was well versed in alchemy, although it was a bit old-fashioned. The girl asked why she had never heard of Frey before if he was so good. The brilliant alchemist declared that this guy simply had to become her first assistant. The strongest master of humanity said that he refuses such a promotion. The alchemy professor shouted that she would pay the young man an hourly wage. Adelia added that she would teach the boy everything she knew, because he wouldn't be able to learn it anywhere else. The Archmage refused again, and the girl thought about how she could lure this guy to her. The genius alchemist asked why Frey Blake kept calling her professor. The reincarnated Archmage reminded Adelia that he was a student at West Road Academy. The girl screamed, "Is this really true? And how can an ordinary student understand all this so deeply?" Adelia thought that she could use her status to put pressure on the young man. Lucas clarified that he had already left the academy, and the girl shouted that he was simply making fun of her. The reborn Archmage asked if the professor understood how to create golems, and she nodded affirmatively. The girl asked if the guy really wanted her to teach him how to create golems. The Apostle of Justice asked if she could create a golem based on a 1 million mana core. The brilliant professor replied that this was madness, and it was difficult to even imagine something like that. Lucas Truman asked if Adelia meant to say it was incredibly exciting, but she disagreed. The professor added that the body of such a golem should be made of orichalcum and the nervous system of mithril. Adelia stated that such minerals exist only in legends, just like the 1 million capacity core itself. The girl added that it would be even more difficult to design the body and select a formula for forming the ego. The reborn Archmage realized that he would have to rely only on himself in the matter of creating Anastasia. Lucas mentally added that the task left by his best friend turned out to be incredibly difficult. The alchemy teacher asked why the guy was asking about this. Did he really have such a core? The strongest master of humanity thought that it was too early for him to reveal the secret of such a relic. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he replied that he had nothing like that. After some time, Lucas Truman agreed to Limison's offer to arrange a sparring match. The Apostle of Justice realized that his opponent's movements had become completely predictable to him. The Dark Elf admitted that this was the first time he had lost to someone in a fair fight. The Archmage replied that he now had a complete understanding of Lameson's movements. The comrades who had finished sparring heard the joyful cries of the other Dark Elves. The elves shouted with delight that Isabella had given them a great way to control mana. The Dark Elf mentor admitted that Freya's friend's lessons were incredibly simple and detailed. Ciriz Trisnine's niece asked if Frey had finished the elixir, and he replied that it would be ready today. Isabella exclaimed that the boy's promotion to 7 stars was indeed just around the corner. The Apostle of Justice told his little tale that he was now simply standing at the entrance to new heights. The Dark Elf mentor wondered what other 7 stars were there. What determined these ranks anyway? Camilla called Frey and Isabella over and asked if they would like to learn the spiritual skills of the elves. The woman added that signing a contract with a spirit will give magicians enormous power. The elven mentor emphasized that this skill was passed down exclusively within their clan. After some time of training, the Archmage came for the elixir, and Adelia declared that the work was complete. The genius professor asked the guy if he was really going to drink this concentrate. The girl added that it was too dangerous, but Lucas asked if she had had a cooking failure. Adelia replied that it was just the opposite. This elixir turned out to be even too good. The genius alchemist added that it was twice as strong as the original Drake mana concentrate. The girl said that the guy's body would burn from such power, but he exclaimed that he was pleased to hear it. The professor thought that the young man was deliberately looking for such a sophisticated way to commit suicide. Adelia said that the guy is free to do as he pleases, and she will not interfere in someone else's life. The brilliant alchemist asked Frey not to appear to her in her dreams if he really turned into a ghost. The strongest master of humanity said that he had a small gift for the professor of alchemy. The girl asked what it all meant, and the Archmage replied that it was Manai's necklace. Adelia screamed. What was Frey Blake thinking? But the young man completely did not understand the professor's reaction. The girl reminded that there are certain boundaries that cannot be crossed. The Apostle of Justice said that he does not understand Adelia because this necklace improves concentration. Lucas tried to tell her about the properties of the necklace, but the girl interrupted him because they cannot be together. The strongest master of humanity thought that the brilliant alchemist simply refused to listen to him. The reborn Archmage added that with this necklace, Adelia would be able to measure mana density. The Apostle of Justice thought that with each meeting the professor seemed more and more strange to him. Returning to his room, the strongest master of humanity firmly nailed the door behind him. Lucas thought that since the elixir was concentrated, he would have to act more decisively. The reborn Archmage scattered magical stones around himself to help him recover more quickly. Feeling the energy concentration in the room increase, Lucas decided to begin mastering the elixir. The strongest master of humanity thought that this evening he would subjugate the ice river. Lucas Truman drained the vial of enhanced elixir intending to reach the 7 stars as quickly as possible. The reborn Archmage felt an unruly force shake his body. The strongest master of humanity understood that now everything depended only on his mana control skills. The Dark Elf mentor asked Isabella to explain to her how great the power of a 7-star mage was. Camilla added that it was still difficult for them to comprehend the scale of such power, as they were new to human magic. The Dark Elf asked if in the human world the level of magic really determines a person's status. The girl confirmed this, explaining that the title of Archmage is awarded only to the most powerful wizards. Isabella added that in any country such a magician is considered a count, and his name will forever go down in history. The Dark Elf mentor asked if Frey Blake had already succeeded in this. Ceres Trisnine's niece shook her head in disagreement and wondered how she could tell her everything. Isabella replied that Mr. Frey was only at the very beginning of his long journey. The girl added that her comrade had chosen a much more difficult path for himself than simply rising in rank. Isabella stated outright that the third son of the Blake family's main goal was to destroy the demigod. The Apostle of Justice himself decided that the entire power of the Ice River had come under his complete control. Isabella emphasized that Frey Blake is doing this in order to bring peace back to the continent. The girl was sure that her friend would not stop at the level of some 7 stars. Sometime later, Michelangelo gathered a small detachment and went to the city of Gusiano. The strongest master of humanity admitted that he imagined this city to be much larger. Isabella wondered if this was where the apostles of the self-proclaimed gods were hiding. The girl added that this place exudes ominous energy. What could it be? The Apostle of Justice explained to his companion that this was the action of divine power. The girl asked again why this power is called divine, since demigods only bring evil. Lucas Truman thought he hadn't felt such a nasty energy in a long time. The reborn Archmage admitted to himself that he was sickened by such disgusting mana. The most powerful master of humanity asked Michelangelo to tell him everything in more detail. The Apostle of Justice clarified that he was interested in what kind of power the demigod bestowed upon his minions. The leader of the detachment replied that this quiet town had not been in contact with neighboring villages for a long time. Lameson added that the creation of the apostles was the perfect ploy to subjugate local fanatics. The old man reminded them that he had already warned them about the incredible danger of this mission. Michelangelo noticed that Freya's friend had been silent since entering the city. Perhaps this was too much for her. Lucas Truman replied that the keeper had nothing to worry about, as Isabella had her role to play. The girl suddenly warned the squad that she saw someone ahead. Perhaps they were locals. The stranger said he couldn't believe his eyes and asked what had brought the tower's wizards to their wilderness. The man introduced himself as Aladir and said he was the mayor of this wretched town of Gusiano. The old wizard greeted the mayor and said that he would like to ask him something. The group leader asked if anything had changed in this place recently. The old man asked if anything strange had happened, such as sudden changes in the behavior of the townspeople. Aladir asked in response what could happen in such a remote place, since their everyday life was full of the usual routine. Michelangelo agreed and thought that the mayor was definitely not telling him something. The strongest master of humanity asked Aladir where all the townspeople had gone. Lucas Truman added that it was already the middle of the day, and there were no people in sight on the streets. The mayor of Gusiano responded that the townspeople had work to do today in the nearby forest. The Apostle of Justice noted that Aladir had just declared an unchanging routine. The man tried to quickly justify himself, but the Archmage had already completely seen through his lie. The Reborn realized that there was no time to waste, and noted that Lameson was the fastest among them. Lucas ordered the Dark Elf to scout out the situation, and without further ado, he took off. Michelangelo admitted to himself that he could not believe that the Dark Elf had obeyed Frey without question. Those remaining on the deserted street watched as Lameson inspected one building after another. A few moments later, the Dark Elf returned from reconnaissance and immediately reported the results to Frey. Lameson reported that there was not a single living soul in the town, and all the houses inside were literally covered in blood. The mayor of the city realized that their disguise no longer made sense since the mages had found out about everything. The monster, having returned to its true form, screamed in rage, asking what these wizards had done here. Michelangelo realized that they had taken too long. The city was already destroyed from the inside. The old man shouted that they were facing the offspring of a demigod, and the creatures declared that they would not let the people go alive. The monster, who introduced himself as the mayor, ordered his comrades to first take care of the old man. The monsters rushed forward, intending to tear apart the leader of the squad of magicians in order to decapitate the squad. Cerise Trisnine's niece decided that she had a duty to protect the guardian of the third floor of the magic tower. The girl activated the firewall spell to burn the enemies rushing towards them. The monsters couldn't believe that this little thing could possess such impressive strength. However, the monsters quickly realized that the raging flames did not cause them any harm. The mayor's transformed assistants rushed at the old man and the girl right through the wall of fire. The Archmage of the past activated the Wind Cutter spell to destroy the creatures that had broken through. Michelangelo saw how the boy, in the blink of an eye, cut up dangerous monsters with his magic. Former Mayor Gusiano exclaimed that humans could not so easily defeat perfect beings. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, the last monster cursed in fear and ran away. Without further ado, Lameson realized that he had to intercept the fugitive, but not kill him. The dark elf easily cut off the legs of the demigod's creation and left it behind him. The experienced elf thought that it would not have been difficult for him to catch up with and neutralize the frightened creature. The strongest master of humanity decided that this was a great opportunity to learn something about the demigod. The apostle of justice noted that it would be better for the monster himself not to hide anything. The former mayor of this rundown town exclaimed that he knew absolutely nothing. The reborn archmage warned the monster that no one would stand on ceremony with him. The dark elf mentor stated that she would be able to extract all the important information from this monster. Camilla added that this was a great opportunity to show Freya her spiritual art. The most powerful master of humanity heard the woman begin to read a spell in a language unknown to him. The reborn archmage sensed the energy erupting from the shadow of the dark elf mentor. A small group of mages saw a small monster made of darkness appear in front of them. Camilla said it was Dark Gorun and admitted that no one steals information better than him. The woman addressed the summoned spirit of darkness, and it froze, awaiting its mistress's orders. The dark elf commanded her creation of darkness to take control of the monster's mind. Dark Gorun obeyed his interrupter without hesitation and attacked the former mayor. The monster screamed for the creature to stop immediately. But the creature of darkness was relentless. The strongest master of humanity said that he would have tortured him much more gently and, perhaps, more effectively. The squad leader mentally shuddered, finding the elven mentor terrifying because of her eerie laugh. Michelangelo mentally added that he would never go against the dark elf. Camilla asked the captured monster to tell her where all the inhabitants of this city had gone. The monster, captured by Dark Gorun, involuntarily uttered that all the inhabitants of Gusiano were dead. The dark elf mentor asked the creature to tell in more detail who killed them and why. The mayor of the city, transformed into a monster, added that all these people were needed as an offering. The strongest master of humanity thought that it would be better to call this a sacrifice. The monster added that all this was necessary to create the creation and release the apostle's power. Camilla noticed that the monster began to fiercely resist Dark Gorun. The dark elf mentor shouted that this was very dangerous and that they had to get out of here immediately. Everyone who stood on that deserted street of Gusiano saw an explosion of incredible power. The old wizard thought that it was all over for them, that they were about to be swept away by a crushing explosion. The dark elves decided that an attack of such power was intended not only for humans. The reborn archmage realized that he was the only one capable of protecting the squad. The apostle of justice noticed that the apostles had blown up the mayor before he had time to say anything of value. Michelangelo exclaimed that the situation did not look good, so they should go back. The old man added that they simply would not be able to cope with the apostle who created such creatures. Lucas Truman said they couldn't let this go now and had to move forward. The reborn archmage added that the enemies already knew about them, so the squad could not lose track of the apostles. The old wizard exclaimed that they must wait for the return of the head of the circle, Lucas. Michelangelo added that meeting such a powerful apostle without a 7-star magician is suicide. Humanity's strongest master declared that he could replace the head of the circle, Lucas. The guardian of the third tower's floor exclaimed that now was not the time to show his arrogance. Michelangelo added that a 7th-level mage is capable of the radiance of incompatible phases. The old man said that the head of the circle was able to unite opposing elements, preventing them from detonating. The strongest master of humanity said that this is not arrogance at all, but reality. The Apostle of Justice activated pillars of fire and ice magic with a snap of his finger. Michelangelo screamed that this brat didn't understand the consequences of merging such amounts of magic. However, the reborn Archmage decided to show the old wizard what he was truly capable of. The leader of the squad shouted that this fool must stop if he was not going to finish them all off. Michelangelo added that this was not the kind of magic that a brat like Frey could master. However, the old wizard already noticed that the huge columns of flame and ice were not trying to explode. The leader of the squad exclaimed that he could not believe what was happening, because the guy had united opposites. The old guardian of the floor of the magic tower asked if the young man had really reached the 7th star. Humanity's strongest master declared that he could replace the head of the Lucas Circle. Michelangelo admitted that the boy was indeed strong, so he agreed to continue the investigation. The old magician's small detachment examined the ruins of Gusiano until midnight. The dark elf mentor asked Frey Blake to look at the body of a city resident. The woman said that the man did not burn completely, which meant that he did not die from fire magic. Camilla added that it looked like he had been burned by lightning, as she knew of no other magic capable of doing such a thing. Michelangelo concluded that the owner of this apostle is the master of lightning. Lucas Truman said that it is becoming more difficult because people are using the powers of demigods. The old man said that the existence of the apostles was not entirely disadvantageous for people, which puzzled the Archmage. The Guardian stated that the first victory over the Apostle took place in their great empire. The leader of the squad added that after their victory, something unprecedented happened. The demigod controlling the Apostle disappeared. The old man noted that this does not happen every time, so they do not know how and why it happens. Michelangelo claimed that the murder of an apostle somehow affects the demigod who controls him. Lucas Truman wondered why the higher beings were using the apostles and putting themselves at such risk. The reborn Archmage mentally decided that something had changed among the demigods in 4,000 years. A small detachment from the 3rd tower went into the forest to scout out the situation near the city. The magicians agreed that there was no sense of life force at all in this forest. The dark elves called this place the Dead Forest, which will not be able to recover anytime soon. Lameson added that trees, animals, and even insects, not a single living creature remained here. Camilla added that the apostle absorbed all the life energy from these places. But what was the purpose of all this? Isabella said that the entire forest was surrounded by a huge barrier, so they wouldn't be able to move freely. The reborn Archmage said that he would have to destroy all of this and continue on his way. The girl noted that if the forest accidentally caught fire, the flames would reach neighboring villages. The dark elf mentor said that she agreed with Frey, for they had a duty to move forward. The old wizard stated that it would take a long time to destroy such a powerful barrier. Humanity's strongest master decided that he would have to find the weak spot of this barrier. Camilla asked what Frey was doing now, and Isabella replied that he was scanning the barrier for weaknesses. The woman said that the guy decided to act rather than think, and emphasized that they are similar in this. The dark elf mentor said that the young man could relax, because they would have his back. The strongest master of humanity refused such a service, and stated that he had already completed the scan. The reborn Archmage asked Michelangelo's squad to stay behind him. Lucas Truman activated the Storm Wind spell to destroy the Apostle's powerful barrier. The small detachment of the floor guardians of the 3rd tower could not believe their eyes when they saw this spell. The mages and dark elves were amazed by the devastating power of Frey Blake's Stormwind. Michelangelo exclaimed that it was simply incredible how the boy had mastered such power at his age. The old wizard admitted that the power of this 20-year-old boy exceeded all expectations. The old man wondered whether the time had come for the younger generation to replace them in high positions. The strongest master of humanity noticed someone ahead and said that this creature had finally shown itself. The Archmage noticed that the stranger's aura radiated divine power. He was definitely an apostle. Michelangelo couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the face of the man who came out to meet them. The guardian of the 3rd floor of the magic tower screamed, "How could this even be possible?" The old man exclaimed that this simply could not be, and asked how such a thing could have happened. The old wizard shouted that the person standing before them was none other than the head of the Circle of Lucas, Lucas Honor. Michelangelo exclaimed that the head of the Circle of Lucas had forgotten himself here, Had he really already dealt with the apostle? The reborn Archmage asked if the old man had really recognized the exceptional man as an apostle of the demigod. Luke's honor said that he had already warned old Michelangelo that he should have waited. The tower floor guard exclaimed that something was wrong here, as this was definitely some kind of misunderstanding. The man who had defected to the demigod's side said that he was not pleased to hear such words. The demigod's apostle stated that the old man should have suppressed his curiosity. Luke's honor activated the spell and said goodbye to Michelangelo, who still had doubts. The reborn Archmage easily deflected the apostle's magical projectile, protecting the old wizard. The man who attacked his old friend was surprised that the guy had parried his attack. Michelangelo was unable to stand on his feet after realizing that the head of the Circle of Lucas had become an apostle. The old man said that this simply couldn't be true, since Luke's honor was one of the demigod's main opponents. The strongest master of humanity told the keeper that this man was no longer the one Michelangelo knew. The reborn Archmage asked the traitor why he had defected to the vile demigod. Luke's honor stated that his young friend, whoever he was, had very bad manners. The former head of the Lucas Circle added that he had learned the true power of a demigod. Luke's honor stated that they, human beings, were just bugs before the demigod. The Archmage remembered that in his last battle he had already heard this comparison, which was disgusting to his soul. The strongest master of humanity declared that the traitor of the Circle of Lucas was wrong, and he was surprised by the boy's impudence. The reborn Archmage added that they were not pathetic bugs, and honor was simply a coward. Isabella thought she had never seen Frey so angry before. The Circle's traitor replied that this was not cowardice at all, since he simply acknowledged the demigod as his patron. Lucas Truman said that everyone in the Circle knows about the demigod's incredible power, but they fight him. The reborn Archmage stated that people were desperately trying to get up without dropping their knees. The strongest master of humanity added that people try not to succumb to what is happening. Lucas Truman exclaimed that all this was just to protect what they loved. The reborn Archmage said that this is what defines a true man. The strongest master of humanity declared that it was precisely this nobility that Luke's honor had abandoned. The small detachment of the guardian of the third tower's floor was surprised by the crushing power of the apostle. The Lucas Circle traitor stated that he would not call it nobility, but rather stupidity. The niece of the West Road Academy's principal decided that the apostle was on a completely different level. The girl couldn't believe that the traitor could activate spells with just one finger. The man shouted for the boy to take a closer look, because this was real lightning, which a person could not summon. The Lucas Circle traitor added that he got it without any headaches, research, or spell learning. Luke's honor claimed that he surpassed any 7-star wizard just by turning to a demigod. Camilla screamed that the sky was swallowed by dark clouds and asked if such a thing could be done by human power. The strongest master of humanity replied that this was not human strength at all. The reborn Archmage said that Luke's honor is now using the power of a true demigod. Lameson asked Frey Blake what they should do now, what his instructions would be. Lucas Truman stated that their plan would be a simple act of sabotage, adding that no complications were needed. The Archmage ordered Lameson to take the front lines, but the elf must not forget his key role. The strongest master of humanity told Camilla to cover the front lines and support those standing behind. The reborn Archmage asked Michelangelo to cover them from the rear, staying behind. The Apostle of Justice stated that he had a special task for Isabella. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he decided that the rest of the people should not know the girl's role. The niece of the director of the elite academy couldn't believe her ears when she heard Frey's plan. The girl screamed that it was too dangerous, and the Archmage replied that they had no time to argue. Humanity's strongest masters said that Isabella might grumble after defeating this creature. The reborn Archmage declared that, as a sign of apology, he was ready to obey the girl even all night. Lucas Truman ordered his comrades to act, for today they would defeat the demigod's apostle. The Lucas Circle traitor burst out laughing at the fact that the pathetic humans had dared to attack him. Luke's activated the natural lightning spell, but Lameson was quicker and avoided the attacks. The dark elf tried to break through to the demigod's apostle, but his shield proved incredibly strong. Limousin realized almost instantly that the traitor to the people was about to counterattack. Camilla's apprentice realized that Luce's honor wasn't even going to pay much attention to him. The strongest master of humanity decided that now was a good time for his attack. The reborn Archmage activated the Staff of Solomon to unleash devastating magic upon the apostle. Lucas Truman shouted, "Burning Earth," and released an incredible amount of mana to activate the spell. The old wizard was speechless when he saw the destructive power of the young magician. Michelangelo wondered if this was the true skill of Mr. Frey of the Blake family. The head of the small reconnaissance detachment mentally added what the hell this was. The strongest master of humanity realized that he had been sitting in this place for too long. The reborn Archmage rushed forward to escape the traitor's crushing lightning strike. Luke's honor stated that his young friend was wasting his time, as all his attempts to gain the upper hand were futile. The demigod's apostle added that human power could not break through this barrier of lightning. The man who betrayed Lucas's circle claimed that this was the all-destroying power of a demigod. The strongest master of humanity answered the traitor. Was he seriously calling the demigod invincible? Lucas Truman activated the Fire Blast spell to weaken the overconfident enemy's defense. The reborn Archmage then waved his sage's staff and cast the Ice Cover spell. The man hidden behind the barrier stated that he had already warned the boy that he was wasting his time. The Dark Elf mentor said that their affairs were very bad, since even Frey could not cope with the demigod's apostle. Camilla said the guy was supposed to attack the traitor while they were distracting him. The woman added that the young man would soon run out of steam, since Luke's honor had concentrated his attacks on him. Isabella replied that the Dark Elf mentor should not worry about this. The girl added that everything is going according to Frey's plan, at least for now. The Archmage told Isabella before the battle that if they split up, the enemy would think their group was bait. Humanity's strongest master declared that Luce's honor is invulnerable as long as there is an artificial thunderstorm in the sky. The reborn Archmage added that he would get rid of these lightning bolts so that the traitor would become vulnerable. The Apostle of Justice said that the girl's task was to gather the strength of her comrades and help him during the battle. The Archmage added that while he was bait, the girl was responsible for everyone, even his life. The director of the Academy's niece asked Mr. Michelangelo and Camilla to listen to her. The girl added that they all had to gather as much mana as possible to support Frey. Isabella said that now they must use all the power available to them. Syriza Trisnane's niece said the responsibility for the outcome of this battle rests squarely on their shoulders. The strongest master of humanity wondered how much longer he would have to run from Luce's honor's lightning. The reborn Archmage mentally added that while the apostle was distracted by him, everything was going according to plan. The man who had betrayed the resistance forces burst out laughing at the young magician's futile attempts. Luke's honor shouted that this guy's magic was too weak. Why was he even trying to fight? The demigod apostle thought that Freya's overwhelming power had definitely gone beyond the 7 stars. The man who betrayed Lucas's circle mentally added that this guy was making him doubt himself. The apostle admitted that if it weren't for the demigod's barrier, he would have turned to dust long ago. Luke's honor decided that the young man must understand the stupidity of his actions, but he continues to attack. The man who had defected to the demigod's side realized that Frey was trying to distract him. The former head of the Lucas Circle screamed that these feeble puppies were trying to deprive him of his lightning powers. The demigod's apostle added with a cry that he would not allow the dregs to deprive him of the protection of the supreme being. Isabella realized that things were very bad for them, as they would have to take on Luce's honor's attack. The man who betrayed the circle launched his lightning straight towards those who were collecting mana. The strongest master of humanity called out to Isabella and the rest of his comrades. The reborn Archmage saw that Michelangelo and the others had lost all their accumulated powers. Luke's honor declared that these people were nothing but a pathetic bunch of sneaks, unworthy of life. The Apostle of Justice shouted that the man must fight him, for he was his enemy. The strongest master of humanity cursed silently and admitted that he was unable to repel the apostle's attack in time. Limousin reacted instantly and blocked the attack of the man who had betrayed the values of the circle. Lucas Truman shouted that he was counting on the Dark Elf, but he should be careful. Camilla's student thought that he would have to stand firm to protect his comrades. The Dark Elf threw the human traitor aside to interrupt the activation of the spell. The strongest master of humanity shouted out whether Isabella and the others were okay. Michelangelo shouted that the boy should focus on the demigod's apostle and they would handle it themselves. Camilla and Isabella said that they would soon be free of this damn storm. Lameson caught up with Luch's honor and brought down another blow of his weapon on his shield. The dark elf realized that he was not even capable of creating a crack in the barrier of the demigod apostle. The man who had gone over to the demigod's side shouted that the elf was nothing but a pathetic small fry. Lameson noticed that the magical barrier of the former head of the circle, Lucas, had changed its shape. Luke's honor said that this dark elf was starting to get on his nerves. The man who betrayed his comrades asked why they were in such a hurry to die, since they were still young. The apostle of the demigod declared that if such was the will of those standing before him, he would fulfill it. Luke's honor shouted that he would take the life of every person present here and would spare no one. Lameson kicked his weapon and, with all his strength, struck the weak spot of the deformed shield. The man who had defected to the demigod's side realized that he had made an almost fatal mistake. The wounded demigod's apostle reminded the small group of mages that their resistance was futile. Luke's honor asked why his opponents continued to exhaust themselves. Because it is very stupid. The former head of the Lucas circle sensed a force behind him and looked back to see its wielder. The man admitted that he had never seen such enormous mana energy. Luke's honor exclaimed what the hell this was and asked how such a brat had acquired so much mana. The strongest master of humanity thought that now was not the time to conserve mana, as he needed to give it his all. The man who defected to the demigod's side said that the boy's attack could be a little dangerous. The reborn Archmage shouted that Lameson should immediately run away as far as possible. The dark elf realized that Frey was serious, and without further ado rushed to the side. Luke's honor thought that this young man's attack had truly exceeded his expectations. Humanity's strongest master activated Lava Burst, pouring all the mana he had into it. The reborn Archmage decided that such power should have been enough to make the apostle nervous. Lucas Truman thought that now he had no mana left to resist the traitor. The strongest master of humanity mentally added that his attack could not go unnoticed by the apostle. Lameson thought that his comrade possessed simply incredible crushing power. The dark elf mentally added that after Frey's magic, a huge crater remained in the place of the apostle. Lameson thought that such magic was simply bound to destroy the man who betrayed their ideals. However, the dark elf heard the demigod's apostle curse at Frey Blake. The man who betrayed Lucas's circle shouted in rage that the guy was a real piece of shit. Luke's honor shouted that the boy would pay for what he had just done, because he would finish him off right now. The demigod's apostle burst out laughing and declared that Frey had run out of mana and was now no stronger than a worm. The man added that he simply couldn't believe that the guy had burned up all his mana in the fight with him. Luch's honor called Frey an idiot who would now see the difference in their battle experience. The reborn Archmage said that this traitor could not tell him about his battle experiences. Humanity's strongest master stated that he did this because he could fight without mana. Lameson couldn't believe that the mage wasn't going to give up, even after he was completely drained of mana. The Archmage thought that after his attack, Luke's barrier had become unstable, and he could not be allowed to recover. The man launched a bolt of lightning at the magic-deprived boy, screaming that he must accept his death. However, humanity's strongest master fearlessly dodged the enemy's devastating magic. The reborn Archmage moved close to the traitor and struck him with all his strength. The man who betrayed Lucas's circle could not believe that the young man had such devastating physical strength. The Apostle of Justice realized that his plan was working as intended, because Luke's had forgotten about the others. The strongest master of humanity sent the circle traitor Lucas flying with his blow. The reborn Archmage wondered when Isabella and the others would gather enough mana to attack. Luke's honor asked the boy if he really was an ordinary person like himself. The strongest master of humanity asked in response what kind of scumbag man this was. The reborn Archmage declared that Luke's honor was no longer human, as he had become the demigod's lapdog. The man who had defected to the higher being realized that his body was shaking because of this guy. The former head of Lucas's circle shouted that the guy had simply decided to make him laugh. The traitor to humanity added that the young man simply forgot that he was fighting against a perfect being. The man who betrayed the ideals of the Lucas circle cried out that as long as there was a thunderstorm, his power had no limits. Luke's honor added that once his mana was restored, he would burn the guy with his lightning. The man shouted that the boy would always be an ordinary fly compared to him, and felt another blow. Lameson ordered the traitor to shut his mouth, because all he could do was talk in vain. The Dark Elf thought that it was time for their comrades to gather enough mana. Isabella, Camilla, and Michelangelo tried their best to draw on the last bits of mana. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians thought that they only had a little left. Humanity's strongest master, and Lameson tried to restrain the demigod apostle. The man who defected to the demigod's side was outraged that these bugs were getting under his feet. Luke's honor shouted that these insolent bastards should know their worthless place. The Dark Elf thought that they had done everything possible to stop the traitor to humanity. The reborn Archmage realized that he no longer had the strength to resist the traitor to the circle. The man who became the demigod's apostle activated lightning magic and pushed the bugs away from himself. Humanity's strongest master realized that Luce's honor's discharge had paralyzed his body. The traitor to humanity swore and declared that he would tear Frey into pieces and roast him to death. The reborn Archmage realized that he could no longer resist the magic of Luce's honor. The man who had defected to the side of the higher being decided that now was the time to deliver the final blow. However, the former head of the Lucas Circle sensed that something was wrong and looked at the bugs. The man who betrayed humanity realized that Frey's comrades had already finished collecting mana. Luke's honor realized that he had been focused on the boy until the very end, even though he wasn't the threat. Isabella felt that the mana they had gathered was enough to crush the apostle. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians activated the Howling Storm spell. The man who defected to the side of the Supreme Being saw how the magic of the people pierced the stormy skies. The former head of the Circle of Lucas realized that his immortality had come to an end, as had the support of the demigod. The apostle of the Supreme Being could not believe that pathetic humans had dispelled the magic of his patron. Humanity's strongest master declared that Luke's honor had lost this battle. The man who had defected to the demigod's side screamed in rage and anger. The former head of the Lucas Circle shouted that he could not lose to such pathetic humans. Michelangelo turned to Mr. Lucas' honor and told him that he had chosen the wrong side. The man who betrayed the ideals of humanity was outraged at how this was possible. Luke's honor prayed to the demigod, asking him to save his life, which was being taken by insignificant insects. However, the man never received an answer from the Supreme Being before whom he bowed his head. The traitor to humanity realized that all this time he was only a tool in the hands of a demigod. The strongest master of humanity declared that it was now all over for Luce's honor. The old guardian of the tower floor asked why Mr. Lukes had betrayed the circle and all of humanity. The man, who lost to some humans, replied that the demigod promised him to save humanity. Luke's honor added that the Supreme Being wishes to free humanity from disease and limited life. The man who betrayed the people claimed that the demigod promised to grant evolution to humanity. Lucas Truman stated that if this is all, he will end the life of the former head of the Lucas Circle. Michelangelo shouted that the young man was in too much of a hurry and admitted that he wanted to talk to the traitor. The old guardian of the Magic Tower floor said that it wouldn't take long. The old man realized that Luke's decision could no longer be reversed, and he asked if Michelangelo really felt sorry for him. The old keeper said that they all tried for the sake of the people, so why shouldn't they fight on the same side? The man who had defected to the side of the higher being turned to his old comrade. Michelangelo admitted that he still had hope for the reformation of his familiar magician. However, Luke Honor stated that he had already gone too far to back down and make amends. The reborn Archmage shouted that Lord Michelangelo must immediately move away from the apostle. The old keeper realized that he had been wrong to hope that his friend would return to the right path. Humanity's strongest master realized that he shouldn't have retreated when he wanted to finish off Luke's. The people and elves who defeated the demigod's apostle saw that Michelangelo had disappeared along with the apostle. The Dark Elf mentor cursed and said that Luke's honor had taken the keeper with him. Isabella screamed, asking why Master Michelangelo died. Why this happened? The girl added that the one who intended to do good should not have died. The strongest master of humanity replied that Isabella was completely right, because something went wrong. The Apostle of Justice added that something had gone wrong in this whole world, and they were obliged to restore order. The reborn Archmage asked her to remember this, because next time, she might end up in his place. The strongest master of humanity added that despite this, they simply had to endure. The Apostle of Justice said that even if there is only one person left, he is obliged to overcome this injustice. After some time, the squad returned to the third magic tower to recuperate. The strongest master of humanity heard someone approaching the door of his room. Isabella said that Mrs. Camilla had left to inform the Fizman Circle of what had happened. Lucas Truman agreed that someone had to do it, and the girl asked what kind of stone it was. The Apostle of Justice replied that it was a crystal from the body of the Apostle, and that it could have power. The reborn Archmage said that he was going to show this stone to Professor Adelia. The strongest master of humanity asked Isabella if she still thought about Michelangelo. The girl apologized and admitted that this was the first time she had encountered the death of her friend. The niece of the director of the Magic Academy added that she had heard about the connections between Michelangelo and the Fizman Circle. The girl said that apparently there were not only witches there, and the Archmage agreed. The Apostle of Justice remembered how he asked Michelangelo about the Fizman Circle. The old man then replied that their community was constantly short of members, so anyone could join. Michelangelo clarified that for someone like Frey Blake, the doors to any circle would always be open. The old tower floorkeeper added that the Fizman Circle was indeed not as big as the others. However, Michelangelo then admitted that among them there were both summoners and contracted troops. The old man added that the head of their circle was also a contractor, who had entered into an agreement with Barbatos. The Apostle of Justice asked if greedy Barbatos was not the prince of the demonic world. The old man was surprised that the boy was familiar with the demonic dimension, and thought that he was interested in them. Lucas Truman knew that the demon princes were incredibly proud, which is why they did not make contracts with humans. The strongest master of humanity admitted to himself that Iris Fizman was the only one with whom they had contact. The Apostle of Justice admitted that he wanted to know a little more about the Fizman Circle. The reborn Archmage heard someone knocking on his door. Was it another guest? Lucas Truman greeted the newcomer, but when he saw Adelia, he was a little upset. The brilliant alchemy teacher of the elite West Road Academy of Magicians greeted the boy. The strongest master of humanity said that he was just about to meet the professor. Teacher Adelia asked who was sitting in the young man's room. Did he really have guests? Isabella greeted the professor, and Lucas Truman replied that he would not call this girl a guest. The genius alchemist of West Road Academy said that Mr. Yulian wanted to see Frey Blake. The Archmage asked who it was, and the professor replied that it was the head of this magic tower. Julian Montaliber greeted the guy and noted that it was the first time they had met in person. The head of the third magic tower introduced himself and said that he had heard a lot about Freya from the Blake family. The reborn Archmage replied that he knew that the tower master was a highly respected person. The man said he had read the boy's account of the Gusiano incident, and it was clear and concise. The head of the third tower said that he was very sorry about what happened to the guardian of the Michelangelo floor. The man added that Michelangelo was a very devoted person who loved magic. Julian Montaliber noticed that the boy did not include any personal information about the apostle in the report. The tower leader added that Michelangelo's squad had acted too hastily. The man admitted that he should not have sent them to Gusiano without Lutze's honor. Julian Montaliber asked what Michelangelo's last moments were like. The Apostle of Justice replied that it was an end filled with faith and worthy of honor. The head of the third magic tower turned to the third son of the Blake family. Julian said he had an offer for Frey that he would find hard to refuse. The head of the third magic tower invited Frey to become the guardian of the floor and continue Michelangelo's work. The brilliant professor of alchemy shouted, asking if she had understood Julian Montaliber's words correctly. The most powerful master of humanity asked if such a young man could replace Michelangelo. The head of the third magic tower replied that Michel took up this position at only 26. Julian Montaliber said that there are many geniuses in the Blake family, so he has no doubt about Freya. The man added that the boy's father would be happy and proud to hear such news about his youngest son. The head of the third magic tower said that this was not a proposal worth thinking about. Ilian promised the young man a mansion, a laboratory, and all kinds of support if he became a keeper. The man added that if the boy's research is successful, hard-to-reach materials will become available to him. Humanity's strongest master apologized and announced that he was resigning from his position as the floor guardian. Professor Adelia shouted at the young man, asking if he was in his right mind and how he could refuse such an offer. Ilian realized that the young man was still going to join the circle, but the boy noted that this was not the only reason. The man wondered what was driving this guy to refuse this unheard-of opportunity. The head of the third magic tower agreed with the boy's answer and said that he respected Frey's decision. The brilliant alchemist screamed that this was the first time she had seen an idiot who had refused such a title. Adelia added that the young man could well have been the floor's guardian, and at the same time, a member of the circle. Lucas Truman thought his ears were going to bleed and said he remembered something important. The strongest master of humanity added that he had to show the professor one thing. After some time, the reborn Archmage and the brilliant alchemist reached the research room. Professor Adelia couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the crystal the young man showed her. The girl screamed. Was this really the Apostle's Stone? But how could Frey get it? The brilliant alchemist asked if they had killed the Apostle, and Lucas asked if he hadn't said so. Professor Adelia exclaimed that she was hearing about this for the first time and thought that she had to study this crystal. The girl said that when she heard about Michelangelo's death, she was sure that the others had fled. The alchemist said that it looked like beautiful trash, but with enough effort, it could be turned into a powerful elixir. The strongest master of humanity asked if he could hope for the professor's help this time too. The reborn Archmage thought that with such an elixir, he would be able to move forward in an instant. The brilliant alchemist asked the young man if he was asking her to make another incredible elixir. The strongest master of humanity asked in response whether the professor would refuse this time. However, the girl caught fire and screamed that this was madness, and the Archmage replied that he was counting on her. Sometime later, Lucas Truman and Limson came down from the tower to meet Camilla. The comrades saw that the dark elf mentor did not come alone, as she was accompanied by members of the Fizman Circle. The strongest master of humanity greeted Camilla, ignoring the others who entered the tower. The woman thought that she simply had to tell Frey about the people who had come with her. Camilla said that that nasty guy is the head of the Fizman Circle, Forsanon Tofit. The dark elf mentor added that she would not introduce the second one, since Frey was familiar with him. The man shouted in displeasure that he didn't like the fact that Camilla spoke Elvish like a rat. Force Anon Tofit turned to the little brat who had gone with Michelangelo to battle the Apostle. The nasty old man ordered the guy to tell him what really happened in that fight. The strongest master of humanity referred to his report, and Force Anon Tofit shouted that he had already read it. The old man added that he wanted to hear the details that the idiot had not included in the report. Lamson said that the old man was going too far, and Lucas Truman asked the dark elf to calm down. The Apostle of Justice answered Force that he was not a member of the Fizman Circle, and he was indignant. So what? The strongest master of humanity added that he had no reason to tolerate this disdainful attitude towards himself. Force Anon Tofit was furious and indignant, and his comrade asked the head of the circle Fizman to stop. The old man shouted that the guy shouldn't interfere in his business, and added that the bastard would answer for his words. The circle leader's companion turned to the elder again, and he finally realized his mistake. The young man asked Forzanon Tofit if he really needed to be told twice. The old man, outraged by the brat Frey's insolence, replied that he understood his escort the first time. The strongest master of humanity thought that he had not planned to meet this person so early. The guy who had brought the nasty old man to his senses noticed that he hadn't seen Frey for a long time. The reborn Archmage confirmed that they had indeed not seen each other for a very long time. The strongest master of humanity wondered what brought Hay Blake to the third magic tower. After some time, the young men moved away to talk in privacy. Hay said he'd heard talk about Frey Blake, people saying the guy had gotten close to Pierre June. The middle son of the great Blake family noticed that his younger brother had changed a lot. Hay added that it seemed that Frey had awakened after all. The blood of the Blake family flows in him. The strongest master of humanity wondered what Freya's second elder brother was planning. The Apostle of Justice knew that it was Hay Blake who became his guarantor for the head of the June family. The young man who pacified the head of the circle, Fizman, said that a little earlier his brother had been too frivolous. Hay Blake added that Frey should not give in to emotions and quarrel with Forsanon Tofit. The boy who came to see his younger brother said that a man from the Blakes would soon come to Frey. Hay Blake added that if his brother did not want trouble, he would have to refuse this messenger. The young man added that it was very dangerous in their family now, since Frey had probably heard about their father's deeds. The reborn Archmage remembered Shepherd June's words about Isaac Blake contacting a demigod. The strongest master of humanity asked his elder brother what he was doing now. Hay Blake wondered what Frey was thinking now, whether he was really going to disobey his warning. However, The reborn Archmage said that Hai was now behaving just like his older brother. Lucas Truman added that Freya's second eldest brother had never considered him a human being before. Humanity's strongest master thought that he felt some despair while being next to Hai. The Archmage mentally added that this man was one of the reasons that made Frey disappointed in himself. Lucas admitted to himself that he felt uncomfortable talking to someone who had changed their mind about Freya because of their new status. Hai Blake replied that he had no remorse or regret for the way he had treated his younger brother in the past. The guy added that he hoped that Frey would not study magic, and added that he said this sincerely. The strongest master of humanity asked the second eldest brother Frey what he meant. Hai Blake thought he had said enough for his younger brother to draw his own conclusions. The young man added that Frey should not trust the circles, and Lucas asked Hai to stop. The reborn Archmage thought that this guy had decided to leave after saying everything he wanted. After some time, the Blake family's butler appeared at the tower and greeted the young master. The man said that he had not seen Mr. Frey for a long time, and the young man recognized the speaker as Alexander. The strongest master of humanity thought that he had not heeded Hai's warning in vain. The reborn Archmage mentally added that the man from the Blake family had appeared faster than he had expected. The Apostle of Justice decided that it was too early for Frey's family to know about the changes in the boy. Lucas Truman stuttered and hesitantly exclaimed how Alexander ended up in the magic tower. The butler thought that despite the fact that the boy had grown taller, nothing else about him had changed. The man sent for Frey decided that the boy's friendship with Pierre and the incident with the pirates were complete nonsense. Alexander said that the head of the family was calling the young master, and added that he would escort Frey to the mansion. The strongest master of humanity objected with his uncertain voice, saying that he was busy right now. Lucas Truman asked Alexander to tell his father that he himself would visit the mansion soon. The butler wondered if the boy was about to contradict his master, and said that this was an order from the head of the family. The Apostle of Justice apologized and said that he had very, very important things to do that were difficult to postpone. Alexander realized that the third son of the Blake family had changed a little. The man sent for Frey said that he would wait for the young master at the mansion. The strongest master of humanity thought that imitating Frey was not so easy. The Apostle of Justice realized that he would now have to visit the Blake family estate. Lucas mentally added that he would have to shift his plans to meet Frey's father. After some time, the Archmage met with Adelia, who stated that this time she had a hard time. The brilliant alchemist added that she had to spend several hundred gold pieces for this elixir. The strongest master of humanity said that he would add all the professor's expenses to the reward. Adelia replied that she could not charge students, and added that he could thank her in other ways. The alchemist shouted that the guy could become her assistant, and he replied that he definitely would, but in the next life. The reborn Archmage took the vials and asked if one of them contained the elixir. Then, what was in the other? Professor Adelia replied that it could be called a clot of extracted lightning energy. The girl added that it was impossible to say more precisely, and warned that one should not open this bottle thoughtlessly. The brilliant alchemist said that she thought that Frey might find such a flask useful in the future. After some time, the reborn Archmage returned to his room to drink the elixir. The strongest master of humanity knew that this time, gaining control of the elixir would be much easier. The Apostle of Justice felt a wave of power spread through his body. Lucas Truman realized almost instantly how to absorb the elixir from the Lightning Apostle's crystal. Reincarnated into the body of the third son of the Blake family, he realized that his magic had now reached a new level. The strongest master of humanity admitted to himself that the result was even better than he imagined. The Apostle of Justice realized that he could now use his entire body as a mana reservoir. After some time, Isabella came to the reborn Archmage and asked if he had called her. The first beauty of the elite magic academy saw an incredibly cute creature next to Frey. The girl thought she was about to have a heart attack because of how incredibly cute it was. Isabella asked what kind of animal it was that was hurting her heart with its incredible cuteness. The strongest master of humanity answered the niece of the director of the academy that it was the spirit of darkness, Darkmin. The girl said that they practically didn't study with Camilla, but the guy had already managed to sign a contract. Isabella added silently that she would never have thought that the spirit of darkness could be so cute. The Academy's #1 beauty decided that she, too, needed to step up and sign her own contract with the spirit. The girls said that the guy had already calmed the energy of the ice river and found out a lot about the demigod. Isabella added that Frey had mastered the spirit technique and asked what he would strive for now. The strongest master of humanity replied that it was time for them to gradually gather and leave here. The first beauty of the elite West Road Academy said that she would begin preparations immediately. The niece of the director of the Academy of Magicians asked if Frey had chosen the circle he wanted to join. The Apostle of Justice thought about the upcoming choice, because it was not the easiest one. Lucas Truman thought he heard a strange sensation coming from the other side of the door. The strongest master of humanity thought that this was not an enemy at all, but a person overwhelmed with emotions. The stranger was delighted when he saw the third son of the famous Blake family. The girl said hello and asked if this guy was Frey from the Blake family. The reborn Archmage couldn't believe his eyes when he took a closer look at the stranger. The strongest master of humanity thought that he would recognize this cloak among thousands. Benny Argento apologized for such a sudden visit and introduced herself by her real name. The girl who came to Frey in the middle of the night added that she was the head of Lucas's circle. The reborn Archmage asked why the head of the circle of Lucas had come to see him. Benny Argento replied that she would like to invite the young man to join Lucas's circle. Isabella asked if the head of the circle wasn't even going to conduct exams for Frey. The girl admitted that she wanted to get closer to the incredible newcomer before the other chapters. Benny added that the others would come to the guy too, and Isabella chuckled at the words about the incredible newcomer. The head of the Lucas circle added that her proposal also applies to Isabella Trisnane. Benny said that the news of the battle with the Apostle became the main topic of discussion in all the circles. The girl added that the management is interested in Isabella's demonstrated success and triple strength. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy said that everything was wrong, because she was simply repeating after Frey. The strongest master of humanity thought that something was bothering him when he looked at Benny. Lucas Truman was absolutely certain that he had worn this cape more than 4,000 years ago. However, the reborn Archmage realized that he was more interested in something completely different than the cloak. The Apostle of Justice approached the head of the circle, Lucas, and asked if she was a dragon. Benny Argento asked the guy in confusion what he meant, what he was even talking about. The strongest master of humanity replied that dragons do not have a vessel for mana. Lucas Truman added that the dragon heart is a mechanism that surpasses any mana vessel. The Apostle of Justice said that the girl has such a vessel, but at the same time he feels the purest mana. The head of the circle said that the young man knew a lot about dragons, and he replied that he had read about it in a book. Isabella thought that Frey had once told her that the Archmage's mentor was a real dragon. Benny Argento agreed with the young man's words, but said that she was only half a dragon. The girl called herself a half-breed, who was born from the union of a human and a dragon. The head of the circle said that she would wait for Frey and Isabella downstairs, and the boy replied that they would be down soon. Humanity's strongest master thought that Benny Argento seemed like a good person to him. The Apostle of Justice then asked Isabella what she thought about Lucas's circle. The director of the Academy's niece replied that Benny seemed open to her and incapable of lying. Lucas Truman agreed with Isabella's words and said that Benny was ideal for the role of the head of the circle. Cereza Trisnane's niece said there was something that really surprised her. The girl said that she didn't even think that the guy himself would ask permission to inspect Lucas's circle. The Archmage replied that he wanted to see the circle, and Isabella asked if Frey was really that interested. The Apostle of Justice told his little tale that he was not going to get involved in politics. Lucas added that the only thing that matters now is how he will gather all his forces in one place. The girl realized that the great Archmage was not looking for the circle, which could become his strength. Isabella mentally added that Frey wanted to find the center and collect all the circles scattered here and there. The girl remembered that a truly great man would not change his words. When Lucas Truman and Isabella went down to the entrance, they heard a disgruntled Forzanon. The niece of the director of the elite West Road Academy of Magic asked what was going on here. Forzanon. Tofit asked Benny Argento what he did wrong, and she replied that she was talking about something else. The head of the circle, Fizman, chuckled and said that a great man, Frey Blake himself, had come to visit them. The other two circle masters approached the promising young man without further ado. Jerry Bermuda introduced himself first and explained to Frey that he was from the Circle of Rashmead. Stephen Dickens introduced himself next and said that he came from the Circle of Solomon. Lucas Truman asked if they had all come specifically to him, and they confirmed the guy's assumption. Force Anon, Tophet asked if the boy was really going to join Lucas's circle. The strongest master of humanity answered with his own question about what would happen if this were to actually happen. The old man chuckled haughtily and declared that Frey Blake was perfect for Benjamin Argento. The reborn Archmage noticed that the head of the circle of Lucas trembled at Force Anon's words. Stephen approached Mr. Frey and asked him to visit the Circle of Solomon after inspecting the Circle of Lucas. The man said that he gave the boy a scroll with teleportation magic to the headquarters of the Circle of Solomon. Jerry said that they would be grateful if the boy would come to see them when he was in the kingdom of Ruinoble. The reborn Archmage replied that he would definitely think about these proposals. The strongest master of humanity thought that the vile old man had also come to recruit him. Lucas Truman asked if Force Anon Tophet had also come here to hire him. The old man said that there were too many eyes watching them and suggested that they follow him. Force Anon Tophet said that the head of the Circle of Lucas can stay here because they can manage without her. The girl thought that now she could only support the young magician with words. Benny Argento found the strength to turn to Frey of the famous Blake family. The head of Lucas's circle wished the boy with promising abilities to be careful. Humanity's strongest master suggested that Benny Argento had misunderstood him. The reborn Archmage asked Isabella to stay here too, and said that he would go after the old man alone. The Apostle of Justice turned to the head of the circle, Lucas, and she asked what he wanted. Lucas Truman asked the girl to wait a little, because he would be back very soon. Benny Argento realized that the young man had just promised to return and replied that she would wait. After some time, Force Anon Tophet took the boy into the forest to hide from the eyes of the tower's mages. The strongest master of humanity thought that the old man had not chosen the best place to talk. Lucas Truman asked if this wasn't a rather ugly place to invite someone into the circle. Force Anon Tophet called the guy an impudent person who thinks that someone would lure such a rogue to themselves. The reborn Archmage asked what the head of the circle, Fizman, was going to do now. The man stated that a brat like Frey could not defeat the apostle of a demigod. The old man added that he would personally conduct the exam to see what the young man was capable of. Force Anon Tophet activated the Nature's Bind spell to restrain Frey Blake. The reborn Archmage thought that the head of the circle, Fizman, must know more powerful spells. The strongest master of humanity asked what the old man would do if he really killed the apostle. Force Anon Tophet shouted that this guy would never be able to handle him, because all magicians are different. The Apostle of Justice replied that the old man was right. Even 7-star mages differed significantly in strength. The strongest master of humanity added that measuring one's level against the stars is not the best solution. Force Anon Tophet was outraged that this brat managed to dispel his spell with just mana. The old man realized that he would now have to defend himself from a dense wave of magic containing parts of vines. The Apostle of Justice stated that Force Anon Tophet has no right to be called a 7-star mage. Lucas added that the old man simply shamelessly seized the power of mana, and everything else was unattainable for him. The head of the circle, Fizman, thought that this was simply impossible, since Frey hadn't even lifted a finger yet. Force Anon shouted that he would now teach this brat a lesson, who thought he was God knows what. Circle leader Fistman shouted Flame Wave to activate the devastating spell. However, the old man saw that the magical image of his spell immediately began to collapse. Force Anon Tophet couldn't believe that Frey Blake had managed to undo his spell. The old man realized that this was impossible, since it was easier to predict the direction of the flying blades and make them fall. The head of the circle, Fizman, realized that while he was lost in thought, the young man had been using ice magic. Force Anon admitted his defeat and asked what the young man would do now. Would he kill him? The reborn Archmage replied that this was also a good option, but he had a better idea. Lucas Truman declared that he would test the old man, because this ice would kill the magician with the first rays of the sun. The Archmage added that if Force's soul and body were reborn to match that of a 7-star mage, he would escape. The old man shouted, asking how this rogue dared to test the great magician, on what grounds he was doing this. The strongest master of humanity realized that Force Anon Tophet was not aware of his position. The head of the circle, Fizman, wondered what this strange feeling was. After all, the kid in front of him was a completely green kid. The old man added mentally, asking himself why Frey seemed so huge to him. The Apostle of Justice said that Fors would have to kill his past self and bury him in his heart. The reborn Archmage said that this was his sincere advice to the head of the Circle of Fizman. Humanity's strongest master added that he truly hoped that the old man would survive. Sometime later, Lucas Truman returned to the tower, where he was met by Isabella and Benny Argento. Cerise Trisnine's niece called out to Frey happily, trying to get his attention. The head of the Circle of Lucas asked if everything had gone well, and the Archmage apologized for the long wait. Isabella asked if everything was okay, and Lucas Truman replied that the girl didn't know him. The Academy Director's niece clarified that she is worried about the life of Fors Anan Tofit. The strongest master of humanity replied that she need not worry, because the old man would not die. The reborn Archmage thought that by tomorrow morning the icy shackles would melt. There was nothing to worry about. After some time, a small group of magicians stopped in the middle of the forest to spend the night. Benny Argento admitted that she wasn't sure Frey and Isabella would like her soup. The niece of the headmaster of the elite West Road Academy thanked Ms. Benny for caring for them. Isabella noticed that the head of the circle, Lucas, was accustomed to sleeping in the open air, and she agreed. The reborn Archmage asked if he could have another portion, and Benny was surprised by the young man's appetite. The strongest master of humanity asked if the master of the circle had Askold Argento among his ancestors. Lucas Tuman suggested that he was Benjamin Argento's father, and the girl confirmed the guy's guess. Humanity's strongest master asked which demigod killed Askold Argento. Isabella was outraged by Frey's tactlessness, but Benny said that there was nothing wrong with it. The head of the Circle of Lucas thought that first she would have to explain to the young man the structure of the world of demigods. Benny Argento said that higher beings also have a hierarchy of status. The girl added that it is customary for them to call the chief among the demigods Lord. The Apostle of Justice remembered that this was the name given to the one who had sealed him in the void. Benny Argento added that the rest of the circles, who stood out for their incredible power, were called apocalypses. The head of the Lucas Circle stated that they had already managed to study the powers of 3 apocalypses. The girl said that each of them refers either to a sword, or to poison, or to death. Benny Argento said that about 2 years ago her father died at the hands of a demigod who controlled death. Syriza Trisnane's niece offered her condolences, as this is not the easiest topic to talk about. The reborn Archmage thought that the next step in his development had now opened up for him. The Apostle of Justice realized that he already knew the demigod who controlled the poison, and he was incredibly powerful. Benny Argento warned that from this point on the forest begins, in which the members of Lucas's circle live. The reincarnated Archmage noticed the high-class barrier and asked if Benny had set it up. The girl replied that she could only repair it herself if it broke, but that her father had installed it. Humanity's strongest master thought that Askold Argento was at least an 8-star magician. The Archmage mentally added that Benny was now at the 6-star level, and all because of his training in human magic. The Apostle of Justice realized that it would have been much easier for the girl if she had been born an ordinary person. The strongest master of humanity decided that he was now thinking about something wrong. The Apostle of Justice realized that it was impolite to sympathize with the level of power of the circle leader Lucas. After some time of traveling through the forest, a small group of magicians saw houses inside the barrier. Benny Argento said that this is where the Lucas circle lives, their main base. The circle leader said the place looked bad, but Isabella said it wasn't that bad. Benny Argento heard a subordinate call out to her to tell her he had urgent news. The man reported that they had been unable to contact the chief to tell her about the attack earlier. The speaker stated that hyena-like creatures came to them and took the relic from them. The strongest master of humanity thought that the Circle of Lucas was not living very peacefully in these forests. Benny Argento asked Frey what they should do since they had come all this way to this unsafe place. The speaker apologized to the young man for not being able to prepare a proper greeting for him. The head of the circle asked what relic had been taken from them, and the man replied that it was the red ring. The reborn Archmage thought that the speaker was now talking about one of the rings that he had made himself. As Benny Argento walked a little further into the camp, she was met by strangers who asked who they were. The unknown person added that the last time they came in, the head of the circle was not there. The girl replied that they had been seeing Cloud Gangren quite often lately. The man replied that Benny Argento's words upset him, and added that they had come to help the village. Cloud Gangren said he would like to have some tea, but he was very busy right now. The man told the esteemed gentleman of Lucas's circle that they would see each other again. Benny Argento said they showed Frey and Isabella a side of themselves they were ashamed of. The strongest master of humanity asked the speaker what their struggle for the relic meant. The man replied that it was a competition in which the heroic relic of the circle was at stake. The speaker added that this was a custom that arose as a desperate measure for circles seeking friendship. The strongest master of humanity asked if they couldn't just refuse to participate. The man replied that in that case, their reputation would be tarnished, and they would be called intractable. The Archmage said that the basilisk tails and hyena-like were stealing relics for the rest of the weakened circle. The speaker added that it wasn't just them, but everyone around them had united to use Lucas's circle. The man said that Frey probably knew that things were bad for them, but in reality, things were much worse. The speaker explained that less than a tenth of their forces were currently at the base, with the rest training far away. The man thought he was ashamed to look Frey and Isabella in the eyes for having to listen to these complaints. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians told the boy to look ahead. The strongest master of humanity saw the statue that the members of the circle had built in his honor. The Apostle of Justice thought that she was quite tall and unprepossessing, but made with soul. The reincarnated Archmage heard an unknown person ask him if the young man liked Lord Lucas. The strongest master of humanity thought that it would be a good idea to listen to the opinion of an ordinary member of the circle. The one who was reborn after 40 centuries replied that he didn't really like Mr. Lucas Truman. Phil introduced himself as a respected member of the Lucas circle and apologized for the late greeting. The Archmage and Isabella introduced themselves in response, and the man remarked that he had heard a lot about these heroes. Lucas Truman asked Phil if he could ask a question that was not very polite to raise during an introduction. The respected member of Lucas's circle replied that he was ready to answer any question the young man might have. The strongest master of humanity asked why they continued to fight for the almost collapsed circle. Phil was taken aback by such a question, and the reborn Archmage added that this applied to the entire top of the circle. Lucas said he wondered why people with such abilities didn't flee a sinking ship. The Archmage added that it was the equivalent of sitting in a hole in a boat and scooping out water with buckets. Isabella realized that the guy had decided not to choose words for comparison, although she had asked him otherwise. Phil replied that he understood exactly what Frey was talking about, and added that his comparison was perfect. The man added that they knew all this, because by dispersing themselves, it would be easier to survive the hardships. However, the respected member of the circle added that in such a case, the Lucas circle would be wiped off the face of the earth. Phil said the foundation of every circle is respect for its founder, as they don't want to lose their roots. The man asked the young man if he knew why Lucas Truman was the only one in history to be called an Archmage. Reborn in Freya's body, Phil asked him not to embarrass him so much anymore. The man added that Lucas Truman was the forerunner of all who walked the magical path. Phil explained that mages and warrior mages hated each other and fought from time to time. The man added that there was no point in even talking about witches, since no one considered them comrades. A respected member of the Lucas circle said that only their founder was different from everyone else. Phil added that the Archmage called all those who walked the magical path comrades. The man said that everyone in Lucas's circle believed that this was the true calling of their circle. A respected member of Lucas's circle added that even despite their current weakness, they would never give up. Phil said they believed that if Mr. Lucas Truman had lived, he would have done just that. The man apologized for saying something that was completely unrelated to reality. However, the reborn Archmage understood perfectly well what exactly Phil had told them. Isabella thought that the respected member of Lucas's circle simply didn't know who exactly he was talking to. The strongest master of humanity said that Lucas Truman would be very happy to hear such a thing. Reborn in Frey's body, the Archmage added that he would be glad to have such followers. The man thought that for a moment he saw Lucas himself in the image of Frey, and replied that he was embarrassed by him. After some time, the Archmage and his ponytail decided to leave the village of the weakened circle of Lucas. The man asked the head of the circle if she knew where Frey and Isabella were heading now. Benny Argento replied that the boy asked her about the basilisk tails and the rules set by the circles. The speaker said the young man seemed more interested in the group of scoundrels than in the weakened crew. The girl replied that she was most concerned about the question Frey Blake had asked last. Benny Argento added that the young man asked her if an outsider could participate in the fight for the relic. Meanwhile, The basilisk tails were screaming in their cave that the circle of Lucas could no longer rise from its knees. The leader of the bandit group suggested to his comrades to suck every last drop out of these weaklings. One of the cave guards informed Cloud Gangren that some vagabonds had come to him. The man reported that these homeless people were demanding a fight for the relic, and the leader ordered that these lunatics be driven out. Humanity's strongest master asked Cloud if the rules didn't prohibit refusing to fight. The cave guards screamed at how this idiot managed to break their barrier and get through it. Lucas Truman asked what barrier they were talking about, and thought that there really was something like that at the entrance. The Apostle of Justice said that he accidentally mistook the cave's protection for an insect net. The leader of the basilisk tails thought, looking at the named guest of their small cave. Cloud Gangren thought that this young man didn't seem weak to him. Could he really be a 6-star mage? The man stated that the young man must have put something on the line if he wanted to take part in the fight for the relic. The strongest master of humanity declared that he was ready to bet Cornelius's dagger. Lucas stated that the basilisk tails were not fools, which meant they could figure out his price themselves. The bandit shouted that this dagger had a mithril engraving on it that concealed a secret technique. Cloud Gangren said that an amazing guy came to see them, because not everyone is ready to lose such an artifact. The man said that he liked the young man and invited Frey to follow him. The leader of the basilisk tails asked the boy if he knew the rules of the fight for the relic. Cloud Gangren stated that it was impossible to refuse to participate, but only 3 battles were allowed per day. Lucas Truman added that the participants bear no responsibility for killing an opponent. The leader of the basilisk tails said that they were setting up the red ring and decided that he wanted to see all of the guy's artifacts. Cloud thought that all they needed to do was kill the guy while fighting, and sent Ellis to fight. The strongest master of humanity saw that some mediocre magician had come out against him. Ellis Fix thought it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with some teenager. The reborn Archmage asked if the man standing before him had truly followed the path of a warrior mage. The man asked in response what the young man's specialization was, and the Archmage replied that he was a simple magician. Ellis Fix chuckled and thought that simple magicians could only memorize useless spells. The robber who went out to fight mentally added that the ignorant always die young. The bandit appointed as referee shouted that Frey Blake and Ellis Fix could begin the fight. Everyone who watched the battle saw their comrade instantly fall to the ground. The basilisk tails couldn't believe their eyes. Could this guy really be capable of such a thing? The bandits shouted what had just happened. Had the young magician really won in the blink of an eye? The basilisk tails leader thought he was absolutely certain it was Ice Arrow. The man mentally added, could it really be some kind of secret technique? And that would explain such strength. Cloud Gangren knew that secret techniques drained a wizard's mana reserves incredibly quickly. Lucas Truman declared that he had had a good time and walked silently towards the cave exit. The leader of the basilisk tails mentally convinced himself that Frey Blake was now deprived of magic. The man shouted at the boy to stop, and thought that he was leaving because his mana was running low. Isabella noticed that the reborn Archmage was acting strangely. Could everything really be going according to plan? Cloud Gangren stated that the guy couldn't leave because he was putting the winged boots and the Kelvin stone on the line. The Apostle of Justice sighed and said that it seemed he would have to put up his relics. The leader of the basilisk tails thought that now this boy would be in trouble. Cloud Gangren approached a subordinate named Killa to send him into the upcoming battle. The basilisk tails leader said that Frey had used too much mana on the previous spell. The man added that his subordinate only needed to prolong the fight a little to remain the winner. Cloud Gangren ordered Killa to focus on the protective barrier and wait for Frey to weaken. The subordinate replied that his boss shouldn't worry, because this kid was still too inexperienced. Killa declared that victory would definitely be theirs, because he would definitely not lose to such a young magician. Lucas asked if the bandits had finished discussing their strategy, and the man called him impudent. Killa threatened that he would now show this brat the difference in experience between mages. The bandit appointed as judge shouted that he was declaring the beginning of the second battle for the relics. Killa realized that he had managed to activate the protective magic in time, which meant the guy was out of luck. The man chosen for the second battle mentally exclaimed that now they would definitely win. However, The ice arrow of the strongest master of humanity did not even notice the barrier of the mediocre magician. Killa couldn't believe that such a young mage could gain power that surpassed his magic. The basilisk tails watched the fast-paced battle with incredible surprise. The bandits could not believe that the young man was finishing his second fight in a matter of moments. The strongest master of humanity thought that these bandits were too blinded by Cornelius's dagger. The apostle of justice said that they have one last battle left. Who will be the next opponent? The leader of the basilisk tails shouted that he would be the third opponent of this brat. The man appointed as judge fearfully announced the start of the next battle for the relics. Cloud Gangrene activated his strongest barrier to counter the boy's secret technique. The strongest master of humanity once again threw the most ordinary ice spear. The man realized that the young man had used the technique 3 times. Meaning he had no mana left. The basilisk tails leader mentally added that no matter what kind of monster Frey was, he was now helpless. The man declared that this was the end, because now the boy had completely lost his strength. Cloud Gangrene couldn't believe his eyes when he saw dozens of ice spears aimed at him. The bandit leader asked if it was secret magic why the boy was still standing. The reborn Archmage said that all this time he had been using the most ordinary ice arrow. Cloud Gangrene shouted that such low-level magic couldn't be that strong. Lucas replied that it was simple, and stated that either he was too strong or they were incredibly weak. The leader of the basilisk tails asked himself why some brat was allowing himself such impudent behavior. Cloud Gangrene shouted an order to his men that they must seize the girl immediately. The strongest master of humanity thought that this bandit was a good thinker, but even here he was wrong. The leader of the robbers, sensing easy money, ordered the magicians to unleash all their might on the brat. Cloud Gangrene shouted that they had to finish off this little bastard. The bandit boss added that they were not interested in the fight for the relics at all, since the point was murder and robbery. The leader of the basilisk tails shouted that the dead had no need of such treasures and burst out laughing. The strongest master of humanity asked Isabella what if he killed these guys now. The basilisk tail mages couldn't believe Frey had survived their massive attack. The reborn Archmage asked his companion if she knew what such a murder would be called. The niece of the director of the Elite Academy of Magicians asked in response whether Frey was really making a problem out of this. The girl replied that such actions would be recognized by law enforcement as self-defense. The strongest master of humanity confirmed that Isabella understood the current situation correctly. The leader of the basilisk tails stated that these teenagers would not be able to cope with his guise. The reborn Archmage asked how such an idiot could even take the place of leader in this circle. The man shouted that he had turned a blind eye to everything out of the kindness of his heart, but now he would teach them a lesson. Cloud Gangrene sensed that the mage standing in front of him had activated Wind Slash. The bandit leader couldn't understand how this was possible without any spells being cast. The strongest master of humanity asked the bandit leader to be more careful. The reincarnated Archmage stated that he almost killed Cloud Gangrene due to his impulsive movements. The man couldn't stand on his feet when he realized that this guy was also playing with his life. The current head of the circle asked what was going on here, and the bandits fell to their knees before her. Cloud Gangrene reported that this brat appeared out of nowhere and treacherously attacked them. The strongest master of humanity asked if this woman was the master of the basilisk tails. The head of the circle asked if the young man was being too rude for a first meeting with her. The current master of the basilisk tails circle wondered what this pressure was that was squeezing her heart. Felix B introduced herself and asked Frey why he had come to the lands of her circle. The reborn Archmage remarked that he would like to ask the woman the same question. Lucas Truman asked Master Felix what the basilisk tails circle's purpose was. The bandits were outraged, shouting how this brat even dared to speak to their master on equal terms. Cloud Gangrene added that their leader was taking too long with someone who had already killed several of their comrades. Felix B replied that they must fight the demigods and free people from their oppression. The bandits shouted what their master was doing. How could she kneel before this bastard? The most powerful master of humanity asked who the demigods were and why they were so dangerous. The woman replied that these were the most powerful creatures, capable of destroying cities with a wave of their hand. The reborn Archmage said that Master Felix B, it turns out, knows everything perfectly well. Lucas Truman stated that the head of the Basilisk Tails Circle understood everything very well. The strongest master of humanity added that she was only busy increasing her power anyway. The rank-and-file members of the circle cried out that the ground had suddenly frozen over and admitted that they could not hold out like this for long. The woman shouted that her comrades should not move. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble. The leader of the small circle that had plundered the village of Lucas's circle asked Frey to spare them. Felix B asked the guy to leave at least her circle of basilisk tails, even if without people. The strongest master of humanity replied that he agreed with the woman, but she would pay for it with her life. The head of the small basilisk tails circle realized that the young man had no intention of killing her subordinates. Felix B stated that she would gladly give her life for the continued existence of her circle. The Archmage thought that this woman's words alone were not enough. He needed to see her determination. The subordinates of the Basilisk Tail Circle began to beg their master to recant such words. However, the woman understood perfectly well that a very powerful magician stood before her. Lucas Truman wondered if Felix B was even going to go back on his word. The Apostle of Justice decided that this woman was worthy of respect, since she was willing to make such a sacrifice. The reborn Archmage declared that the head of this small circle was not so bad. The ordinary magicians of the circle could not believe their eyes. Could the young man really have decided to spare their lives? Felix B heard her subordinates shout with joy that the ice had melted and they were alive. Lucas Truman ordered the Circle Master to immediately bring him everything they had taken from Benny Argento. The master of the Basilisk Tail Circle replied that she would arrange for this as soon as possible. The reborn Archmage added that there was one more topic he would like to touch on. The strongest master of humanity said that he wanted to hear from Felix B about the other circles in this area. That evening, Benny Argento was restless because Frey had gone to the Basilisk Tails. Sigurd told the head of the Circle of Lucas that she might catch a cold if she continued to stand outside. The girl asked the man who approached her whether he thought Frey had reached the Basilisk Tails. The man said that Benny shouldn't worry, because one day she would meet a different destiny. Lucas Truman asked if the girl was currently undergoing relationship counseling. Sigurd cried out, asking if Frey Blake had not left them for another circle. Benny Argento asked where the guy had been, and he replied that he had been walking in the nearby woods. The strongest master of humanity asked to gather the top of the Lucas Circle because he had an announcement. Sigvard and Phil couldn't understand why the young man needed to collect them at such a late hour. The head of Lucas's circle said that Frey had spoken of important matters earlier and asked what it was. The Apostle of Justice replied that he was going to wipe the demigods off the face of the earth. The reborn Archmage added that for this, he would need greater strength and allies. A respected member of the Lucas Circle exclaimed that this was too sudden a statement. The strongest master of humanity said that, unfortunately, he does not see the desire of the circles to unite. Lucas added that the circles were now thinking about how to contain and absorb each other, and Benny agreed. The reborn Archmage stated that he wanted to make Lucas's circle a center of attraction for others. The Apostle of Justice added that only Lucas's circle could handle the role of leading the other circles. Sigurd said that it was simply impossible, and Lucas Truman shouted that he did not want to hear it. The strongest master of humanity asked the people gathered before him if they were ready to do this. The reborn Archmage stated that this decision would definitely be followed by incredible pain. Lucas Truman added that it will be so hard that they will miss the current sad times. However, the strongest master of humanity declared that they would definitely cope with this hell. The reborn Archmage added that he would help them ascend to the very top at any cost. The men cried out, asking if the young man had managed to return the relics that had been taken from them. Sigvard and Phil shouted that now they understood what kind of walk Frey Blake had had. Isabella said that the young man had already subjugated 6 small circles, who promised to unite with them. Sigvard said he couldn't believe it, but Phil agreed, because it simply couldn't be done in one day. Benny Argento asked if the guy was bribing them with relics, and Lucas replied that it was not so. The Apostle of Justice added that these relics already belong to the Circle of Lucas. The strongest master of humanity said that this is a small reward for treating them well. The reborn Archmage said that the Circle of Lucas would need some time to think things over. The Apostle of Justice added that he was willing to wait one day, but Benny Argento refused to think about it. The head of Lucas's circle stated that she did not need time, but the young man would have to answer one question. Benny Argento asked if it was really possible to make Lucas's circle the center for the other circles. Humanity's strongest master vowed to put everything he had on the line and make it happen. The next morning, the head of the Circle of Lucas gathered all the mages within it for an important message. Ordinary wizards were interested in what kind of announcement this early in the morning could be. One of the magicians asked if their circle was falling apart, and another asked to be careful with what they said. Benny Argento thought that many would disagree with her decision, but she had no other choice. The head of the Lucas Circle stated that her new deputy now stands before her comrades. The rank-and-file mages asked again what their leader was talking about, and whether she had really chosen a new deputy. The wizards of Lucas's circle couldn't understand why Benny Argento chose a new guy as her deputy. Lucas Truman introduced himself as the third son of the Blake family, and noted that there were many people here who were unhappy with his position. Phil thought that the guy had noticed everything correctly, because it would be wrong to simply tell everyone that he was the new deputy. The man mentally added how the guy was going to convince the others that Benny was not mistaken. The strongest master of humanity declared that magicians have no right to doubt the decisions of their leader. The head of Lucas's circle thought that she would have to personally explain the reason for this decision. Siegward and Phil realized that Frey Blake only wanted to further anger the mages of their circle. The Archmage asked how weak everyone here was that the deputy's place had gone to such a green newbie. The ordinary wizards were puzzled as to who this idiot was and why Master Benny had chosen him as her deputy. The strongest master of humanity decided that now was the time to settle all the grievances of his subordinates. The reborn Archmage knew that the best proof of his words would be a demonstration of power. The Apostle of Justice stated that he would be happy to help all those who were outraged, but not with words. Lucas added that whoever touches him with magic will instantly receive the title of deputy and the hurricane earrings. The respected member of Lucas's circle wondered what Frey was thinking, since there were plenty of powerful mages here. Sigvard assumed that the young man had two intentions that he wanted to achieve. The man added that Frey wanted to see what their comrades were capable of, and Phil noted that the guy had gone too far. Benny Argento said that it seemed like the young man was going to take all the blame on himself. The girl suggested that Frey Blake was worried about those who might make a similar choice. One of the mages stepped forward and introduced himself as Pyo Gun, and the reincarnated Archmage asked him to begin. The young man thought that he could handle the guy who had undeservedly found himself in a high position. Pyo Gong asked if Frey Blake was sure that he should not take a fighting or defensive stance. The Archmage replied that if the guy turned out to be better than he expected, he would take his hands out of his pockets. The young man shouted that Frey Blake was an overconfident man who would now pay for it. Pyo Gun activated the fireball spell to fulfill the new deputy leader's condition. However, everyone who watched this fight saw how the guy's spell crashed into an invisible wall. The wizards of the Circle of Lucas could not believe their eyes, because Frey did not even notice the fireball. The circle members cried out that their master's deputy had not even cast any spell for protection. The young man thought that this was simply impossible, because the size and power of the fireball were perfect. Humanity's strongest master guessed that Pyo Gong specialized in fire magic. The guy who came out against Frey first replied that this was indeed the case. The young man had thought correctly. The Apostle of Justice asked what the virtues of fire magic were, and Pyo Gun replied that it was destruction. Lucas said that the guy was right, because if you compare it to other types of magic, fire magic will stand out for its destruction. The strongest master of humanity said that the guy apparently trains day and night with this spell. The Archmage noticed that Pyo Gong was spending too much energy to maintain the perfect shape of the ball. Lucas Truman asked the boy if he understood that the destruction would not be greater if the ball were perfect. Pyo Gong asked what he should do in such a case, and the reincarnated Archmage replied that he should increase his power. The strongest master of humanity said that it would be useful for the boy to know his fear. The Archmage said that one day one of his acquaintances received very severe burns all over his body. Lucas added that no one believed in him anymore, but he eventually became a reputable fire wizard. The Apostle of Justice said that the boy should be able to determine the power and risk of a spell. The reborn Archmage said that negative aspects are always hidden behind positive ones. Lucas Truman added that his friend was able to personally experience fire and understand its full essence. The strongest master of humanity said that the boy will see the path when he draws it in his head. Pyo Gong sincerely thanked the new deputy master for his precious guidance. One of the circle members asked how a loser could come back with such a shining face? Pyogong replied that Frey Blake was not only a strong, but also a very intelligent magician. The guy added that the deputy head immediately identified what he was missing and pointed him in the right direction. The man stated that only a fool would boast about realizing his own weakness. The stranger told the boy to watch him closely, because he would set a good example for him. However, the strongest master of humanity did not wait for the man's attack and immediately threw him aside. The stranger immediately told Pyogong that the deputy head knew the right path. Benny Argento said that Frey Blake was able to completely win the hearts of the circle members in just one day. Phil laughed and said that the master was absolutely right. The young man's approach turned out to be unusually effective. The reborn Archmage declared that he would raise the abilities of the circle members to a new level within 3 months. Lucas Truman added that in 3 months they will hold a friendly competition with neighboring circles. Isabella said that this would not be a fight for the relic, but a competition aimed at strengthening friendship. The strongest master of humanity noted that in doing so, the circle of Lucas must show a strength superior to theirs. The Archmage stated that the other circles must believe that they are under the wing of a strong circle. Phil said that it seemed almost impossible to him, and Lucas interrupted him, saying that anything would be possible. The Apostle of Justice reminded them that he had already told them that they would see real hell. The next day, the Archmage asked the head of the circle, Lucas, to activate his magic. The girl thought that this would hardly help her training, but she still listened to Frey Blake. Humanity's strongest master said that Benny Argento created a mana room within herself. The head of the Circle of Lucas replied that without this, she would not be able to use the magic that everyone was accustomed to. The Archmage stated that dragons do not need to create a mana room, as they can use it directly. Lucas Truman added that first the girl would have to destroy the already created mana room. The strongest master of humanity said that first of all, they would get rid of the mana contained within. The head of the Circle of Lucas asked the young man to wait a little, but he had already emptied the mana room. The girl thought that a momentary weakness had washed over her, which nothing could compensate for. The reborn Archmage said that Benny Argento only imagined that she felt some kind of heaviness. Humanity's strongest master said that this was a side effect of the unnecessary mana room. Lucas warned that he was about to destroy her mana room, and the girl should not interfere with him. Reborn after 40 centuries, he thought that he had not done anything like this for a long time. Benny Argento hoped her deputy knew what he was really doing. The strongest master of humanity activated his mana and directed it into the body of the head of the circle, Lucas. The reborn Archmage felt that he would soon touch the master's mana room. Lucas Truman felt that Benny Argento's mana room was too strong and stable. The strongest master of humanity warned the head of the circle, Lucas, that she was about to be hurt. The reborn Archmage realized that it would take him some time to destroy the mana room. Lucas Truman wondered silently if Benny Argento could withstand this much pain. The strongest master of humanity realized that it was hard for him to watch his comrades suffer. The reborn Archmage decided that he was worrying in vain about the circle master Lucas. When Lucas Truman stopped pouring mana into the girl, she asked if Frey Blake was finished. The strongest master of humanity replied that they had only finished today's part. The Archmage added that Benny's training would take 1 month, and the girl realized that the guy wanted her dead. Lucas Truman recalled that he had already told the head of the circle that she and her subordinates would go through hell. Benny Argento realized that the young man's words about the most severe trials were not an exaggeration at all. Phil decided that he would show the deputy head of the circle everything he was capable of. The strongest master of humanity thought that the respected member of the Lucas circle was too slow. The man decided that he simply had to take advantage of the fact that the boy dodged his first blow. The Apostle of Justice mentally added that there was nothing special about Phil's technique. Phil realized that the boy had easily blocked his sudden attack despite his previous dodge. The esteemed member of Lucas's circle decided that in that case, he would have to continue the offensive. The man understood perfectly well that his series of blows would definitely reach the deputy master. However, the strongest master of humanity did not even notice the efforts of his opponent. Phil decided he needed to change his approach, since Frey Blake could only block and dodge. However, the man realized that the young man was easily parrying even his high-speed blows to the forehead. The esteemed member of Lucas's circle thought he was now attacking a real rock. The strongest master of humanity suggested stopping here, As it was time to analyze Phil's weaknesses, the reborn Archmage stated that the man's skills were even worse than those of a second-rate warrior. Lucas Truman asked if he had managed to hurt the pride of a respected member of the Circle. Humanity's strongest master stated that he was now at peace, as this meant that Phil had potential. The reincarnated Archmage asked why the man named his technique 100 Royal Blows. Lucas Truman said that this is a very common combat ability that does not have any special technique. Phil admitted that the young man was right, because in a protracted fight, the opponent quickly understands his attack patterns. The strongest master of humanity said that this is all only because man is weak. The reborn Archmage added that Phil's technique was excellent because it was basic. Lucas Truman added that a man must be able to identify the weak points of his enemies and defeat them with one blow. The strongest master of humanity said that there is no shortcut to development for warrior mages. The reborn Archmage added that Phil could only gradually rise through the ranks of power. However, Lucas Truman said he could help the man climb up those stairs very quickly. A respected member of Lucas's circle shouted that Frey must stop, as he could no longer fight. The Archmage asked if Phil hadn't slept that night, and why he lay down at every opportunity. The warrior mage asked to simply kill him, and the strongest master of humanity asked him not to simulate. The reborn Archmage declared that the man should stand up and finish the second half of the training. When Lucas Truman finished with Phil, he went to Sigvard to train him. The strongest master of humanity addressed the second respected member of the Lucas Circle. The reborn Archmage said that from now on, the man must use this dagger. Lucas Truman said that this is Cornelius's dagger, which is an artifact of the Age of Light. The Apostle of Justice added that it contained secret techniques and that the blade was made of mithril. Sigvard asked why Frey gave him this dagger, since he is an ordinary magician. Lucas Truman replied that the man had once been a swordsman, and he certainly had not lost all his skills. The strongest master of humanity added that Sigvard's calloused hands betrayed his training with a sword. The reincarnated Archmage stated that he was going to help the man develop into a sword mage. Lucas said that Sigvard's magic was limited to 5 stars, but with this dagger he would be able to develop it. The strongest master of humanity added that a man would quickly develop if he mastered Cornelius's dagger. The honorary member of the circle replied that he would focus on the path of a swordsman, even despite his uncertainty. The Apostle of Justice stated that a man need not worry about his lack of self-confidence. The strongest master of humanity added that he would definitely help Sigvard overcome this shortcoming. The man reached the building of the head of the circle, Lucas, only late at night, because he was deprived of all strength. Sigvard squeezed out of himself that he had managed to go through a real hell, incomparable to anything. Phil apologized for not being able to turn his head towards his loyal comrade. Sigvard stated that his arms could not be raised due to incredible weakness throughout his body. The man added that he couldn't even go to the toilet because he couldn't pull down his pants. Benny Argento complained to her comrades that Frey Blake had been digging around in her stomach all day. The girl added that she would not forgive Sigvard if he relieved himself in this room. The man replied that he was very envious that the master still had the strength to joke like that. Moments later, Lucas Truman burst into the room and announced that it was time for evening practice. The strongest master of humanity asked if they all felt so unwell. The deputy head of the circle heard the voice of an unfamiliar man who reported that he had returned. The stranger asked what had happened here and why his comrades were lying on the floor. Benny Argento recognized the man who entered as the third honorary member of her circle, but was unable to warn Frey about it. The stranger shouted that this hired killer had decided to settle scores with his comrades at the wrong time. The man added that the guy was wrong to attack their circle without any weapons at all. The unknown person asked how this killer dared to deal with the leadership of the circle while he was away. Benny Argento thought she should stop this fight, but she didn't even have the strength to talk. The deputy head of the Lucas Circle asked who the man was and why he attacked him. The stranger shouted that the dirty assassin didn't need to know his name. Adelia exclaimed that it was Frey and Isabella, and the Archmage welcomed the alchemy professor to their circle. Benny introduced her deputy to Edward, who is the third honorary member of her circle. Humanity's strongest master chuckled and said that he was glad to meet Edward. The head of the weakened circle asked the man to lower his sword, as she was about to introduce Frey to him. The girl said that her deputy Frey Blake and his assistant Isabella Trisnay were standing in front of Edward. The man asked if these young magicians already held such high positions. The brilliant alchemy teacher was outraged why Frey Blake suddenly became the deputy master of the circle. Edward apologized for his behavior, and the strongest master of humanity said that he would have done the same. Adelia asked what made the young man become Benny's deputy, and he replied that it just happened that way. The Apostle of Justice noticed that the professor was also a member of Lucas's circle. The reborn Archmage called the girl by name and said that he was now higher in rank than her. Lucas said that she should speak to him respectfully, and she shouted that Frey really wanted to die. Humanity's strongest master said he was joking, and Edward thought Frey was still so young. A respected member of the circle reported that he had found clues in the elven lands near Reynolds Forest. The man stated that after this, they managed to track down and catch up with the successor of the King of Warrior Mages. Sigvard asked how Edward's special mission ended, and whether he had managed to come to an agreement with his successor. The third respected member of the Circle of Lucas responded that the successor to the King of Warrior Mages was not friendly. The man added that he had been unable to talk to his successor about joining their circle. Edward declared that the successor to the Warrior Mage King had no intention of talking to the corrupt circle. A third respected member of Lucas's circle added that the successor was not interested in the circles or in fighting demigods. Edward said that the Warrior Mage's successor said that he was simply interested in the effect of his magic. Humanity's strongest master decided that this was a great opportunity to strengthen the Lucas circle. The reborn Archmage asked Isabella Trisnane if she knew how long it would take to get there. The Apostle of Justice asked how many days it would take him if he went to Reynolds Forest today. The girl replied that if Frey took the southern road to the city, the journey would take 3 days. The strongest master of humanity asked if she was talking about the city of Filat, and Isabella confirmed it. Ceres Trisnane's niece added that this is where the estate of the great Blake family is located. The deputy head of the Circle of Lucas stated that he will personally go to meet with the successor of the King of Warrior Mages. Edward objected because it was a very dangerous place, and Benny Argento agreed to let Frey go. Circle Master Lucas asked her deputy when he would be leaving for the meeting. The Archmage replied that he would start packing right now, and Benny asked him to be careful. Edward asked himself why the boss trusted this guy so much and who he really was. After some time, the Apostle of Justice was ready to set off on his journey. The strongest master of humanity understood that he could not take Isabella with him. The reborn Archmage turned to the girl, and she replied that she knew what Frey would ask her for. Ceres Trisnane's niece asked, because the boy wanted to say that he would go on this journey alone. The Apostle of Justice said that they had only just laid the foundation of the circle, and that unrest could not be allowed. The girl asked the great Archmage not to worry about such trifles, because she could handle them. Isabella added that she was willing to take Frey Blake's place only on one condition. The niece of the director of the elite West Road Magic Academy thought that her request might be selfish. However, the girl said that the third son of the Blake family should send her news of himself more often. The girl said that if something happened to Frey, she would immediately go to him. The strongest master of humanity laughed and asked if Isabella had really grown that much. The reborn Archmage thanked his niece, Ceres Trisnane, for such kind words. After some time, Lucas Truman reported to the head of the circle that he was setting out on his journey. Benny Argento once again asked the young man to be careful on this difficult journey. When humanity's strongest master walked out of the main building of the Lucas Circle, he couldn't believe what he saw. The reborn apostle saw that all the members of his circle had lined up to see him off. The mages of the Circle of Lucas asked the deputy head if he really had to leave them right now. Ordinary members of the circle admitted that they do not know what to do without such a wonderful mentor. Lucas Truman asked his subordinates not to pretend, because after his departure, real hell would begin. The Archmage stated that his deputy only looked like a simpleton, but in reality, she had a terrible character. Isabella Trisnane thought that Frey Blake was now exaggerating her abilities too much. The strongest master of humanity asked what they all had to go through in a month. The mages of Lucas's circle responded that they would engage in friendly battles with neighboring circles. The Apostle of Justice asked if these magicians knew what would happen to them if even one of them lost. The rank-and-file wizards of the Circle of Lucas shouted that they would sweep away everyone in their path if that was Frey's order. Humanity's strongest master stated that he would look forward to their next meeting. Meanwhile, the following events were taking place on the Costa de Mana mountain range. The divine beast awakened after absorbing all the magic from the Drake King's heart. Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes, Could she really be reborn? The Firebird remembered the words of the young man who had given her great support. Phoenix remembered that the boy asked her to become the ruler of this ridge to protect his friend's dungeon. The girl decided that she simply could not refuse her savior's request. The divine beast added in his mind that he would do everything possible to protect the legendary dungeon. Phoenix knew that the Drake King was not the only powerful monster in this mountain range. The girl decided that to do this, she would have to show the local monsters her true strength. Meanwhile, the reborn Archmage reached the city of Grodd, which was owned by the Blake family. The strongest master of humanity thought that it would be a good idea for him to disguise himself while walking around here. The reborn Archmage knew that Frey Blake had better not wander around his own family's lands. Lucas Truman decided that shape-shifting magic would solve most of the potential problems. However, the Apostle of Justice knew that his new image needed a good legend. Humanity's strongest master has decided that he will now be known as the mercenary Cain Ligston. Lucas Truman remembered that Edward had helped him obtain the identification of a 26-year-old boy. The man then asked why the boy wanted to use a fake ID. The Archmage replied that those territories belonged to the Blakes, about whom there were not the most pleasant rumors. The Apostle of Justice then declared that it was not yet time to put the Blake household in order. The strongest master of humanity added that for now, he would like to avoid unnecessary problems. The guard of the city of Grodd told Mr. Cain Ligston that everything was in order with his luggage. Lucas Truman, in disguise, thanked the law enforcement officers for their honest work. When the strongest master of humanity passed beyond the city wall, he experienced an unusually pleasant feeling. The reborn Archmage suggested that it was Frey reacting to his hometown. The Apostle of Justice decided that he would first need to replenish his food supplies. Lucas Truman saw mercenaries in one of the local taverns, discussing something very funny. The strongest master of humanity instantly identified the person who could help him. One of the mercenaries asked the guy what the master magician was doing in such a sleazy eatery. One of the comrades stated that not all magicians are so arrogant. Apparently, it was their Volcano who became so arrogant. The girl standing behind the bar noticed a guy heading straight towards her. The bartender asked what the young man would like to order, and clarified that they had almost everything in their selection. The strongest master of humanity thought that he had a long and dangerous mountain road ahead of him. The reborn Archmage remembered Edward's words, who had offered him the use of the carriage. The Apostle of Justice then asked whether the cart could reach the very heart of the mountains. The honorary member of the circle replied that there were merchants who conducted transactions with the elves every month. Edward offered the young man to take on the mission of guarding one of these carts in order to reach the elves. The strongest master of humanity told the bartender girl that he came here for work. The reborn Archmage added that he wanted to protect the merchants heading to Reynolds Forest. The girl noticed that the guy was currently at C rank, and only those with higher ranks were accepted for that mission. The strongest master of humanity replied that he was ready to sign up for the rank advancement exam. The bartender asked the guy when it would be convenient to take the exam, and he replied that it would be right now.